position, but there's the jump down from Bakaz. Be able to separate. Nice fissure from Moon Meander. Panda drawing in again with the gaze. Get a couple more hits. Probably going to end up losing Panda here. Is Bakaz going to be able to get himself a kill, though? Is the question with the Boundless over on Saberlight. Needs to get a little bit closer. One more hit. Should be able to do the trick, and he will be able to get it, but most likely going to fall down. Nice dodge, though. Uses the fairy bar. Bakaz. Oh, no. Moon Meander with that enchant totem will punish him for being very aggressive.
That is big for TSM. That bottom lane wasn't going too well. Oh, top lane, toss back.
Top lane Sacred taking a lot of damage, and that's going to be +2 int going the way of Divu.
Yeah, those curse points are doing a lot of damage in that lane because the Dawnbreaker always wants to use 2 spells, and it's just difficult. If you get cursed, you can't get out of it.
Oh. Panda canceling out the salve on Moon Meander. They will punish him. And then allow Bakaz to have more time to farm.
Yeah, because with power treads now, this lane is going to be very difficult for Saberlight to get any farm now. Because power treads on Monkey King, he hits very fast, it's really hard as well.
I mean, Saberlight was already having difficulty getting some of the CS, let's be honest. He's sitting at 9 and 2 currently, Bakaz sitting at 22 and 12. This has proven to be a very difficult lane.
Yeah, I don't think the lane should have been... I don't think the lane should have been that bad for them. The matchup is not necessarily that weak, so I think Thunder Awaken have just played the lane really well. Of course, Shaker isn't a lane dominator by any means, but Fisher to pull the lane back and having Venomancer, I don't think they should be struggling as bad as they are.
Again, these are extreme comfort picks. Yeah, look, this Bakaz finding the opening over on Saberlight. It's going to bounce back up into the tree, though, because there's a lot of rotation now with Dubu making his way bottom. Panda needs to be careful too, sitting a little bit low, as he does have a couple of these stick charges, gets himself the Windlace, but they've decided we've had enough. We have to deal with Bakaz. We cannot keep allowing him to do this. Puts down the Boundless though, trying to get some distance in the tower though, doing damage. Dark Mago makes his own rotation to dodge away using that Mischief. Boat comes in over on the back lines, and Moon Meander still will be able to get the kill, but they'll end up losing Saberlight. And now Dubu will be the next one to fall. Moon Meander, he wanted this kill, but now he's just gonna give Dark Mago a triple kill.
Moon Meander. I mean, he does get the kill in the end, I suppose, with the Poison Sting there. Top to see a bit of a trade here between the 2 heroes left alone.
That was funny to see the dispose while Sacred was doing the Starbreaker.
Yeah. Now, really good by Thunder Awaken to move and engage the Kunkka now as well, enabling him on this lane. He's sitting around. He wants to go for the Venom, not gonna connect.
He's just a little bit off though with the Torrent. Get the D-ward off. The mid lane. Can see some pincering going over onto Matthew. They'll just go and drop wards for now.
Power spike for Timado on top. He's gonna get his level 6 now. Has the ulti available.
Big stack coming out from Matthew.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Saber is gonna try and clean that up. Pull this up pretty easily, I think.
Pig pool, get the shovel. There's a lot of goodies in this one camp.
Yeah, get some items for yourselves. Right now we see all of TSM pretty much playing top, just leaving Venomancer bottom. So Veno should start being fine when he gets some points in Veno wards, but he really is quite underleveled right now, and not going for the build that we saw. We've seen some like 2-2-2 skill builds on Venomancer, which is a little bit stronger at fighting early on with Venomous Gale, and also gets the Plague Wards online pretty early still. I think he needs to get maxed out Plague Wards this game because the fights are not working out.
Mago with the Invis rune has half duration. He's being very careful in the way that he's playing over onto the right-hand side of the map. Trying not to stand underneath the sentry that he knows is probably over here.
Oh, he might get the X-Mark if he sticks around.
Yeah, he's found himself a Saberlight. He's got the boat. Moon Meander is getting into position. See if they can use the fissure to buy a bit more time. There's Tomato jumping in, but the Solar Guardian coming in hot from Sacred. We'll be able to turn this right back around again. The Boundless, couple more hits. Tomato, he's going to die. That that Chain Frost getting some nice bounces, and now Bryle, he should not be here, because there's the follow-up from Matthew, gets the Impale. They need to slow him down just a little bit. Don't quite have that Starbreaker just yet, but they're going to have the hammer in just a moment. Sacred going forward, Starbreaker, they just blow up Bryle, and they'll still end up losing Sacred, but they are perfectly happy with this, I have a feeling.
Yeah, that
Look at
was
Matthew,
amazing.
he wants Dubu. He wants Dubu.
He's gonna get him. Oh, runs around the corner.
Oh.
Maybe he's fine.
Keep it
No,
down.
this looks bad. This looks bad.
Boop. Boop. And then digs up a bounty rune. Oh boy.
Even more gold. Moon Meander takes a slap mid too from the Tidebringer. A lot of damage onto the Shaker immediately as he comes down on mid lane, and he doesn't have Tranquil boots, so he will take a lot of. He did just buy a Tranquils now. Okay, so he wants to heal up again.
See the setup in the bottom lane. How patient Dark Mago was, waiting for Saberlight. And Moon Meander has good positioning, throws down the fissure, and you see Tomato jump into the center, but this is the power of that Solar Guardian that we talked about. Gives you that global presence, and then they were just able to beat them down so quickly. Bryle wanting to
They're
go
going
in,
on
and
Picasso?
they are going on Pakaz in the top lane, yes.
Okay, they protect him with a shield. They were close enough with the Lich, so they're gonna disengage. But yeah, that fight was really nice. The Lich ulti coming in there was bouncing around doing so much damage from Panda. He was very patient, sitting around and getting a perfect Chain Frost that bounced until it was done.
Alright, smoke play coming up from the Nyx Assassin and Dawnbreaker. Matthew walking underneath the ward they see. For a bit of a dive here, as they show. They'll respect it. It's interesting that they opted to smoke together, because I feel like with the Solar Guardian, shouldn't they just kind of leave Sacred by himself and just let him farm and then jump in?
I mean, yeah, the important thing is they place opposite side of the map from Bakas, so we can join in on that. But they can either go towards Sacred and play with him, or they can go top and enable. I think right now they should make moves towards the top area of the map for Thunder, just because it's the more natural tower to try and pressure. It's easier to take that tier 1. So we see them sliding over towards it now, Matthew making his way.
Middle lane, boat coming in hot over onto Bryle. They'll use the global silence. Tomato, though, trying to follow up, and this is that Solar Guardian. Again, comes in hot with the Starbreaker, gets the heals off. We'll get the dispose from Tomato, so that's looking very nice for them. But now Moon Meander going in with the Echo Slam. We'll be able to finally take down Matthew. So a good response from the side of TSM as they're going to immediately smoke and make their way top lane, trying to put the pressure down on Pakaz.
Yeah, see if he can get a read on this. If he can sense it, he gets the range creep. Immediately get out, man. Oh,
okay, alright. Tree Dance trying to get away, but it's very hard to get away from this tree over here on the side. Tries to dodge away with the mischief a little bit, but that's another +2 int for Dubu.
A bit greedy by him there. He was, well, the greedy part is that he didn't use his Primal Spring from the tree. He jumped down from the tree manually instead of actually Primal Springing away because he was cursed. So he didn't want to take extra damage from the curse, but in doing so, he jumped down onto the ground and he's right next to 3 heroes. So if he Primal Sprung, I think he would have lived there. But yeah, he got a little bit too greedy, stayed a little bit too long anyway.
Alright, well we got 10 int stolen here for Dubu, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about some of these participations. Couple kills under his belt too. But Gaz right back top again. I'd like to see, like you said, I'd like to see them make these plays towards this top part of the map. They feel a little bit slow for the side of Thunder, which feels unusual considering this draft.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit slow, but they're also comfortably farming up, and perhaps a bit of it is respecting that TSM are more ready to fight now than they were in the last game. Last game there was the Shadow Fiend who literally just wanted to sit jungle and farm, whereas Marcy is a very active +1 hero. So Tomato is certainly ready to fight.
They see Dubu, Matthew. Moon Meander though in a good position to throw out the fissure to separate. Have to use a spike. Carapace, Sacred. They've been split up pretty far here. I'm not sure if Matthew survives. This is a good impale though. We'll be allowing Panda to get the ward off, but they'll be able to get themselves a nice kill and get their own dewarding.
Well, Picasso cleaned up the creep wave top. They're not chasing for him. Marcy has
Gotta
no
be
way to get
careful.
close.
You manage to get the stun, they break the tree. There's the side kick and those hits, but again, okay, global silence coming into play. So they're gonna be able to cancel out the Dawnbreaker ulti, and Picasso's trying to man up, trying to fight. Boat comes in. Not gonna be enough to save him, but does put out a decent amount of damage as Dark Mago pops his BKB. Turns his attention now over to Moon Meander. But the Fissure coming in very well. Going to be able to just block them off as the rest of TSM hiding in the tree line. Mago, he wants this. Panda's got the Sinister Gaze. He needs to get a little bit more damage. They'll go and put down that Frost Blast. Need maybe one more hit, and they'll be able to find out Tomato in a very bad situation because he's revealed himself. Sitting at 30-something hit points. The hit comes through from Moon Meander. He'll be able to get the kill on him.
Oh my.
And Dark Mago is just running around in circles. They even tip Tomato. They say, bro, what were you doing?
Yeah, I think they are confused by what he was doing. I don't think he understood just how overwhelmed they were there already. They didn't really have anything to fight with as well. Dubu was kind of low, and he was the only hero still alive for him to play with. So, gets kind of a free kill there on Tomato. Thunder are going to be very happy about that, as they're already in pretty good shape, but getting a free post-1 kill is certainly not going to slow them down.
Mateo finding out the opening over onto Saberlight, but they have the Fissure. It's a bait because TSM was already in position. They'll still be able to get the kill though. And now, it looks like after using that Wukong, they're just not going to be able to go and pursue.
Yeah, they're respecting the Veno ulti. The Poison Nova is taking them down, so just going to back out.
Radiant's middle tower is
I like
under
that
attack.
the tooltip for Poison Nova says it's taking for 2 damage. That is not true. It takes for a whole lot more than 2 damage.
It's a free game. Because mid lane, they even use that Echo Slam. Panda tries to save him. Cannot do it, but Mago? Like he wants to try to get an X off. No, he's just gonna teleport out.
They want Brow, trying to catch him.
And the Impale. Dark Mago, though. Immediately gonna use the Illusion Rune. Anderson to be able to get the X spot over onto Saberlight, so we'll connect. Solar Garden this time, they have nothing to cancel it, so in comes Sacred, he'll collect the kill.
Very nice catch there by Kunkan. He has these convenient illusion runes. They're so high value in this game. You can dispel a lot of good stuff. The Silencer, of course, the Venomancer, even the Shadow Race stacks can be dispelled. But he used it mid as well against the Global Silence earlier during one fight. He had an illusion rune bottled and used it to be able to still trigger his X mark and pull back into Torrent. Very convenient for a Dark Mago.
Playing around with Dubu, Sacred, throws out the hammer, just gives him a bit of a fright, but it's not going to go for a full-on committal because they are seeing these teleports come out. Marcy's already on her way down. Moon Meander. There's the jump to dispose. BKB comes out from Mago. Looks like he wants to just walk away from this engagement. They have the Wraith Pact already discussed out as Moon Meander clicks it down. He's going to get himself a nice tidy amount of gold.
Yeah, smart to back out and respect here that TSM are playing for the area. They want to control this, and that's a good thing that they're doing so because they already lost their own safe lane tower. If they lost their off-lane tower and didn't take the enemy safe lane, they would be in a terrible spot. So they're kind of forced to going down here and fighting this. Meanwhile, though, Picasso is enjoying a lot of free farm during this time, and they're also shoving in mid.
Yeah, he's got enough for the BKB, so he's going to pick up the recipe. And that's a huge power spike going over to the side of Thunder.
Yeah, that means they have double BKB ready, and of course the Wraith Pact over on Dawnbreaker as well, so she's quite fight ready as well at this stage.
Tomado's getting closer to the BKB, but still has some ways to go, although off of this creep wave should be able to pretty much finish up. So
Yeah,
we'll be seeing some skirmishing from both of them, and I like this. I like the fact that we're getting these cores that want to fight early.
All of them have BKB now. There's the BKB finishing up on Brow, is flying out. He got it just now, and the BKB is flying out for Tomato. So everybody's going to be in good shape, like you said, to take the fights. And I think initiation is going to be the key to who wins. But I think Thunder Away can just have a little bit better initiation, as Shaker doesn't have Blink yet. He has the Shard, and he has Tumbler's Toy, which is, I guess, the poor man's Blink. But he doesn't have that full, like, oh, I'm gonna initiate, don't worry, stand back. And who else can disable on their team? Look at their stuns. Like, it's just SF ulti for Fear. I guess Marcy jumping in, but that's a core Marcy. So it's not that clear cut. Meanwhile, on the side of Thunder Awaken, pretty much anybody could set up a fight.
It looks like a fight is being set up. They see Mago in the mid lane. Sounds like a TV cartoon show. But TSM, they're going to make their way over to the buy angle. They'll see Matthew. It's not necessarily who they want, but the Fissure landing over onto 3 is beautiful with the Echo Slam. They were not prepared for this over on the side of Thunder. As they take out Seika, they'll take down Panda. They'll find the kill on Matthew, and they're trying to finish off Saberlight. There's the Global Silence, though, because having to run away, they're just doing too much of the punches from Tomato. So they'll turn their attention over to Mago. Panda buys back, wants to go in for the Chain Frost, drags Tomato back, but they've already lost the Kunkka.
What a fantastic team wipe for TSM. And they get, like I just highlighted how difficult it is for them to get initiation, and they managed to find this. They drop down to Observer Ward, sees 3 heroes stacked right next to each other, Fissure, and then follow up with a 3-man dispose or rebound into that. That was a beautiful start for them. And then of course the aftershock on the Fissure with the shard. You can trigger the stun again. That worked out so beautifully for them.
That's an Aegis now for Bryle. That feels really, really good for TSM.
Yeah, they needed this so badly. Their tournament life is at stake, and this was a big, big W for them taking that team fight.
Feels bad to like look at Saberlight and see him just so stressed out, because I always feel like that guy's smiling. It's a lot like Insania or Panda. Like these guys, you usually see them. They got big smiles on their face, very cheerful. So you know that it's serious when they are looking stressed out.
Yeah, he knows the severity of the day. I mean, today will decide: do they stay in the game in the playoffs, or are they going to be eliminated already from the group stage? Nobody goes to TI, you know, wanting to not be able to take part of the main event. So for sure, he's focused.
Mid lane,
Radiant's top tower
poking away at Dark Mago. They teleported in Moon Meander to sit on the back lines.
Yeah, Saberlight just filling his role of protecting. The mid tier 1 tower can be very difficult to bring down against Venomancer. Venom wards are really, really obnoxious in that if you want to get close, you're gonna take a lot of damage. And of course, they're running 4 melee heroes, so anybody killing those Venom wards will get hit and take damage back. Here comes the smoke, though.
It's gonna break the smoke into 4 heroes. It's gonna be a very dead Panda move. I think Thunder probably are going to want to back away from this. They were making the moves thinking maybe we could get Tomato. Tomato thinks maybe he could get Pakaz.
He landed the stun, actually. He landed the damage from his rebound, but he flew away in time there on Monkey.
Alright, so what is the item progression now coming out for each of these guys? We've got the Crystal, soon to be a full Daedalus for Bryle. Saberlight has just finished the Vladimir's Offering, which will eventually become the Wraith Pact. And Tomato looks like he's going to be going for the Blink as the next item. There's a little bit of skirmish might break out over here in the corner. They're starting to ping. Matthew scouting.
Yeah, trying to sneak in. I like the choice by Tomato to go for Blink next, by the way. Blink, BKB. The SF is going to do the majority of the damage anyway, and Marcy doesn't need damage items. She does a lot with just BKB.
He creeps forward a little bit here. They do have the sentry. They ping out that they can see him. They will reveal that. Spike Carapace coming out immediately. He's gonna force Staff away. Tomato, he's in though. Gets the dispose off, but they'll get the eyes off. Over onto Tomato, and he just can't BKB. He's just immediately taken down. No Tomato for this fight for 40-something seconds. Now Saberlight gets off the Poison Nova. They'll go get a big Arcane, but they'll finish off using that Chain Frost. And now Bryle does have the Aegis. Dark Mago facing off, but over on the back lines, they're just fighting with Moon Meander. They'll clean them up. Global Silence is going to get used. And they are going to force them away. Buyback now from Matthew. They want to get back into this fight because thinking about going for it. There's, oh no! It was just off the mark, and now Sacred, did he just feed? He is super dead, giving off that extra int to Dubu. Not quite knowing their limits on that.
I mean, that's Thunder's aggression, kicking them in their ass a little bit there as well, because they're such... I wrote it down even in my notes earlier, that they're an unreasonably aggressive team, and that was unreasonably aggressive. You already got a big W in that fight. The Shaker used his ulti, it didn't get anything with it. Tomato dying for free. If they just backed out there, they would have been completely fine, but now 2 big cores going down to Bryle there, and he's just back bottom.
Yeah, they see Matthew. Had a sentry ward in position. Matthew was hoping perhaps he could have grabbed that double damage rune first, but Good positioning out of the side of TSM will punish him.
Yeah, that Thunder should really just have been happy with what they got here. That was such a freebie, but the Venom ulti started taking them down a lot, and they didn't really respect, you know, the damage that everybody was taking. They were too low. Now TSM with the DD room pushing high ground.
I got to Wukong's command. Just want to push them out of this area. Still very scary. They are going to lose this DD rune very soon, though, so it looks like they're going to turn their attention over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, now they know there's no Wukong's command, so they feel pretty safe pushing the tier 2 tower. I would be surprised to even see Thunder able to mount some form of defense here. It can be very difficult.
I mean, they don't have the Kunkka, right? He's got Dark Mago. He's TP's down for 20-something seconds, so I think they're just going to concede this tower.
Yeah, they're going to leave that.
Too
Kunkka
hard
has
to
himself...
fight into...
Kunkka has himself an entire Salt Crest and a Sanj, by the way, so once he gets that Halberd, he can be a good solution to the SF, because Halberd against range heroes is a very good way to stop them from dealing out their massive damage, and of course that Daedalus on Brow, we saw just how much he can do in last fight there.
Aegis has been reclaimed, though, for Bryle, so perhaps they can find this moment to push out of their base and try to get some sort of a pick off. But with Pakaz in the bottom lane, I'm guessing that they're just sitting back. They want to finish off the Desolator, as TSM does not want to wait. They have found themselves Dark Mago. Use the Glimmer Cape to buy them a little bit more time. They will punch down the Wraith Pact, but looks like Mago will survive.
Yeah, Moon Meander showing again and again that he's very, very willing to use the Echo Slam, by the way, as just a tool of chain stunning people. So he's using it with the Shard to just stun on top of the Fissure, not necessarily waiting for only a moment to jump in and get a big Echo Slam, but also trying to catch people. But they force out BKB, always something. Didn't really get the kill though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Matthew wandering around a little bit, seeing if he can get any sort of information. Does have the Eye of the Vizier, which is one of those neutral lines that gives you the plus 125 cast range. It feels pretty good on a Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Nyx is a pretty good carrier for it. Not the worst. He does rely on his mana a little bit, but it's gonna be completely fine. He has clarities to work on his mana pool too. Might be able to snipe this tower if he sees that Shaker left again. He's eyeing it up. He's like, is this tower for me?
Yeah.
Is it?
I mean, they're smoked over on the side of TSM though, so it does feel a little bit scary, but they'll go, take a couple whacks and finish off the tower. Top lane. Mago hiding in the tree line. They see Moon Meander. Ooh, they have vision over on Mago. Panda trying to protect him as much as he can, but there's not a whole heck of a lot that he can do. Could potentially throw out a chain frost if he feels like they're tight enough here in this corner. But the hit's coming out from Tomato. There it is. There's the chain frost. They group together to draw over onto Tomato, but the follow-up with the global silence is now Bryle is just bouncing back and forth. Sacred sitting so very low is going to fall. But the Wukong's off, but this damage coming out, even though Pakaz has that BKB, they've got to try to lifesteal a little bit more. And over here on the side, Bryle is going to pop. Ends up losing Panda on the back line. Matthew looking not like he's going to survive this either. Moon Meander taking hits from the tower, walking through the Wukongs, is just taking too much damage. They want this final hit on Tomato, and they're not going to be able to get it. Tomato's barely going to survive this engagement. Has a team wipe for the side of Thunder.
I actually can't believe they turned that around again. That was a very back and forth fight. We got a full duration Chain Frost bouncing around doing a terrible amount of damage. But yeah, they fought under the Wukong. 7,800 damage it dealt. They were just trying to man up against Monkey King, and he has the Desolator as well. So standing under his Wukongs is a terrifying choice to commit to that.
Impressed with how patient that Panda was with that Chain Frost and identifying, you know, maybe I can draw over Tomato. And I just can't believe that Tomato survived that, though, at the end of the day. He got so low during that entire engagement.
Yeah,
see, right here is the moment. He just uses the rebound, gets the stun. They have the Vessel on him, and he just barely survives on 70 hit points.
Props to Pakaz though. I mean, he actually mischief dodged Daedalus crit from SF there during all that too, so did his best to stay alive.
Oh. All right, though, Sacred. They're gonna follow up with a boat, but still very, very dead. Now Mago is gonna get disposed. Pops his own BKB. Matthew on the back line was looking for the Impale. Not gonna be able to go and line it up as the X marks the spot over on the side. Tomato drawn back. Feels like Thunder. He's got the fissure. They've got the silence, and that's just it. But Pakaz drops the Wukongs, does manage to bottleneck them a little bit over here. Not gonna be able to quite finish off Tomato again, as Bryle does end up getting halberded. Got the cross shield over on Pakaz, trying to keep him alive. He has the BKB, but he's fissure blocked over here on the side. Throwing out the chain frosting if they can just make them split. Over on the side, the mischief again. The Echo Slam over onto the back line. They'll kill Pakaz, they'll find Panda, and they'll be able to collect themselves a Mago.
That D rune on SF. He's just too big and just manning up and fighting there. Even holding his BKB for a very long time on Bryle, but Monkey King had no way out of that there. Getting caught out by the Shaker. Great catch, and yeah, the right clicks from SF. Yeah, they're dealing so much damage now because he has the +3 damage per soul as well as the D rune as well as the Daedalus. Those crits are just shredding through the Monkey.
Feels like we started to get the one-by-one sort of syndrome happening on the side of Thunder.
Yeah, they're losing grip of the game entirely, and we see already a 10,000 gold lead, and this bottom racks doesn't even look defendable. They're gonna try.
Matthew throws out a nice little 3-man impale, but that's all they can do right now. They don't have the Monkey King, and they don't have their Kunkka.
Yeah, Rax falls, and they're gonna back out safely here on TSM. Roshan is up, spawned just now. We see a replay here of the chase here. Look at the SF coming in. The halberd was used, but he just patiently waits it out. He's like, he's right here. Gonna stay on top of him.
He's taunting. He knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape can't save you forever, and eventually he has to come out of it. And those crits, they're like 1,300 damage crits each, 1,400 on some other targets as well.
Yeah, they hurt. Moon. Love to see these player cams and the reactions coming out from them.
That reaction right there is Moon knowing that this is not their game. It's their game to throw, basically. They should not lose this game. And that was a relief, you know,
Yeah.
relief that he felt right there, that they won that fight so handily again. And now with the Aegis in hand, immediately smoking up, they're going down for more.
Have to be careful. Both of these cores in the vicinity here. Dark Mago, nice fissure coming out from Moon. You have to shock. There's a couple punches here from Tomato. BKB.
Basher. Oh, disarm. He didn't BKB. He didn't BKB on Tomato, so he could use his halberd before TPing. So the halberd saves him.
I think he was very dead there. Get enough of those punches off.
Yeah, very, very unlikely they would be able to stand a full volley without getting bashed. I mean, 5 hits, very unlikely that they wouldn't get it. He would even get more, because you have time to do more than 5 hits there.
Ooh.
Good reactions by Dark Mago, though.
Sneaky little play from Matthew during all that. Does manage to slow down that Satanic that was coming out to Bryle. Still needs the Reaver, of course, but slow it down a bit. So the
You looking for an ulti?
Well, they'll drop the ulti. Oh, a nice hit as Sacred goes into the back lines, but he does manage to land the Starbreaker. Boat coming through. He's going to whiff, so that's a lot of those big spells over on the side of Thunder. But they do not have. Panda still holding very patiently with that Chain Frost. So if they group up, like maybe like this movie, they're jumping it over onto Matthew. We'll get these Chain Frost bounces. It's gonna get a couple here. Can they do enough damage over to Tomato, though, is the question. Global Silence gets used, and Sacred just cut off from the rest of his team because trying to hit as much as he can, trying to stay alive, but again, Sacred just not able to get there quite fast enough. It's another kill here for Tomato. Panda and they try to run back into the space. They bought back on the Dawnbreaker for that Solar Guardian, and it didn't end up working out. And Bryle, you can see here, just wants to finish. They call GG.
They call it, they know when they're beat, they're down. No buyback on the Dawnbreaker, and GG TSM take. That's going to tie up the series. Beautiful last fight there by Moon Meander. The blink reaction from Monkey King. Like, Monkey throws out the ulti and immediately follows up with a stun, but the moment he sees those clone warriors running out from the Wukong's command, he blinks to safety there. It almost looked like he got stunned because it was, you know, so close that that Boundless Strike landed. But gets out to safety and also connects with a very nice blink in later when the blink came off cooldown again.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful fissure, just having them in the choke point on the side of Thunder Awaken. Perfect setup for that fissure, the Echo, and now they just get to chase them down one by one because already they're just 3 dead immediately. And even coming back here, chase is on, and it felt like Thunder, they had this game super early on, but definitely, you know, the patience coming out from TSM And also just the overextension from Thunder earlier. I think this is the fight too, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the fight where they throw a little bit. I think here, this is the fight they're going to be beating themselves up about because they kept chasing for more, or rather, they were running away and then they had the idea to turn it around. And this is a wild brawl as well. That full chain frost going off, the Wukong's command, they just start standing there and fighting under it. The dodge with the mischief coming out, staying alive a long time on Monkey King with that frost shield as well on him. But at the end of the day, it's TSM who are just able to somehow clutch this out.
Yeah, I mean, in the fight of the Americas, like, both of these teams very, very talented. And again, TSM, they needed this victory. Right now, Thunder's sitting very, very nice in their position. But TSM is possibly going to be, you know, relegated out of the tournament, which you don't want. You want to be here. You want to stay. It's a long flight from NA to Singapore, guys. They want to continue here to fight and play in the international and play in front of a crowd. So, yeah, that last little death from the tower, but you know what? He already did his job. He served his purpose. If you had to pick an MVP, Waga, who impressed you the most here?
I think Moon Meander for me was probably the standout. I don't know. Moon Meander had generally really good initiations here, and the way he played together with Tomato. I think Tomato had a few moments where he didn't BKB early enough, or had a little bit of failed initiation, or thought that he was strong enough at certain points. But his combination play together with Moon was really beautiful. They managed to chain stun so much between the Fissure initiation, the jump in from the Marcy, and then the aftershock as well from the Enchant Totem and the ulti. So they really found themselves on the map in a good way and managed to combo. But you could also make a case for Braille. He was definitely carrying this game from the physical damage aspect. He was standing his ground and dealing good damage with the SF.
Wait, you said his first name was Jonathan on that screen?
Whose name is Jonathan?
Braille. Maybe
Braille?
I misread. I saw like a bunch of names over there. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't looking right though. I thought his first name is actually Braille. Maybe it was I saw Jonas there and just didn't see it. But anyways, yeah, no, I love the way that TSM adjusted because Thunder, they're a team that like to play fast. The first game there, we saw just how fast and aggressive they were playing. Second game, they got their comfort heroes and they looked good on them until it got to a certain point where they picked up that Marcy, and I think the Marcy was definitely the right play. Getting Tomato on something that's going to be able to fight earlier, giving Bra, you know, the Shadow Fiend, just the adjustment, so that way you had, you know, one that was very, very tempo, and then one that could sit back and farm a little bit more and do all that damage.
Yeah, no, they did a great job understanding how to deal with the aggressive gameplay that was bound to happen, and yeah, the game played out pretty much as we expected, right? With Thunder Awaken coming in, wanting to just clash and battle, of course, as always. But TSM this time more prepared against it with that carry Marcy. It was an intelligent way to draft against Thunder Awaken in particular, I think.
Shout out to Dubu too. We do have him on screen earlier as our MVP. He had 36 int stolen by the end of the game. So good positioning, some very good ultis. You know, Korean Dota, there are dozens of us. You know, come watch us. It's
and he
great.
died the least as a support.
Yeah.
He had only 2 deaths in the entire game, 7, 2, and 23. Certainly a really strong performance by him too here in game 2. So yeah, TSM, at least they don't get too owed by Thunder Awaken. That would be absolutely terrible news for them. But they did drop one more game. They're still in a crucial spot in the group stage. So good luck to them in their final matchup. Who's it they're playing at? Fnatic? Yeah, Fnatic is their final one.
Yeah. So they
That'll
do
be,
have
tough.
one more game where they can try to prove themselves. It's not going to be on this channel, though, because what's coming up on this channel is some more South American Dota and a little bit of Western Europe. This is going to be an exciting game, Waga. We've got Team Liquid versus the Dark Horses Hokuri. So definitely want to stick around. We're going to go to a short break. Go get ready. Get hyped up. This is going to be an awesome series when we come back.
Miljoonat pelaajat ympäri maapallon ovat jo yli vuosikymmenen ajan pelanneet Dotaa, strategiapelien mestariteosta. 2 5 pelaajan joukkuetta, Radiant ja Dire, kohtaavat suurella taistelukentällä tavoitteenaan tuhota vastustajan päärakennus, Ancient, ja voittaa näin peli. Matkalla on kuitenkin monta mutkaa. Ennen pelin alkua jokainen pelaaja valitsee itselleen sankarin yli 100 vaihtoehdon joukosta. Jokaisella sankarilla on omat taikansa, vahvuudet ja heikkoudet. Sankareiden valinnan jälkeen joukkueet kohtaavat suurella taisteluareenalla ja pyrkivät tuhoamaan vastustajan sankareita ja tietokoneen ohjaamia kätyreitä. Näin pelaajat saavat sankarilleen kokemuspisteitä, joilla sankari saa parempia taikoja, sekä kultaa, jolla sankarille saa ostettua esineitä, jotka tekevät siitä vahvemman ja monipuolisemman taistelijan. Kun sankareista tulee riittävän vahvoja, on aika lähteä tuhoamaan vastustajien joukkueen torneja. Niitä on kaikilla 3 linjalla matkalla kohti päärakennusta. Joukkueella on mahdollisuus hankkia lisäetua haastamalla mahtavan Roshanin, joka kuollessaan pudottaa Aegiksen, esineen, jonka poiminut sankari herää kuoltuaan uudelleen henkiin. Kun tornit on tuhottu, voi joukkue alkaa hyökkäämään vastustajan tukikohtaan. Tukikohdassa on useita barrackseiksi kutsuttuja parakkeja, jotka tuhoamalla vahvistavat hyökkäävän joukkueen tietokoneohjattuja kätyreitä. Barracksien takana odottaa Ancient, päärakennus, jota vielä suojaa viimeinen pari puolustavia torneja. Peli päättyy, kun jommankumman joukkueen Ancient tuhotaan, tai jompikumpi joukkue sanoo GG, mikä tarkoittaa good game, eli hyvä peli. Tämä on Dota 2.
Ja dramatiikkaan. Tämä on Dota 2. Hyvää huomenta kaikille. Ja onko meillä Nota herännyt? Pitäisi olla herännyt, mutta onko mutella? Sitä kuulu mitään. Huomenta saatana. GG, mikä tarkoittaa good game, eli hyvä peli. Meillä on porukka kysellä paljon liittyen näihin vodeihin, minä nyt käytin nämä ylimääräiset tunnit hyödyksi ja säädin meidän striimin sellaiseen kuntoon, että musiikkia nyt ei vodeihin enää tule, eli vodit ovat nyt sitten päällä. Eli näitä pystyy sitten ögaamaan jälkilähetyksenä joko Twitchistä tai YouTuben puolelta. Mutta vielä kertaalleen oikein hyvää huomenta kaikille tasapuolisesti ja näin. Eka drafti. Tuttuja on bännit. Undying. Vois vielä puulissa Hokorin näköjään aloittaa. Ja homman nimihan on hyvin simppeli tälle päivälle, jos nyt joku ei tiennyt, niin yhdellä karttavoitolla Liquid varmistaa paikan upper brackettiin. Eli lähellähän tässä ollaan.
Yeah, and both these teams are sitting good in the group stage. I mean, this is the last day, so a lot of the games are very clutch for placements here, but neither of these teams are at any risk of elimination.
Vastustajahan on vielä siinä mielessä, se on kysymysmerkki. Tässä on vähän silleen ikävä, että B-lohkon sijoitukset on vielä auki. Ja kyseinen lohko pelaa vielä viimeisen kierroksen tosiaan tämän ottelusarjan jälkeen. Ja alkosijoitukset on siis selvillä tämän kierroksen. Tämä on viimeinen kierros, tämä on viimeinen peli siis kaikille tällä kierroksella. Tasapelejähän siellä voi tulla, eli niitä tiebreakereita todennäköisesti pelataan vielä sitten Joo, itse asiassa täällä spekuloidaan ihan samaa. Katsotaan tuosta nyt nopeasti vielä, että miltä se näyttää nyt. Ei mennä tuohon Group B:hen nyt, mutta meillä on itse asiassa tällä hetkellä EG varmistanut lohkon kärkipaikan 14-2 ennen viimeistä päivää. Siellä ei ole mitään panosta tuohon viimeiseen peliin enää. Ne pelaa Boomia vastaan, jolla puolestaan on pakko voittaa. Pakko voittaa itse asiassa molemmat pelinsä EG:tä vastaan, jos aikovat vielä teoriassa päästä pudotuspeleihin tai breakerin kautta. Mut joo, unohdetaan toi. PSG LGD, ekan päivän jälkeen pelkkiä voittoja kakkospäivänä, ovat Liquidin kanssa tasapisteessä lähettäessä viimeiseen päivään. Siellä pelataan viimeinen peli Petboomia vastaan, joka myöskin tarvitsee voittoja. Eli se ei ole mikään läpihuutojuttu, mutta oletusarvo, että PSG LGD ottaa molemmat tästä. Jos käy niin, että PSG LGD ja Liquid voittaa molemmat pelinsä, molemmat sarjansa, niin silloin pelataan tiebreakerin kakkospaikasta. No terve, minä oon tässä sua huhuillut, mutta ei kuulu.
We see like Liquid in a very good spot to do the same here if they
Hello?
get a single win here, and at worst probably a tiebreaker for upper bracket. So very impressive stuff from the last chance.
Siis eikö mun ääni muka kuulu?
Unknown small teams coming from last chance qualifiers of Team Liquid and Secret, right? Nobody ever heard of them before.
No, it's exciting time for sure. So we're seeing that each of these teams definitely have done their homework. They're taking out heroes that
Hello?
are very strong, things that the other team loves to run.
Halo?
Especially that the
Halo?
Primal Beast
Kuuluuko?
and the Marcy have just been
Juu.
super
No niin,
popular.
täällä mä oon huhuillut.
Enigma and the,
Ei oo kuulunut mitään silleen niinku, en tiedä.
Onko, kun äijä oli tosiaan muteella tossa, niin.
Mulla oli vaan
Mitä?
Mulla oli vaan mikki mutella, ei mulla mitään muuta ollut.
No niin, no ihmekkäs, että jos on näitä paljon kuulunut.
En mä oon huutanut mitään, mä tulin nyt vasta kun drafti alkoi. Halo?
No niin, elikkä et ollut silloin, kun tällä drafti alkoi. Joo, no ihmekkäs. No mutta joka tapauksessa, ekat herrat on pikatolissa. Just laskeskelin näitä meidän lohkotilanteita. Mä refressaan ton chatin tossa, ilmeisesti vähän pukaa toikin. Mut ai meille kuuluu molemmat. Jaa. Täällä on ollut hyvät chatit kyllä. Mulla oli chattikin hyytänyt jossain vaiheessa ja mä en tosiaan kuullut notaa huutelua ollenkaan. No, ei mitään, kaikki on nyt hyvin.
Joo. Näppi pango. Liquidiltä. Jeppi aika perusti tulon tuo uuden vihulle, ei niinku. No kyllä. Ja uutta auringon alla, että pango ihan solidi hyvä ero. Pukki vastaan pango. Pango pukki matchappi vähän silleen, että pukki on ihan ok pangoa vastaan, mutta sit taas pangokin on hyvä pukkiin vastaan, että kun puki ultista pangoa ei päästä mihinkään hyppiin, mutta sit taas tosiaan myöskin pukilla vähän sama, että jos sä pango ultissa vaan kuolee. Kyllä overall niinku aika niinku molemmat on hyviä toisiaan, se vasta, mutta pango ehkä sitten paremmin lateessa, tai mitkä missä lateessa. DP Voidi meni bänniin. Mitä se pitää siis niin, että Liquidi pääsee upper-projektiin, pitääkö tässä voittaa molemmat, riittääkö yksi peli?
Yksi riittää, siis yksi mappi riittää siihen, että varmistetaan paikka sinne upperiin, mutta sijoitus on tietysti auki, riippuu vähän PSG LGDn peleistä tästä. Että sitä on vähän turha vielä spekuloida, mutta
Joo.
jos voitetaan molemmat, niin sitten ollaan vähintään tiebreakerissa kakkospaikasta, mutta sekin on just, että kun ei tiedä yhtään että
niin.
mikä niin kuin, tiedätkö, että onko kakkos- vai kolmossija, onko parempi, kun sitä ei tiedä mitään.
Joo. Secretkin voitti Asterin 2, tulee aika vakuuttavasti heiltä, ja Tuntraha ilmeisesti vahvisti itsensä upper-bracketissä.
Joo, ne droppasi yhden pelin TSM vastaan.
Joo. Jänni asioita on tapahtunut tänäänkin, että Taloni voittaa Entity tuolla, tai voitti jo.
Joo.
Sitten Beast Ghost voitti Spiritiltä, sekin on vähän outoa. Taloni voittaa, tai kun niin, siis Taloni voittaa.
Spiritti on ollut aika pulmissa oikeesti. Niillä on ollut tosi
joo, en tiedä mikä homma. Me ei kyllä oo, ne on vaan pelannut päin. No
tosi
joo,
vaikea lohkovaihe tarkoitan, että niinku se ei oo lähtenyt. PSG pelaa Boomia vastaan, niin eiköhän se 2-0. No lähtökohta on joo näin, mutta niin kuin Petboomikin, ne pelaa Petboomia vastaan muistaakseni PSG jälkeen. Mutta joka tapauksessa niin ne tarvii Petboomikin tarvii voittoa, jos ne haluaa varmistaa paikan.
Jep.
Huomenta lihis. Täällä eletään jännittäviä hetkiä. todella jännittäviä hetkiä. He Bloodseeker. Jotkut Hermanit kutsuvat Bloodseekeria Blueseekeriksi jostain kumman syystä. En tiedä miksi, mutta älkää aloitte semmoisia.
Seekeri ja pangoa vastaan, että paras konttori mitä voi olla, että tykkään kyllä tosta pikistä. Myös niinku overall ihan
Orava.
solidi hero, että tuo niinku pöhinää niin sanotusti ja on niinku hyvä silleen overall niinku ennäs on vähän tämmönen niinku jos haluu mennä päälle ja tapella koko ajan, niin se siihen soveltuva hero. Yksi sitten tuli Liquidiltä, että nyt sillä toki on se pango, niin Inukeri tuskin tulee okei, Lone Druidi, matun hero, ihan hyvä tähän peliin myöskin. Voidaan pistää itse asiassa jopa pukki vasta, jos halutaan epäilen. Tää voi olla se offi-pango vielä, jos haluu. Periaatteessa mä ite tekin sen varmaan tässä kohtaa. Tuo pango on niin niinku Bloodseeker vähän silleen niinku, että sä oikein pelaa peli, jos sä oot Bloodseeker vastaan. Tai voit, mutta ei se hauskaa oo, niin mä veikkaan tässä kohtaa Liquidia vaan silleen, että joo, no me pango sinne offille vaan, että ei kiinnosta. Ja tonne voidaan nyt painaa midin tai Safelle. Ja nythän siellä on silleen Srakki vielä puulissa, sekin voidaan ottaa, jos halutaan.
Mut ihan, että saatiin matun El Doge, se on yleensä mennyt kyllä bänneihin tossa kakkosfeissä. Siellä olisi ollut putkea ja muutakin itse saatavilla kyllä, että aika paljon matuheroja vielä auki. Oli.
Tää on tosi hyvä Android-peli kyllä, että niinku tykkään tosta pikistä tosi paljon.
Paljon sulla on muuten bannikellossa aikaa?
0, 4, 4, 3, 4, 2, 4, 1.
Ressaa striimin. No niin, joo. Otettiin tässä niin sanotusti sekunnit kiinni, mutta joo. Olkaa hyvä Ansa. Ihanaa. Ja hyvää huomenta kaikille aamuvirkkuille, jotka ovat heränneet täällä jännittämään koko kansan Lassen viimeistä teitä. Visake banni. Eläintarha banni. Meloni banni. Huomenta vaan, nyt kun on jännä äärellä. Kyllä se tietysti nyt ollaan jännä äärellä, kun painetaan niin lohkon viimeistä peliä, viimeistä kierrosta. Niin. Oliko se omassa draftissa vaan eläimiä ja yksi mummo, jolla vaihepuolet? No niin. Hyvä ressu, siinä on omistautumista. Ei voi muuta kuin arvostaa.
Piisti meni bänniin, Visake. Ihan hyvin bänneen.
Tosin nyt on reserviaikaa, on vielä ihan älyttömästi.
Beastie-bännistä mä tykkään tosi paljon, se skaalaa hyvin Lonenkaan ja Beastie ulti olisi tosi hyvä tähän peliin, niinku Bloodseekeri ihan Beastie ulti, että se oli tosi hyvä bänni. Tietysti oletetaan, että pango menee vielä midiin sitten Hokorilta, mutta joo, Marssi on hyvä Loneen vastaan, ei oikein pysty lähteä sit mihinkään ja overall ihan solid hero.
Vyöti ja sitten tulee verta perseestä, jep. Toi on kyllä pangolle aika haastava.
Tässä kumminkin on nyt se niinku, että Hokori haluu niinku vaan nyt. Tuo voi olla UD3, olla suppakin, mutta Hokori just haluu vaan niinku joku mähinäeron. Ide ja Mars on oikein hyvin bänniä molemmat. Mietin just mitä Hokori tässä voi nyt sitten pikata. Hyvä ero Loneen vastaan.
Pitääkö Liquid voittaa 2-0? Ei tarvii. Yksi mappivoitto riittää varmistamaan paikan. Neljän parhaan joukko. Hokori tarvii molemmat kartat.
Okei, Brewmaster. Joo.
Jaa.
Tykkään tosta pikistä kyllä oikein hyvä. Voi pistää karhu vaan ilmoihin ja
Eka panda meidän peleihin.
Pandaahan on vähän muokattu. Sehän akka on erilainen mitä aikaisemmin. Et nykyään sä saat permanentin yhden semmosen pandan sunkaan akalla.
Jaa, okei.
Joo, se on.
Joo, me ei ole vielä yhtään pandaa tosiaan nähty meidän peleissä tässä. Mitäs toi Linari linjataan? Tuliko tuolla mitään yllätyksiä?
Siis Panda, Hoodwink ja Bloodseeker putke nähtävästi, että tykkään tosi. Panda oli muista tosi hyvä pikki. Okei, pruudaanko? Tykkään Liquidille oikein hyvä. Tuo on just hyvä counterpikki uudet vasta ja hyvä Bloodseeker vasta kyllä linjallakin. Tykkään tosta. Toki Seekeri on. Broodi ei oikein tykkää Seekerin uutiset siinä mielessä vähän ikävä, mutta siis kyllä mä tykkään tosta pikistä. Aika tasaiset draftit, pakko sanoa. niinku silleen, että Liquidi... Mä en tiedä, miten tuo Panda hoodwinkki menee. Mun mielestä se on ainakin mun kirjoissa ihan vahva linja, pitäisi olla ihan fine, mut... Ja mä en oikein tiedä siis tosta... Tuolla nyt tuo helvetin Bloodseeker pangoo vastaan, et... Tietyllä tavalla... Kyllä tuo niinku... Kyllä tuo pystyy pelaamaan, mutta en tykkää. Ehkä olisin halunnut nähdä, että oltais pistetty vaan se pango sit tonne offille. Koska tässä oikeesti tulee käydä niin, että Bloodseeker vaan panaa ultiin pangoa juhlia ja sit se pango... Ei unplayable pangolla on sitten midgameista lähtien, mutta... Voi toimii! Kai siellä vähän hemmetin jotain linkkiä tehdään muuta, kun jotain vähän pelata Bloodseekerin ympärillä sitten. Mut... Broodi voittaa oran linjansa. Otti tulee olemaan varmaan tasainen. Voi olla kyllä, että Lonekin vaan, jos tulee ruutteja ja muuta, niin siinä voi tapahtua asioita, jotka kääntää linjan Liquidin voittoa. Midi, Puk, Pango. Pitäisi olla ihan fine Pangolle. Varmaan aika molemmat varmaa tyyliä. Pango voi ehkä tappaa Pukin. En näe, että Pango kuolee Pukille, ellei sillä oikeesti käy joku kunnon tapaturma. Jos draftista vielä yleisesti, niin... No... Hokorilla on Pandalla isot timingit, overall level 6 ja Akhanimi. Pandalla on nykyään myös passiivien kyky semmonen, että sulla on 3 stansseja, että sulla on se maastanse, tulistanse ja windstanse. Ja ne kaikki antaa sulle jotain juttuja. Jos mä ihan oikein muistan, niin se tulistanse taas antaa yli jotain damagea. Sitten maastanse taas antaa yli jotain, oliko se armoria ja magic ressua. Sitten se ei ollut Winston, se on Stormstance. Se antoi sulle jo evasio muun speedia. Ja Firestan se antoi sulle crittiä. Ja sitten totta kai ne niinkun bonukset aina niinkun toimii sen prevaamisen kanssa. Eli kun sä prevaat, niin sit saat niitä... Saat niinku niitä statseja vähän enemmän. Kolmenkertaisesti. Elikkä sä saat käytössä vaikka tosta Earastaan se esimerkiksi niin 60%. Ja armori, mitäs on nyt 7 kertaa 3? Se on 21, eikö se ole, joo.
Joo.
Ei.
Halo.
Joo.
On.
Vittu, että pukaa päässä, kun herännyt just.
No, Blackjack, niin. Perinteinen 3-7.
Kyllä, mutta siis silleen aika tankkiherra ja vahva linjalla. Ja toki sitten kun saa sen... Mä vähän pelottaa tuo Pandapykki, se on oikeesti yllättävää nyt kun miettii, että kun sä saat sen Akharimin, niin sä vaan pistät sen helvetin Stormipandan tulille ja nostatat vaan Lonetruidin karhu koko ajan tornadon, niin ei se voi tehdä mitään. Et siinä mielessä oikein nerokas pikki.
Joo. Pikku häiriköinti runelaisen enempää kerrottavaa jälkipolville. Olvar yritti tosiaan opettaa englannin lausumista, mutta ei auttanut. Joo, ei näköjään auttanut. Bloodseekerista tuli taas Bloodseekeri. Mutta ei se nimi Heroa pahaina eikä Hero nimeä. Matu midin tolla Eldogiella. Mitäs me nyt pärjätään tuon Pukkiin vasta?
No tää on itse asiassa hyvä päätös. Liquid pistää tää LD tänne midin, koska tähän tuhoaa ton Pukin täysin. Ja nyt tuo Pango Safe, niin mä tykkään tästä päätöksestä. Vähän tuossa alussa tarvitsi sanoakin, että tää voidaan tehdä tää päätös, jos halutaan, että... Se kuraa Matulle linja ja on niinku tosi hyvä just Pukki vastaan, että Lone niinku tuhoaa ton Pukin satanoilla kyllä tuolla midissä. Nyt oikein hyvä päätös heiltä tehdä tämä.
Sehän kelpaa meille. Yllällä taas Sai on vähän vaikea. Sai on ollut kyllä vähän semmonen riepoteltava kyllä tässä päivien aikana, että sillä on ollut vähän vaikeeta off-feelingia. Joukkueen on pelattu hyviä boksia. Katsotaan mitä boksi tekee. Boksi on ollut tosi näkyvä. Odotan häneltä jälleen kerran hermeettisiä pelauksia.
Ja tää midi on aika lailla silleen, että Pukki farmaa tuolla, mutta oikeesti jos Lone ruuttaa oikeesti kohta, niin tuo Pukki vaan kuolee. Että on niinku oikein hyvä päätös, että peli nyt aika lailla kulminoituu tuohon Lonetruidin timingeihin ja Broodin timingeihin, että tää Pango niinku... No se nyt on tuolla joo, mut silleen niinku, että tuo Bloodseekeri, niin se tulee kyllä kiduttamaan sitä. Hokorilla sitten taas, jos katsotaan heidän timingeensa, niin Bloodseekerin totta kai levelit, pukin timingit, saa blinkin, saa sen witchbladein leveleet ylipäätänsä, level 6, level 7. Toki hyvä teamfightti, siellä on myös näppi totta kai Liquidillä, että on tuossa näpiltä teamfightti ja pangulut, siinä tosi iso boosti myöskin.
Joo. Täällä vaan härkitään. Joo, Matulla menee tää midi tosi hyvin, niin kuin sanoitkin. Ei tässä ole mitään häthää. Pukki on vähän purnukas. No sit kuitenkin saanut farmia tossa jonkin verran.
On pieni chanssi. On itse asiassa aika iso chanssi, että Spiritti menee lower brackettiin, jota aika mielenkiintoista. Aika ne vien paljon chanssi, että menee upper brackettiin. Juu, jep. Täällä on itse asiassa Noxville tehnyt laskelmat, niin just tässä avasin tän taulukon. Niin. Tän mukaan Secret Tundra, no niin Securan on upper bracketti. Tundra vaikka nähtävästi myöskin, kuten myös Aster. Jota on siis Group B:stä puhutaan.
Ai sielläkö on jo upper bracket paikat selvillä?
2 joukkojen osalta kyllä.
Just luettelit 4.
Ja niin, mutta tässä on sit 86%, 79%. Ja...
Elikkä Tundralla ja Secretillä on varmat. Sitten Aster ja Thunder Awaken tällä hetkellä 3.
Ja oi, iso tappo saille. Molemmat lähti. Tää on hyvä. Loot-sikkeri vähän slovata ja saadaan niinku tupla. Niin tosi hyvin pelattu kyllä. Liquidiltä hyvä startti tähän pelille. Just sitä mitä tarvitaankin, että saadaan niinku shutdownattua sikkeriä eikä saada sitä, ei lähde liian käyntiin. Sikkerikin on vähän semmonen herra, että jos se lähtee lapaista, se on tosi hyvä.
Mä tässä nopeasti katoin vielä tuota B-lohkon tilannetta, eli viimeisen kierroksen peli on Aster Spirit, eli Spirit tarvii voitot käytännöstä jommasta kummasta, eli yhdellä voitolla pääsee tasapisteisiin Thunder Awakenin kanssa, jos se häviää molemmat pelinsä viimeisellä kierroksella, joka on tietysti epätodennäköistä. Pelot Beast vastaan tulee siellä aika jännittävä loppu kyllä tälle lohkolle.
Nopis, mutta tapahtuu taas. Tätä Seekerin kuulla uudelleen. Oi.
Tää on aika vaikee. Lumiere.
No joo, hetkonen, kuolinkin itse.
Undying kyllä haiseva.
Joo, sillä väliin alhaalla boksina käyn tappo tuon Woodwinkin. On taas Observeri kyllä kujalla. Mun on pakko sanoa kyllä, että tässä kun ollaan näitä pelejä katseltu, niin joskin peleissä nämä Observerit on ihan vitun kuistella. Mä ymmärrän kyllä, että on paljon pelejä, mitä pitää Observerit, mutta vähän voisi tsempata, että... Joo.
Joo. Joo, siis teoriassa on mahdollista, kun kattelin itse asiassa tuossa tilastoja, niin on ihan täysin mahdollista vielä, että Spiritti pullahtaa vielä ulos, jos se häviää molemmat pelisen loppuun. Teoriassa mahdollista vielä jäädä 80 rekordia ja 80 ei välttämättä mene jatkoon, mutta se on aika epätodennäköistä, että näin käy, mutta se on täysin mahdollista. Joo, täällä mennään. Karrikki, no eikä mitään. Ei ole menohaluja, tykkään tästä.
Midissäkin mä tuon nyt varmaan tähän puskeen, kun tullut tosi grippi. Ihan topis mennä. Woodwinkille käy roteita, mutta ei saada mitään. Hyvä juttu Liquidille. Nyt sieltä tuli turha rotata ja nyt toki tuo panda yksin tuolla alhaalla, nyt siellä vois miettiä jotain. Tappojuttu, tosi pango aika lauha. On molemmat itse aika lauha. Midi. Ruutti, feari. No niin, siitä feari. Ei tuu ruuttia. Hän pitää vielä harjoitella tuolla Netrudin pelaamista matu, että... Kun se olisi ollut pro-pelaa, niin olisi ruutannut tossa.
Joo. Täällä käydään hakee boksia. Mitäs vittua tänne tapahtuu? No haaste päällä. Ai! Puki ulti! Oisko se ruutti? Ei! Mitä?
Ei riitä.
Miten tää boksi menee hengissä?
Kyllä nyt lähti.
No nyt tulee se ruutti, tuli myöhässä. Otetaan tämäkin.
No joo, lähellä oli kyllä pukki kyllä sähtynyt, mutta sillä oli haaste, niin tää oli ihan hyvä. Tää oli ihan fine. Mä tulen tappoja. Joo, peripää hyvä nosto. Itekin vähän ihmettelin suuresti, että miksi JJ ei tuota palkattu, että on oikeesti niinku edelläkävijä muutenkin opsaushommissa, että todella outoa on, mutta...
Se on, kato, jos halvemmalla saa muita, niin eikö se
niin.
näkyy oikeastaan. Matu täällä vaan haisee pörrää pukkia ajataan täältä helvettiin. Tää mirilinja on niinku aivan roskiksessa Hokorilla. Hei, minkälaista itembuildia Eldogelle tämmöiseen peliin? Samaan aikaan käydään hakee Undying. No, Ude ei kyllä kuole. Ai.
No sieltä tradettiin. Pitäis, mutta en kyllä pääse, kun pukilla on 6. Ei oo kyllä, ei oo ulti näköjään, jep, nyt tulee. Tai kyllä tähän myös sai lähtee, jep.
Mut niin.
Isoja tappoja Hokorille.
Eldogen itembuildi, mitäs tuolle tehdä?
No varmaan ihan perussetti, että mennään tohon Mask Madnessiin to Deso, että sehän on se mitä sille yleensä tehdään. Ja sitten sen jälkeen voidaan vähän kahtella, voidaan tehdä AC:ta tai muuta vastaavaa, mutta siis on yleensä se millä niin Lonelle lähdetään tekemään itemeitä tai Basherikin. Momi Deso, ase. On se perussetti.
Häkätään uuteen alhaalla. Samaan aikaan Matu puskee 8 minuutin kohdalla tätä minitornin.
Joo, Lunetrudi on aika vahva. Lunetrudi on vahva hero siinä mielessä, että tuo karhu kyllä tekee ihan hulluina rakennuksia, jossa päästään tolle irti. Ja nyt tietää kyllä, että kun on silleen level 8, niin pystyy vähän pelaamaan aggressiivisesti. Uuteen kyllä lähtee tästä. Lähtee tästä vähintään. Ja...
Mielellään otettais pukiin tosta teitä ihan riippuu.
Joo.
Joo, minitornia tappo siihen, Matu on aivan käynnissä.
Just tuosta Group A, tätä calculation, elikkä EG Sekurannu, 99,9% varmuuden LGD, 99,2% samoin Liquid. Sitten tossa RNG 57%, Hokori 25%.
Mihin ne prosentit, miten ne on mukaan laskettu?
Tää on laskettu todennäköisesti laskenut, missä on rankattu koko vuoden tulosten perusteella ja muiden perusteella.
Okei.
No onks Ville kyllä laskenut on aika legit, että...
Joo, mutta tässä TI:ssä on nää tulokset ollut vähän erikoisia välillä, niin... Vähän, mutta
joo, mutta tähän näihin statistiikkaan on totta kai TI:nkin tulokset näitä on tapahtunut.
Mutta joka tapauksessa niin hyvin selkeitä ja helppoa matematiikkaa toi on, että ei siinä.
Juu, mut siis
sen kummemmin laskea, se on yksi
mielenkiintoista kyllä, jos OG menee lower brackettiin, että tossa nyt on tää päivä tärkeä OGlle, että asioita tapahtuu, että... Kummin 82% todennäköisesti menee tonne lower brackettiin, että se on kyllä aika mielenkiintoista. Spiritti oikein meillä vataalle. Tosiaan hyvä, kun lower bracket round 1, Spirit vastaa OG. No niin, asia kunnossa. Molemmat hymy huulilla varoon pelailemassa siellä.
Oho, eikö se PO1 mega yhdessä?
Joo.
Tultiin poikaan pelittele. Linjausvaihe on aika hyvin kyllä hanskassa. Kullan suhteen ei ole päästy karkkuun, mutta Matu vaan puskee toppa kerrallaan täällä eikä oikeastaan mitään nyt tehtävissä. Sikkeri lähtenyt mehtää.
Joo, sillä on kohta Master valmiina Sikkerille, vaikka selkeä nähdään BKB. Tää Lumieren pakko kyllä sanoa Hokori, että niinku nyt, vaikka tässä nyt tällä hetkellä Liquid näyttää hyvältäkin, niin Hokori on oikeesti tässä turnauksessa niinku ottanut isoja voittoja. Kaikki piti tätä niinku joukkuetta turnauksen heittopussina ja megafarssina, mutta niinku pakko sanoa, että nyt esimerkiksi tätä Liquidia vastaankin. Joo, no tällä hetkellä Liquid näyttää hyvältä, mutta ei tätä ihan niinku stomppi vielä oo. Ja otti kumminkin LGDn 2-0, otti RNGn 2-0. Joo, on oikeesti semmosia päänahkoja, mihin oikeesti voi olla ylpeä. Ja kumminkin kun on tullut tuolta... mistä Hokorit tuli? Niin Hokorit tuli tuolta regionaalkuolesta.
Regionaalista, joo.
Jep, ja siellähän siis kävi tämmönenkin asia, että... Hokori voitti sen vaan sen takia, että siellä oli vastustajoukkueen nettiongelmia. Että hän sai silloin siitä...
Tässä on tämmönen tausta vielä.
Joo, ja siinä oli joku semmonenkin vielä, että... Siellä oli vissi joku tuhma kourieri nimi, semmonen N-sana nimi kourieri jollakin joukkueella, niin sitten Hokorilla oli sitä vastaan joku hullu advantage. Et ne oli yli saanut, miten se oli, että ei ollut yhtään aikaa, pikkiaikaa sille vastustaa joukkueella. En muista joukkueen nimeä kenellä se on, kertoo. Niin Hokorilla on ollut tämmöset niinku apupyörät silleen, että ne on päässyt teisiin ja kaikkihan piti, että joo, ne varmaan menee 0-16 ja lähtee helvettiin, mutta nyt sit oikeesti ollakin käynnissä, niin kyllä niinku voi ylpeitä olla hommista. Ihan Root? No joo, ei tarvinnut.
Joo, aika kovaa tarinaa siellä. Siellä kyllä porukka rakentaa, mutta
No käsikirjoitussa sanoi, että Hokori on TI-voittaja.
Mitä?
Käsikirjoitussa sanoi, että Hokori on TI-voittaja.
No niin. Looking for
joo,
Matu.
hetkonen.
Joo, desolaattori. Okei. Desolator. Ollaan T kyllä vielä pystyssä, siinäpä se muuten ollaan aika hyvin saatu tätä hommaa haltuun. Mikäs mitä vittua täällä on T2 kohilla ja linjapuska. Aika kovaa pusku täytyy sanoa kyllä early gameissa. Boxi. Nice little D-ward. Juu, live otsit 826 Hokorille. Eiks toi jos vähän semmonen kerro, että voi se melkein lyödä?
Kyllä mä olisin pettymies, niin kyllä mä tohon löysin mitään vittua.
Älytön live kerro.
Joo, niinku tää kumminkin peli on silleen, joo Liquidille hyvä alku, on toisti auki. Tää ei oo myöskään semmonen niinku, että Lonetruidille ja mä puhuin, että hyvä peli, mut kyllähän tuolla on hyppyä siihen, on tuo Previn akkakin esimerkiksi, että outo on kerroin suoraan sanottuna. En tiedä mihin perustuu tuo, mutta kyllä nyt jos tästä oisin pro pettanut, varmaan pikku haku lähtis nyt tohon Hokorille.
Joo, sama akka se orava muuntajassa. Mitäs vittua täällä vielä tapahtuu? Täällä on pukki, täällä on pruudi. Näytä vähän haaskasta siltä, että haluttais tuo toppitorni vähän niinku ottaa. Matua ei kiinnosta, Matu painaa tätä yksinään.
No, Matu voidaan lähteä T2 nyt tässä ainakin pokemaan, että Hokorin pitää sit vähintään defata ja... Joo,
Siis täällä lähtee T2 oikeesti ylhäältä ihan just.
Kannalla ei ole tekemistä akkaa vielä, että heuran myötä. Tulee just perus raidback, mikä on tärkeintä, kun siellä nyt Broodille tulee se raidback timingi, niin halutaan... Sitä vastaan joo, T2 lähtee, että...
Ainoa vaan, että siis... Tässä on vähän, no... Matu. Ulti käytetty. Siis mä vaan niinku tässä mietin... Et sä niinku, onks sulla niinku, kerkeetkö sä buildaa? Ja kerkeetkö sä buildaa vittu tää Arcanimissa ja tämmösen peliin? Tää näyttää ihan täydellä farssi.
Ei se Arcan nyt silleen... Ei se Arcan niin iso, että review-uutisetkin tulee kumminkin tuo, että... On semmonen hyvä lisä. Oho, nyt muuten...
Matu ei oo halua enää tapella. No farssihan tämä on.
Ei on. Ai, tää on kyllä farssi. Pikkeri sai tosta aika paljon. Näytti aika hyvältä, kun saatiin niinku siihen uuteen tapettua niinku fightti käytössä alkoi ja sai toki tompin pystyyn, mut siinä nähtiin, pistettiin karhu vaan ilmoihin, niin ei tuolla ne tee mitään. Mut Tii oli sanomassa, että kato, kun tuolla on tuo Broodi ja tiedät, että sieltä tulee se raidback timingi myöskin, niin sun on pakko tehdä. Pakko tehdä myöskin sitten. Oho, pukki on kuule damage ultilla ja...
Tossa muuten nähdään vielä toi.
Joo, tässä nähdään. Eli pistetään tompi maahan. Joo, Matu painaa ultihan siis tuossa Loneessa tosi jotain. Nyt nähdään. Karhu menee heti ilmaan. Ei tuo tee mitään damage. Karhu on tuolla tornadossa pyörii vaan huutaa, että auttakaa nyt, että sitten mitä auttaminen on.
Oi.
Ja sit on taas tornadossa. On 2 kertaa tornadossa. Momi pää tornadossa. Ei tuolla damage niinku Loneen karhua. No nyt se tuli sieltä joo, mutta tässä vaiheessa on vähän vielä myöhäistä, kun Matu on ihan kuollut jo melkein, että...
Hieno tapainaa sitä F-vitosta.
Hyvä tappelu Hokorille, että niinku... No, Pekka kerroin nyt askenut huomattavasti, että...
Niin, äsken oli ikkuna.
Niin.
Äsken oli ikkuna pettoreille.
Kyllä, juuri näin.
Paljon se on kellossa? Mulla on 16, 21, 22.
Joo, mä oon näkään vähän jäljessä.
Mäkin vähän niinku puheesta päättelin, että on vähän jäljessä. Okei, se oli Rolling Thunder ja sen jälkeen servut vähän vittu, että on muuten unitteja. Mutta mä unitti uskon jo.
Joo, Walking Deadit tuolilla tuota.
Joo.
Joo, hyvä tappelu. Liquidilla voitettiin, saatiin pukkia uuden.
Olisikohan mahtava Rossani vaikka nyt matuu tuohon
No kyllä
hakemaan.
se ois joo. Mikä sulla on nyt kellossa?
47, 48, 49.
Mä pari sekuntia, 1 sekunnin eellä, mutta...
Ei se sille ei oo väli.
Joo, mennään hakettua. Rossani tässä ja tuota... Siellä on nyt Basheri tulossa seuraavaksi sitten.
Huomenta Furi voimakas. Huomenta.
Tää on itse asiassa pakko pointata tästä tappelusta, että ison 1 tunnin. Saa kolmen miehen 1 tunnin. Ja sen lisäksi se, että niinku saadaan tuo pukki tapettua, käyn se niinku se ei saa mitään ulos. Et se oli niinku tässä niinku isot tekijät. Hän oli noin tompeja tuolla jo
joo, ihmekään, että oikeesti opsaajallakin lakaa. Veikka, että pelaajallakin oikeesti sattuu jo vähän nykyään.
Joo, siis se on... Lingit on aina vähän pukittanut peliä. Et muistaa aikanaan kun Spectre ultas. Et jos on niitä Brutingilla hakkaamaan Spectre haamuun, niin koko peli, niin koko serulla kasvaa ihan... Mä en tiedä mikä ihme juttu siinä oli. Mä itse asiassa reportoin sen Valvelle beta-tiimille ja sitten vissiin fiksassa, mutta se oli vähän hauska kyllä, että... Servu siis käytännössä jääty, kun sä pistit Broodlingit hakkaamaan Spectre ulti haamuun, että oli vähän outoa.
Huomenta Suurturus, aamumodi-hommia. 7:47 kello, no joo. Ite on herännyt taas 1 yöllä jo.
Mennään muuten taas...
Vähän innoittavasti hakkaa ton Bloodseeker kyllä, mutta ei saa kyllä tappoa.
No ei oo bashia, niin nyt juonteles karkuun ja... Hetkonen.
Ja mummo vaan tulittaa.
Riittää.
Tästä nyt oikein tapahtuu. Hetkinen, opsaaja aivan kännissä, no käydään hakettaa.
Okei, siinä ilmanen. Noniin.
Otetaan tosi ikritästä. Nousi jo ahkerista 7 itse. Se on ihan oikein. Kyllä tämmönen peli kannattaa katsoa. Nyt on niinku ison panoksen matsi. Ja samaan aikaan siellä muuten PSG LGD pelaa lohkosijoituksen kannalta isoa peliä. Mikäs siellä on tilanne? PSG LGD vastaan Petboomi. Mä sen avaan huvikseen tohon itselleni.
No 2-0 PSG LGD joo, mutta voitan se avata.
Onks pelattu?
Huumori mielessä. No ei, mutta mun kirjoissa on pelattu.
No tietysti se pitäisi olla 2-0, mutta en mä nyt ihan lähtis aina tuota... Se eka mappi menossa 10-6 Petboomi johtaa. Kullassa PSG LGDllä pikku johto. Pidetään toi tossa niinku taustalla. Taustalla tuota meillä auki, että kysytään. Kärryllä. Tässä siis tosiaan ratkaistaan lohkon kakkospaikka käytännössä. Sen takia sen tossa pidän itterani auki. Mut joo. Perkele, kun tentti olisi tunnin päästä. Ei se mitään. Elää on millesken, kun se siitä lähtee. Kannattaisiko Liquidin trovaa Game 2, että tiputtais OK?
Ei saanut panda ulti. No nyt kyllä. Okei, joo. Liquid otti irti.
Juu, kaksi min saa vielä aikista, niin otetaan. Mä uskon, että kukaan lähtee trovaamaan pelejä niinku, jos taktikointi on silleen vähän niinku, ja siis kun eihän se niinku Liquidia kiinnosta, että mitä joukkueita A-lohkosta menee tiedättekö upper brackettiin, koska ekalla kierroksella ei sitä voi kalkuloida niin. Ekalla kierroksella pelataan joka tapauksessa B-lohkon vihua vasta.
Niin, jos haluaa olla paras, pitää ottaa kaikki.
Tietysti, mutta kyllähän sitä nyt pitää tietysti, totta kai sitä pitää miettiä, että ketä vastaan sä haluat pelata lähtökohtaisesti, niin se ammattilaisurheilussa menee. Mut joo, upperipaikka tietysti ensimmäisenä, mutta se, että kun tässä on vähän silleen taktikointi mahdotonta, että näitä niinku lohkojen viimeisen kierroksen pelejä ei pelata samaan aikaan, jota mä en taas ymmärrä, että minkä takia ei. Että A-lohko ei voi taktikoida ja B-lohko pelaa sitten tosiaan siinä vaiheessa kun A-lohko on jo loppunut, niin ne pelaa viimeisen kierroksen pelit, että ne pystyy katsoa vähän, että ketä vastaan haluaa upperissa tai lowerissa pelata. Mutta joka tapauksessa niin pyydäs Nota antamaan semmonen 5 lauseen selitys metasta. Tässä tuli vähän taukoa Dotka ja halus katsoa tästä teitä.
Viien sanan. Oliko se 5 lause?
5 lause.
Jos metaa aika fast facea tällä hetkellä, aika paljon keskitytään linjoihin ja miten ne menee. Oho, uuden muuten lähti. Siellä on kyllä topit lajilla, että nyt painettiin panda ulti. Nyt Matun pitää kyllä varoa. Okei,
Fightti leviää.
Tää on hyvä, ei tuolla damagelma siikkeri, että siikkeri menee tonne. Kyllä tuo panda, mä katsoo panda vaan pahoinpidellään, kun se ulti loppuu, että. No nyt on linkkini valmiina, otti linkkini pois.
No, tämä kelpaa meille. Aakes menee, not interested. Eiköhän me käydä ottaa tästä miten toi panda löi helvetin kovaa. El Doge. Kattokaa. Desolaattorin momi. Ormi siinä.
Niin.
Saatana.
Puhuttiin metasta, niin aika paljon linjopainotteiden meta ja totta kai niinku late game heroikin pelataan, että Mopo esim. On aika pikahti ja trovi siinä pari kärryä, mut silleen niinku et linjat tosi tärkee, teamfightti tärkee, ja nyt sanoisin silleen, että ehkä just semmonen mega late game farmi pelit, niitä näkee aika harvassa, että overall aika tämmöstä action-painotteista, että halutaan just, tai vähän riippuu toki mikä tiimi pelaa, että Liquidihän pelaa varan nopeinta Dota tällä hetkellä kaikista TI-tiimistä, että just pelataan Lone, jolla endataan peli vaan nopea, ja nyt on tullut smokea sit Hokorilta, Hokorikin tietää, että tässä alkaa niinku ole tilanne semmoinen, että mitä liikkeitä tehdään, niin Liquidi vaan voittaa tän pelin, että nyt on pakko mutta saada täällä nyt tulee pingejä siellä kyllä, että näkikö boksis kouttaa, okei siellä
YKK.
isos tunni saadaan molemmat, jep.
Ja sit mennään, siksi minun nimeni on lentävä sirkkeli, PKP painetaan sieltä.
Ei oo Previlläkään ultia, niin tää on aika ilmanen Previ-tappo vaan tästä.
Pango vaan. Röpöttää ja räjähti. Räjähti.
Hokori voi huutaa GG ja katsella seuraavaa peliä. Onnittu Liquidille myös Super-target paikan sekuraamisesta.
Hei, nyt jumalauta, elää puhu ääneen näitä.
No tää on hyvin tää peli.
No niin, mut on tää ollut, muistatko? 2018, peli oli jo ohi.
Ei, kyllä tää.
Kyllähän tää kova heito vaatii, mutta ei lähetä vielä jinxaa. Ei pilata joulu. Joo. On tää pandalla ulti. Siinä se viimeinen fightti varmaan kulminoituu. Pukit on onko 4 miehen vai 3 miehen ulti? No. Sitten mä mennään Matu karhua ei paljon kiinnosta. El Doge vaan läpsyttää. Taitaa muuta räjähtää. Jep.
No sillä tota uusi karhuilla joo. Ihan backiin vaan. Saatiin meleeraksi ja nyt milieraksi kokonaan, niin tää on kyllä ihan fine. Katsotaan soitella uusia CD-tä ja sitten mennään taas.
Joo. Saman aikaan PSG LGD Bet Boom. Siellä Bet Boom johtaa 14-11 Lesrakilla Aegis. Siellä on niin sanottua tiukkaa vääntistä. Jaa, mulla taas yllättäen bukaa chatti. Mäpäs refressaa ja katsotaan mitä viestejä tänne on tullut. Moro Vissy.
Gigantti ostaa uusi tietokone.
Siis tää on niinku jännä, että tää on jonnekin päivinä niinku yhtäkkiä vaan niinku oikeesti räjähtää.
Mulla on vähän sama tilanne tuossa koneen kuin autonkaan, että jatkuvasti pitäisi olla huolossa.
Meni Faceit ja suomalaisen loppuun, eikä kysymys, ootko se Virmanen se Vekomin chatista? Hyvä, loistavaa. Notalle terveisiä, on hot mies. Hyvä. Joo, se on Vissy on Viinamäen miehiä, se on kyllä. Siis oot sä Vissy vetänyt All Nighterin? Mä pahoittelen, että en nostanut aikaisemmin näitä viestejä, koska Streamlabsin chattipalikka oli hyytynyt. Mutta näin.
Niin siellä uudet tapetaan taas ja nyt mennään päälle. Siellä on kyllä DD, kyllä nyt löytyy taput sekin, että vaan hakkaa tuo karhua.
Ei kiinnosta, PKP on siinä, juu, no niin.
No joo, PKP loppu, että nyt se on menoa, moikka.
Joo, itseasiassa nyt se loppu.
Kori varmaan Kori keekettä.
Loistavaa, hei. Tämähän on just semmonen, mitä me haluttiin. Mikä on All Nighter? Keskiviikkona alkaa työvuoro kello 6, mutta nyt pari vapaata. Nyt en
uh,
kattoo Amoraa.
Se kuorattiin Luitko muuten sitä Amoranin keisistä?
En mä oo tietoinen kuvia.
Siis hänhän on ollut tämmönen e-orja.
Mikä?
No. Siis,
mikä on ollut? Kun siis tää vitun Discordi pätkii, niin kerrotko mikä on siis? Mikä on ollut?
Siis TLR, että se mies on pakattanut se OnlyFansia ja muuta kaikkea. Ja sit niin nyt ilmeisesti selvisi tämä asia, kun hänelle riitti. Ja siitähän klipit löytyy ympäri internettiä, mistä se mies huutaa sille, että takas hommiin. Ja no eipä hänelle enää.
Okei. Okay.
Kyllä. Aika sairaat setit kieltämättä, jos pitää paikkansa.
Pretty sickness. Joo. En ole tosta tietoinen kyllä, mutta mielenkiintoinen.
Joo. Koko ura perustuu vaan orjuuteen periaatteessa. On nyt jees.
Mitä vittua. Joo. Asia kuulostaa sairaalta. Mutta hei, me tehdään perinteiset, eli mennään kuuntelemaan tuttuun tyyliin. En mä nyt vissi ota sua vittu liveen, kun äijä on päissä ja kaikkea vittu. Se on niin vitun nahkasta. Mennään kuuntelemaan Porilaisten marssi. Rakkaat katsojat. Porilaisten marssi. Ja sen jälkeen hei, toinen peli. Me voitettiin ensimmäinen ja ollaan itse asiassa upper bracketissa. Loistava. Mut perpe.
Hello, welcome back here to the C stream. It is the final day of groups here for TI11. We have Hokuri just facing off with Team Liquid. Team Liquid showing off that Matumba Man Lone Druid and proving why you need to ban it. And Waga, do you think they're going to respect it this time around?
I hope so. I mean, for Hokuri, I really hope so. In the first phase, I think it's, you know, possibly even warranted a ban. But if you go to the second ban phase, definitely get rid of it there. You have quite a few different ones. They got rid of, like, Naga Siren in the last one. And honestly, yeah, Naga is a threat and it's a hero that could be there. But you're against Team Liquid. They don't necessarily run that nearly as much or as well as they run the Lone Druid. So I think just more targeted bans for the team that you're playing against, and perhaps even less, even though it was a nice Naga game potentially, I think you need to respect this hero.
So I'm curious to see what they're going to pick this time around. What do you think they should be going through this time?
What they should be going through, what heroes they're going through, or what do you mean?
Well, just, you know, what kind of tempo, what sort of heroes, like, obviously we've been seeing the same bans consistently, right? We have been seeing the Marcy getting taken out, we've been seeing the Enigma. Primal Beast sometimes slips through, as does Marcy. Do you try to angle yourself to get one of those heroes if you're on Hokuri, or even on Liquid too? Like, what's the play here?
I think Hokuri had a nice idea overall, but I think two concepts mainly that I think they need to play around. I think they tried really hard to address the Pango. Didn't work in last game, right? They picked the Bloodseeker, they picked the Puck, both of these heroes with the idea that, okay, at least Pango won't have a game. Mickey proceeds to have an amazing game. So the idea of countering the Pango, it works to some degree, but he just went first item Lincoln Sphere and said, okay, now you committed heroes to try and counter me out, but I'm still going to be able to play the game. So Pango, I think, could be a very important hero to look towards against Team Liquid as well, since it's something they play frequently and they have multiple good players on. That could be a good first phase ban for Hokuri. And second phase ban, I think they get rid of Lone Druid. If Liquid go to pick it in the first, then you have more time to tailor a draft against it. There are multiple heroes that do pretty well against it, but you need more tempo, more tempo in the early game. And if you do have big ultimates like they did in the last one, then you need to make use of them as frequently as possible, because there comes a timing where you're just gonna be...
Joo, tervetuloa takaisin suoran lähetyksen tunnelmaan. Siirretään katseet draftiin. Meillä alkaa seuraava drafti ja onko Nota paikalla?
Yeah, I know. We've seen so many games. I'm just trying to remember because I feel like
täällä
was ignored. That could be a potentially good hero.
Lohkovaihe viimeinen peli.
For,
Peli ja Upperbracket paikka varmistettu. Homma on niin sanotusti purnukassa. Tuo on mielenkiintoinen lohkovaihe ollut muutenkin. Niin kuin Last Chance Qualifierista tulleet Secret ja Liquid molemmat menee Upperbrackettiin lohkoista. Momentumi jatkuu.
No, they did get rid of it first, but here they get rid of the Marcy as of getting banned out by Liquid.
Joo, mä en tiedä, pystyykö Hokori enää sekuraa Upper Bracket Place tai mitä nyt pitää tapahtua onnistua, mutta joo, nyt se bännettiin. SFDP lähti ja Hokori bännää Marsin.
No RNGn pelistähän toi on kiinni. Mikäs siellä on tilanne? Siellä RNG OG, onko siellä ekaa peliä vielä pelattu?
Saat olla kesken vielä.
Kesken on joo. No kaikki muut pelit on itse kesken. Mut joo, siis RNG ja Hokori tasapisteessä ennen viimeistä kierrosta, että nyt Hokori on 98 ja... Niin, riippuen RNGn peleistä, että onko mahdollisuuksia Upperbracket, mutta ei ole siis omissa käsissä enää. Jos Liquid vie tokan pelin, niin lohko on kakkospaikka. Ja eka Upperbracket-pelissä B-lohko alemmasta päästä vastaan. Joo, siis se riippuu tosta PSG-LGDn sarjasta. Nyt jos voidaan antaa 2-0 ja PSG-LGD voittaa Betboomin 2-0, niin sitten nää pelataan tiebreakeri huomenna. Jos tasapisteessä ollaan. Huomenta Raimo.
Huomenta.
Mut joo, siis Upperbracketissa ja Lowerissa myöskin, niin Lowerin paras kohtaa toisen lohkon heikoimman ja sama Upperissa lohkon paras kohtaa toisen lohkon nelosen, kakkonen, kolmosen ja näin Jaha, nyt on leikkiminen loppunut, siellä on lautettu
The +1 could be a lot of different things depending on how they want to draft.
Jon Deere lakki
They
päähän.
want to take more tempo
Enigma
approach
tuota-
against a hero like Enigma.
First face, että varaa Silencer vastas tulee, katsotaan.
Hokori pelkkää Eldogea ekassa faceissa jo bänniin.
Joo.
Mut ei lähde Undying startilla.
Se on aika raskas. Okei, Pango tulee sieltä.
Yeah, I like this.
Tuleekohan se Silencer
it's like they
myöskin?
also- I mean, most teams play Pango, but they have run that recently, and then being able to remove it from the side of Liquid, because they just have so much flexibility
Jo,
with
det gör det. Ja, det
Also,
är
you
så
know, blocks,
jättebra.
well, not block, but if they were thinking about trying to run the...
Ja miettii kyllä nyt
they have
Hokori,
an
että
answer for it.
mitä lähtee tekemään?
Tulisiko sieltä se perinteinen Silencer taas? Aika usein painettu tossa. Mä niinku tiedän, jotenkin on vaan jäänyt semmonen maku sit Herosta, että ei sillä oikein niinku tykkäs silleen impaktia, että joo, helvetin hyvä ulti ja
Se
iso
on,
ulti.
on se hyvä. Se on hyvä, jos tää buffattiin niitä kaikkia juttuja vaan tässä pari pätsiä, että se on...
Okei. Mut jotenkin siis itellä vaan maku jäänyt, ei silloin niinku pelejä loppujen lopuksi voitettu.
Kyllä niin kai jos katsoo siinä OG-peliä Liquidin vastaan Game 1, joka nyt toki meni Liquidille, mutta oli aika tiukka, niin sehän Silencer ulti voitti kaikki teamfightit siinä alussa, että... Okei, Dino ja... Dino, no joo, tää peli on hävitty Hokorille, että...
Niin mä en edes tajunnut, että Dinokin on vielä puulissa.
Jep.
Okei.
In general, I believe it still has a decent amount of
No joo, silleen se nyt bännätään varmuuden välttämiseksi. Mutta joka tapauksessa. Joo, ihan kohtuu vahva startti kyllä draftiin silleen Enigma Primal Beasti avaus tuolla.
This is a little scary for me because I feel like this hero is just so strong, and I haven't seen anyone really shut it down too hard. Have you?
No, almost every game that I see Primal Beast, he has big impacts.
Käs tuota, niin vähän pirruttaan kahta tämän herran voittoprosentti, statistics ja group stage. Primal Beast. Täällä ei, eikö tuossa näkyy win rate?
While Enigma is a long cooldown hero and, you know, Liquid wouldn't be able to play high pace around him.
No Primal Beastin pikeissä win rate 52, ei oo kovin korkea. Tuossa kattoo herot, jolla on eniten voitettu, jos näin nyt pitää paikkansa. Voiko olla, että ainoastaan 4 kyroa on nähty? Pikeissä, ilmeisesti.
Yeah, it's 32, 28, and then 24, so even less than 25 is
Voi pitää.
24 seconds.
Joo, Kyrolla on voitettu kaikki pelit. Kyrolla on voitettu kaikki. Winrate 100. ODlla Winrate 100, mutta semmosia herroja, mitä on pelattu enemmän, niin 34 kertaa pikattu Crystal Maiden, sillä voitettu 73. Stormia pelattu 9 kertaa, 77,8.
Katsotaan, joo, Bloodseeker meni vänni. Saadaan tuonne Pangolle se hyvä peli.
Maybe it'll help us raise our MMR.
Upper bracket flavor.
Joo, sit miettii Liquidin vikaa bänniä.
Tastes like winning. So Hokori, despite the last game where we saw, of course, Mickey countering out the Bloodseeker with his link.
No, yllättävän pieni on kyllä tuo Primal Beastin silleen niinku winrate, että joo, iso hero ja vahva, mutta niinku, ei sillä yksinään niinku pelejä ole kuitenkaan tossa voitettu. 52. Paljon bännätystä ja pikatuista, niin on heikoin winrate. Marssi!
Do you get something like a Nyx Assassin, so if they try to go for the puck pick?
Oi saakeli, mennään haukottaa.
Because Mickey plays one hell of a puck.
Mennään haukottaa hyvänen aika.
He plays really well on puck and queen, those type of heroes in general. He's super good at them. And puck is definitely an option here for Liquid.
Sniperia huutaisi.
For Hokori.
Et se kyllä sniperi Tiny ja Pangoa vastaan pikkaa vaan blindina.
Joo, siellä on Tietysti hyppyä riittää. Oisko Matu nälsee? Ei tällaista nyt. Voitko poistaa tän täältä?
Voitko poistaa tän täältä Indiin?
go back and see now if they've even played.
Matulta eilen kysyttiin kommentit LCH ja Matu tuumasi, että no se oli nopea peli, joo näinhän se oli.
Periaatteessa matchappeja ei saa tietää, kun vasta ihan lopuksi, kun lohkojen 1 saa valita 3 4 väliltä ja lohkojen 5. Okei. Ai se on niin, että saa valita. Okei, mä luulin, että se on automaattisesti 1 vastaan 4 ja 2 vastaan 3. Okei, joo, toi on uusi tieto. Interestongs.
Niin, Upperberget saa valita vastustajanko?
Ei vaan siis molemmissa. Siis pudotuspelien niin paras saa valita 2 huonoa väliltä. Että kun
kyllä. Joo, se on hyvä mielestä. Disruptor Hokorille. Onko peli nyt siis hävitty, kun on pelin paras supportti?
Joo, no. Se voi. Tuntuu pahalta, vaikuttaa pahalta. Ihan pitää pirjottaa katsoa Disruptorin voittoprosentti. 63-64, parhaita heroja koko turnauksessa. 22 kertaa pikattu. Hävitty vaan 8 niistä. Aika korkea winrate tuolla sankarilla. Eikä ihme, pelin paras support hero. Niin
I mean, Liquid enjoy having big teamfight control, so we might see Faces Void or something like that. They're gonna go with CM for now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them adding in even Faces Void into this draft.
No Crystal Maiden, no niin. No, vastataan myöskin korkean virrata herolla. Tolla ei oo oikeesti pelejä hirveesti hävitä.
Joo, ihan vahva linja support on ja... Toki siellä nyt on vielä... Kärryt pikkaamatta, tuokin varaan post 4 niin Hokori voi tuohon reagoida miten haluaa. Tässä OP.
Selvä.
Hetkonen, mitäs vittua, missä saroilusta? Niin onko tämä Miditus? Eikö Mididino? Joo, Mididino itse asiassa.
Miksi Pro-peleissä ei pikata ikinä Silenceria? Kyllä sitä pikataan.
Tuollahan se on bändi, siksi sitä ei voi pikkaa. On sitä Silenceria pikattu, mutta se on yleensä bännissä aina. Pikata silloin. OK voitti RNGn Game 1.
Tuleeko eka Upperbracket-pelit Junoteilta kanssa Twitchiin? Ei tuu, että Yle lähettää kaikki pudotuspelit ja finaalit.
LGD Gaming se kuras Upperbracket.
Vaade voitti se.
Hän tuntuu kyllä pahalta RNGn puolesta, pakko sanoa. Siis ukot on koronas, tai siis ukot veti niinku 91, oliko se D2, sitten se tulee LGD manageri, joka saastuttaa koko tiimin koronaa ja ollaan vatalla. En mä tiedä, vähän harmittaa suoraan sanottuna. Kyllä niinku jos mä olisin, ei sitä voidaan nyt, annetaan parhaansa ja pelataan loppuun, mutta kyllä se niinku ketuttaa, että jos on Upperbracket paikka menee ton takia, että sairastuttiin koronaa. Kumminkin voi huomattavasti vaikuttaa tohon pelitehoon, kun on ihan vatalla.
Tää vittua.
Mitä?
Miksi mulla tulee YouTube-kanavan subi äänet täältä läpi? Hyi helvetti.
No en tiedä. Sulla on taas siellä asetukset varmaan vitun hyvin laitettu.
Sen mä saan noin pois täältä.
No en tiedä.
No en minäkään kuule.
Ai sä muuten tiedät, että se, etkö sä käytä sitä paska-opsia, eli Streamlabs-opsia?
Totta helvetissä mä käytän, kun mä saan palikat suoraan tänne.
Kai sä tiedät, että siellä on semmonen asetus, joka käytännössä uppaa kaikki sun bodit aina sinne niiden cloudiin ja vie sulta ihan vitusti kaista ja tehoja koneesta.
Siis mitä sanoit?
Siellä on semmonen asetus, joka uppaa bodit automaattisesti cloudia ja vie ihan vitusti sulta kaistaa ja tehoja koneesta.
Joo.
Terveisin kerran ihmetettiin, miksi Torpetrolla lakas sen vittu lähetys vitusti pelaajat komilla. Sitten selvittiin, että siinä paskassa...
Lakaako mulla lähetys?
Ei, mutta jos on lagannut välillä, niin se on se syy. No, en voi suositella Streamlabsin opsia kyllä kellekään. Aivan jäteessä softa, joka on tehty vittu hyvästä opsista. Älkää laittako tällaista. Opetelkaa itse, älkääkä menkö halvimman kautta. Se on tehty vammaisille se softa. Oho. Sori mikkiä epäile, mä tuntelen tästä asiasta, kun se on oikeesti ihan paska soft. Eteenpäin.
Tää on alert box. Mun on pakko säätää toi, koska... Subscriptions, joo. on rasitta.
That depends on Royal Never Give Up and also
Siis tiedät, sä aina kun pelaat, kun mulla hakee niinku kästereet. Sit jos on ainakin tuosta Streamlabs Lopsiin, niin mä katson vähän.
Nyt on pitäis olla ok.
Vähän katsotaan vinoa niitä netti, joo. Siksi Petro ei näkästä.
I just looked at Liquipedia right now. It says they're
Asiakunnassa.
Ei oikeesti.
Royal Never Give Up 4.
Tentari meni bänniin, Veno Manser meni bänniin. Morflingihan se sieltä. Siellä olisi nyt tuo Throw Ranger herra, vaikka et se bännitään. Tää on ihan hyvä Throw Ranger pelikin, kun tuolla on Dino ja Tuski.
Pääsekö Matu Linnanjuhliin tänä vuonna? Niin no. Täytyy sanoa, että jos Matu voittaa tein tänä vuonna ei pääse linnaan, niin sit oikeesti sit ei pääse enää millään. Sitten ei oikeesti pääse millään legitenä. Ei mennyt muuten Rovin bänni, meni Kalapoika.
Okei. Jos olisin Liquidi, niin kyllä mä tosta Rovista painaisin ja hymyilisin vaan. Toki siellä nyt on Tiny ja Pango-hyppy, joo ainoa, mutta näkisin silti, että voisi toimia. No niin, kappas kummaa. Joo, sit mä oon Hokori, mä mietin, okei.
Meni vittuiksi, mitä nyt tehdään?
No vähän sillä hymyilää jostain, mutta kyllähän tuo Rovi hardcounterata mopoa, että vähän vähän outoa on jopa niin sanotusti. Mä mietin Hokori, millä pikillä tää niinku ounataan. Okei, bruudaanko? No tossa on yksi parhaimpia Rovi counterita aikoina. En tiedä, onko nykyään enää, mutta ihan hyvästä vastaan kyllä, kun lingit tulee ja pääsee iholle. Että tykkään kyllä tuosta pikistä myöskin todella paljon. Naukuuhan se.
Matu lähti haahuille jonnekin. Matu lähti vaan haahuille. Ei kiinnosta pelata. Nyt tässä on tietysti tilanne se, että jos me halutaan tuosta lohkon kakkospaikasta vielä tapella, niin vähän näyttää siltä, että tämä olisi niinku vähän pakko viedä. Elikkä PSG jälkeinen Bedboom. Täällä ei ole vieläkään tullut noita tuloksia. No nyt on, eli 1-0 sieltä. OK voitti ekan pelin RNG:tä vastaan. Eikä vastaan muu, se ei vaikuta meidän sijoituksiin millään tavalla, mutta joo, eli oletettuja tuloksia niin sanotusti. Tuolta, eli joo. PSG jälkeen Liquid niin ratkaisee nyt kakkospaikan sitten, jos ollaan tasapisteessä, niin se on sitten se on sitten tilanne se, että pelataan tuo tiebreakeri. Matu lähti himaan.
Onko kyllä sanoa, että nyt on Hokorilla oikeasti huomattavasti paremmin drafti tähän peliin, että pitää kyllä vähän respektaa oikeesti. Mutta ei oo huono drafti ollenkaan. Mielenkiinnolla odotan minkälainen peli tästä tulee.
Joo. Ei, tossa on toi huutomerkki YouTube, käykääs tilaa toi kanava, niin katsotaan, että jos joku tilaa, tuleeko sitä näistä alerttia, ei pitäisi tulla. Elikkä vodit tulee tosiaan tonne YouTubeen sitten myöskin. Elikkä nyt on säädetty säädetty striimi semmoseen kuntoon, että pystyy vodit pitämään päällä ja voidaan uppailla tonne tuben puolelle myös. Ai tilattu on, okei. Hyvä homma. Sitten se tarkoittaa sitä, että siellä ei pitäisi mitään alertteja enää mennä läpi. Hyvä! Saatana. Säikähin äsken, kun tuli äänet. Chinjada Junior!
What's the lane to watch?
Chinja!
What's the one that's going to have the most impact for each team?
I think always the Broodmother start is
so
crucial for this hero. I mean, every hero wants
joo.
a good start in
aika pelottaa tää peli Liquidin puolesta. Siellä on ainoa hyvä, että siellä nyt ei Black Hole ole mitään vastausta, mutta Broodi on aika hyvä pikki tähän. Trovi on ihan hyvä mopoa vastaan, mopoakin toki kyllä. Se ei ole niin yksijakoinen, että ottaa Trovi muodin, Trovi ampuu tosi hitaasti sen jälkeen, että vähän mielenkiinnolla ootan, miten tää peli alkaa kehittymään tästä.
feel like this bottom lane's pretty scary.
Mites tää Miken
because
Primal
you
Beast
have,
tuossa midissä?
you know, the
Onko
Ground
juhlinen
Frost
paikka?
arrows, you've got Crystal
Oo.
Maiden with her Frostbite,
Siinä on impahero.
Diva. If you're not careful in your positioning,
Joo.
On mega impahero.
I think we're trying for 4 runes. They're attempting to get all.
Battle begins.
it's like they're still gonna go
Joo.
in. It's gonna be a split though.
Mä en tiedä, runat
See
menee
who decide to hold
2-2.
three due to Liquid.
Good damage here by Gardic going over on the
Mä tuon vähän kiusataan täällä
Gonna have to eat through some of these,
pelin parhaalla
tangos. Does,
supportilla.
of course, have the Iron Branch that
Ei hätää,
gives
nyt voidaan tehdä
Just
käänteistä,
trade a
hyvä,
couple
just
hits
näin
off,
Matu.
though, because in comes
On kyllä
Mania.
nukea oikeesti ärsyttävä.
He's running away. Gotta stay
Au.
safe on Gardic.
Joo, on
Some good
tosi
harass before the
vahva
lane
kyllä linja,
starts.
tekee tosi paljon damagea varsinkin low-leveleillä.
In a
Joo, ja
position to
tommosia
be
niinku
able to-
tavallaan aika
Ei
niche-rejä
tuu-
vasta.
Ei tuo ole kyllä helppo linja, että
Like you said, this is a lane
Broody
that
Disruptor, niin
really needs to have
Broody
good
kun saa tosta
start and
levyä, niin
it's
on kyllä aika
issues that'll be
raskas.
disastrous for the side of Broody.
Joo.
Set the tempo a
Kun
lot.
Blarangera, niin pystyy kyllä jonkin verran
Early they can
kiduttamaan.
invade bottom, of course.
Koskaan en ole pelannut, mutta tykkään katsella. Joo, se on aika yleistä.
I like what Nick is doing
Ei
on
tätä
mid.
peliä
So
tarvitse
many,
pelata, että pystyy
Primal Beasts
katsomaan.
generally just skill like trample no matter
Yritetään
what,
tässä nyt
but in
tulevan
this
viikon ja
lane,
puolentoista aikana
uproar is the play.
aikana
He's getting
tuota
so much damage,
avata
and
mahdollisimman
the
paljon
last
semmosille, jotka ei oo
driving
hirveästi
too,
pelannut.
and even getting a lot of damage here. He has to be
No,
careful.
sitten tää Dino vaan
Analog need to be so careful.
Dino tekee Dino hommia.
Pidä pango hauskaa.
Has a lot of damage at this level too. In fact,
Joo, tuo on aika
pushing the creeps back underneath.
todella vahva hero, että
Equalize.
juhlii kyllä tuolla linjalla.
Here in this top lane.
ne
Linjalla ihan hyvin ja
The other core duking it out.
vaikee pevi Dinolle.
Keeps pulling
Joo,
aggro on
joo.
Foxy, so
Aha, täällä ollaan tässä linja
the range last
tornien
but
välissä,
the
selvä.
overcore still gets it. Patience.
Boksia ei kiinnosta, otetaan lästit sieltä ihanasti. Sitten vähän Shardia, sitten vähän Zai tulee paikalle.
se on sardit.
Gonna take a couple tower shots here. A couple clicks from Zai. Has the
Ei,
Ilons
nyt
too.
menee kyllä vähän
Ei
jahtaamiseksi.
kyllä riitä. Vähän.
Instead, whether he wants to or
Vähän
not.
tähän spacea.
Oo.
Insania in trouble?
Bottom
Oletteko
lane,
yli- jaha.
there's our first blood.
Täällä käydään hakee sit.
Gardic sitting so
Joo.
very low during
Joo.
that too, but Crystal Maiden just
Vittumainen linja vastassa, ei niinku ollaan käyty läpi. Oletteko Yle mukana selostamassa pelejä? En tiedä, onko Yle vielä tiedottanut selostajista. En
He's
osaa
Ei
sanoa,
oo.
jos seurattuna. Okei, no sit. Torstaina tosiaan ekat pelit sieltä tulee. Pelit sieltä.
He's not taking tremendous damage from these clicks, but Boxy soon has shards again. Not quite in time though.
Kävin pelaa Dota All Stars Noob Friendly serverillä VC, kun oli kaikki sama paskaa noobia katkes. Joo.
Yeah, not really perfect though, because he didn't
Top
connect
upla on
to
tietysti
creep wave or anything. He just had to
joukkuepeleissä
run away,
peli,
which is tough,
pelin
of course. Boxy
aika
being very oppressive.
perseestä.
in the bottom lane this time Insania.
Juu, siellä vähän supportteja
Still uncharted
tradetaan.
before, eventually falling.
Dissu ja CM molemmat.
So he died without TP now. Big impact for him. Gonna have
On
to
vähän
walk,
molemmissa
and we all
sankarissa
know how
silleen, että
fast
joo, että
CM
on aika
is.
vittumaisella
It's
linjalla,
before
mutta
she shows up on any
kohtalaisen
creep,
heikkoja.
any lane now again.
Ei oo hyvä vaan siinä mielessä, että Broody niinku sportiksi saa nopeammin tuon kuuton, niin se on tosi hyvä.
I feel like
Hyvä
Crystal
silleen,
Maiden
että
should
nyt
get
pitää vähän
something
varovasti
where she
kyllä
gets
laittaa lähelle ja
some
lapaista tuo linja. Ja
I'm timing
Yllällä olisi
CM,
täällä
I'm
hommat.
timing how long time it takes for her to get back.
feels bad.
Mustikka meidän Eidalla on nyt vattallansa. Tässä sitten. Olisiko Sharin paikka? Sitten Mikke. Kato, täällä Dino tulee, mitä?
Oh, there's the onslaught from Nikke.
Sharit.
And
Ei
there's
tää
still
kyllä,
a
tää ei
ball
kyllä
there
tuu
from
tippu.
Boxy. They've
Hetkinen,
stomped
kriipit
all
blokkaa.
in the air,
Mä katson, että siellä on.
ei,
No,
mutta
tätä
on aika
vapaa tosi
vaikea
vaikea.
tappaa.
Niin.
out back.
Hyvä rotata, kun miksi saatiin Dino tapettuja. Dino on siis oikeesti
Update back from
tuo hero on ihan
Been,
päästäkäsi. Siis ei oo niinku mikään meeme, tuo on oikeesti ihan broken. Et se vaan pystyy menee ineen ja ei sitä kiinnosta, että on tosi vahva ero tällä hetkellä metassa. Ja on niinku ihan syystä esim. Miksi Thompsonikin sitä pelaili ja ounas sillä aina,
At
että
least getting out there and getting her cardio.
vahva hero
More
on.
than some people.
Joo. Eikö Enigma Big Secure voittu tässä patchissa? Mä katsoin, en itse kattonut tota Enigman voittoprosenttia, mutta
Aha.
esimerkiksi niinkun, taas
Sinne
tapaa.
lähti.
Mut niin esimerkiksi niinkun Primal Beast, vaikka ihan vitun vahva hero, niin tosi huono voittoprosentti siihen nähden, että sekin on aika jännä.
Nyt kun se saa pelastaa paremmin kuin toiset. Toki se
Niin,
pelataan
varmasti
niinku...
sekin, mutta se, että niinku voittoprosenttihan ei valehtele. Prosentti on prosentti. Se.
Joo.
Sillä ei...
Kato prosentti paljon sen prosentti on midissä, paljon sen prosentti on post nelosena. Eikä tuossa on
Niin,
vastaus,
siinä
mutta
on,
prosentti
joo.
on vähän erilainen.
Joo.
Koska niinku mä
Sama on
uskallan väittää...
tinyllä, sama on tinyllä.
Niin. Midi tiny 0 impact, post 4 tiny tekee vitusti.
Joo, Matu vaan tietysti kuollee allalle, että olisi kiva saada lumiäära. Onkos meillä? Ei, meillä on kyllä shardeja, ei meillä ole snowballia, meillä ei ole mitään. Vähän kakkapökää.
Alvent.
Alvent. Joo, tässä vähän niinku tappoja ollaan tradeiltu. Matu on kyllä vähän roskiksi.
Vähän joo.
Vittu! Hei, näissä pitäisi oikeesti olla pikkusen niinku tarkempi. Joo, Matu klimpsellä takaisin paseen ja sitten juostaa päämärkänä. Tää linja on kyllä niin hävitty kuin olla voi, vittu tää on kyllä. Ei vaan mitään. Saman aikaan Matu menee midiin täällä.
Joo, mä en kyllä tiedä tuleeko tää päin. No siis,
Miksi on midis?
ei tuolla botis voi olla enää.
No.
Siellä on broodi.
Joo. No, yritetään tehdä sitten juttuja.
Tuo on vähän...
Mikellä on tosi hyvä linja.
Ikävä linja. Oho. Joo, riitti. Mutta siis tuosta puhuu, että tuo broodi oikeesti ounaa Trovin linjalta ja siellä nyt niinku... Tilannoista, että siellä potissa ei enää voi olla kukaan tyyli. Ainoa kun sinne mennään ehkä Dino. Kukaan muu ei voi olla.
No, saman aikaan Dino täällä... Ai, elä paisko! Ui! Patonkki on mennyt, niin on muuten midi-tornikin. Tää tolppa pitää...
Joo, hyvä tappo. Ja iso torni myöskin.
Joo, tällä tavallahan tietysti joukkueena tullaan tähän peliin takaisin mukaan. Dino on ihan irti. Itse asiassa Enigmallakin ihan kohtalaisen hyvä laning face. Todella hyvä. Matu on paskana, mutta aika hiinä. Ei joo, Sarrit on loistava, hyvä poi. Mut niin, Matu on paskana, mutta muuten joukkue kyllä.
Joo, tykkää kyllä miten Mike pelaa tuo Dino, että koko ajan hakee tappoja, tekee duunia. Enigmallakin on kumminkin aika hyvä peli tällä hetkellä, että sekin on tosi hyvä asia Liquidellä, mutta tuolla on tuo Morphling silti, että vähän kyllä se niinku kuumottaa, että...
Jaha.
Robi on ihan hyvästä vastaan toki, että ihan on leitken vasta. Oho, no sinne lähtee dissu.
Joo, siellä vähän. Matulle tilaa, niin se tulee takas. Kyllä Matu tulee takas. Takahan nyt se saatana midi-tolppa, se nyt on kestää nää kauan. With this primal beast, we just see why this hero is rated as the first phase ban, one of the strongest heroes by far in Dota. Juu. Ei sitä tarvista lästittiä se haluaa. Panko lähtenyt toppiin. Missä meillä Mopo painaa? Mopo painaa metässä.
Broodi kyllä juhlinut koko peliin, nyt vähän kyllä kuuma. Sekin on kyllä vahva. Tästä niinku musta se ongelma ehkä Liquidille, että ne ei voi tänne oman mettään mennä kohtaan enää, kun siellä se broodi voi varmaan juhlia ottaa se haltuun täysin. Se on vähän ikävää sitten. Pango nyt puutu nää. Tää tapahtuu. Taas viitataan.
Joo. Disruptori on kyllä vähän rankasta. No niin, Space Created.
Ei kun kyllä se kuolee, Sarrit tulee tai...
Joo, paitsi että täällä on pelastaja paikalla. Ja ohi, arvasin. No. Nyt boksi voit lähteä. Sä voit lähteä oikeesti. Tiedä, klimpsi siihen. Popo täällä, kyllä boksi sä lähet. Tää vittu täällä tapahtuu?
Täällä space.
Täällä Morphingin juoksee ympäri. Level 5. Mopokin level 5.
Kolme hakariukkaa taseesta, niin omassa metässä. Ihan hyvä juttu, tuon tuli kyllä Liquidille.
Aina kävellään suoraan Broodia vastaan. Ja Broodaanko?
No se joo.
Noin.
No niin.
Spase Created. Näin se on.
Top lane, seeing that primal beast teleporting up, perhaps wanting to provide that support as there is also
Joo,
Xenia
Enigma
with the Crystal
top
Maiden.
netvertti liikkurin joukkueesta.
Sai
Sailla ihan hyvä peli alkaa. Matukin alkaiset comebackkään. Jos katsoo oikeastaan noita pos ykkösiä, niin siellä niinku Matu ja se Morfling on aika even. Meanwhile, Matu. Ei se tätä Broodia. Ai.
Jep.
Pangot tradeina, mutta kyllä tää varmaan Hokorille kelee.
Se on
aika
aika lailla
Morflingin vaan
puskettua
farma.
minitornia. Minitorni lähdetään puskeen varaan nyt jo. Jep. Hän kyllä huono tilanne, jos tuo lähtee käsistä nyt tuo. No Brody on jo lähtenyt käsistä itse asiassa.
Ai. Taas niinku boss vitoseen käytetään ihan vituusti tavaraa, no. Joo, Deffa taas tornii tässä. Onks meillä on Black Hole? Niin, tässä olisi kyllä tuota...
Toki siellä on Tiny tossa takana.
Tiny level 5 tossa, että katsotaan. Siinä olisi Black Holen paikka. Ei uskalla. Tiny on kyllä sijoittautunut hyvin, pakkoon sanoa. Ei tarvita Black Holea. CM ulti. Oltais ehkä tarvittu.
Ei riitä. Kävelee vaan pois.
Rakentaa
kyllä.
No joo,
Tiny
otetaan
otetaan
aina
joo.
lohdutuspalkinto. Here's a little piggy, here's my snout. Oink, oink, oink. Oink, oink, oink. I'm a little piggy, here's my snout. No.
Do some extra damage.
Also look hilarious while you're doing
Joo.
Mites
Why not?
Joo. Mites tämmönen brood-moteri pysäytetään? Onks tällä tavalla? Katos.
Tää on ihan hyvä alku, mutta kyllähän tuo Broodi aika nopeeta kiitää, että verkkoajalla kun menee, niin... Sitten tekee aika paljon tilaa tälle mopolle kumminkin, että...
Motsi. Ai. Joo, nyt kävi knulla. Sitten mennään. Eipä menty. Tulikin naama.
Kyllä tuo pango ihan vattalla, että vaikka on 3 netveristä, niin ei oo kyllä mitenkään hyvä. Hyvä peli tähän asti, olet kuollut pari kertaa ja...
Täällä on smokea nyt tossa 2 miestä siinä. Tos kiva saada se Black Hole oikeesti käytetty jossain vaiheessa.
Kyllä Disruptorilla ultiolla vielä 6, tuota pitää kyllä respektää, että voi, jos saa hyvä dissuulti, niin voi nopeasti käydä köplästi. Mikellä kyllä myöskin hyvä peli, että tykkää kyllä rotata ja pitää tehdä, että Broodista on iso tärkeä saada tappoja. Hän kyllä pelottaa mopoa vieläkin, että sit se on niinku ollut aika uuvempista, että saa tehdä mitä haluaa.
Siis mopo on ollut viimeiset 5 minuuttia oikeesti ihan vaan niinku afki farma.
Jep. Toki tuolla tuo Trovi vastaus, että se on ihan hyvä vastaus siihen mopoa, että on niinku jotakin, mutta kyllä se mopo silti tekee asioita.
Tarvis vähän lihaluitteen ympärille vain niinku. Tähän mitä. Matulla ei oo käytännössä vielä yhtään itemiä valmiina. No. Menikö Morflin midakseen? Siinä oli kyllä, joo. Siinä oli kyllä vaikea peli alku.
Not sure if I like the Midas. It's a little bit greedy, I think.
You think he should be more active?
Täällä käydään hakee tuskaria. Boksi sä lähet. Ei välttämättä, siellä on kyllä Matu. Siellä on kyllä Matu. Joo, disruptori ulti. Ei tää ulti nyt ihan mennyt kyllä, tää ei nyt mennyt. Kuuliko se jotenkin se rinki ulti kombo vai mikä tekee kukaan ei ollut tässä ultis?
Vähän vissiin kustiin ja isoja tappoi.
Miten ton voi kuustaa?
Liquidille taas. Toki nyt sitä vaan saada supporti, että totuus on kumminkin, että ei oo kumminkaan tuosta Korea. Oot nyt saanut vähän kompakkia tässä peliä, että sellainen se löytyy. Ja hetkonen, mitä tuolla midistä taas? Nyt ei muuta. Joo.
Here komes pikky, here koes pikky.
That's a stat.
Good.
Where's T-Panda when you need him?
Tasasta vähän. Tehdään tosta minsa.
Okay, that's not fair. You can't do that.
Joo, Venä varmaan mopon timingia tässä Venä hetkonen.
Ja nyt muuten myyrät lähtee. Aivan loistava Black Hole. No tolleen heti saadaan ton Broodikin.
I feel like Zai had
Tähän joo mielenkiintoinen tossi oli kyllä, että... Tää helvettiä. No joo.
Siellä käytetään vähän spellejä poikaan kanssa.
No siitä ihminen rostia. Oli vähän outo tiny kyllä, agenttiny niin sanotusti, että... No se on ihan hyvä liquide kyllä.
Katsotaan tossa vielä. Katsotaan. Ai mitä sä teet? Ai.
En tiedä oliko se kun miscommunicaat, että luultiin että Pangolla oli ulti ja sit se olisi vaan niinku Pango ulti jäänyt, mutta no.
Toi on niinku hyvä ne broodit on ja kuka sitä lentää, ei helvetti. Ai no. No mut nyt tähti se ensimmäinen Black Hole tähän peliin, joo ihan hyvin käytetty.
Ja saatiin Troville, että tää oli iso voitto Liquidille. Toki silti kun katsoo tää Networkin kärkeä, niin tuolla on tuo helvetin morphing, joka oikeesti pelottaa. Että... Trovi on counteri sille toki, mutta se ei oo niin yksinkertaisesti, kun tuolla on niin paljon hyppyä tuohon Troviin, että kun Trovi kuolee, niin se mopo kyllä tekee mitä haluaa. Tulee olemaan mielenkiintoinen peli siinä mielessä, just riippuu täysin miten nää fightit menee, että... Toki tuolla on Black Hole, mihin ei mitään vastaa, mutta tuolla on Pangolti, Disruptor-ulti, millä voidaan sit Trovi kätsätä ja tappaa nopeeta, ja sit siinä on fakta sekin, että kun Trovi saa... Ei kun anteeksi, Disruptor saa Akhanimi, niin sehän pystytään tappaa niin kun saa PKP tässä, vaan pystytään burstaa aina, jos saadaan Disruptorin ulti siihen. Siinä mielessä Trovi täytyy pelaa erittäin varovasti.
Joo. Ei siinä Vitalikaan hakee midi tolpa. Yllättävän kauan se nyt meni kuitenkin loppujen lopuksi 3.50 vielä aikista jäljellä ja tällaista menelle Pangolle jää. Tätä nyt ei kiinni saa sillä ultipailla. Jaa no ehkä saadaan sittenkin kiinni. Meneekö ne Charlie sieltä? Kaveri mä tein pettää karkkuun. Saman aikaan Mopo kuolee. What? Tätä äijä se kyllä, se oikeesti nyt on Hokori kyllä kännissä.
Siellä on jonkinlainen onnettomuus käynyt ilmeisesti.
Onko ne ollut eilen ryyppäämässä vai mitä täällä on tapahtunut oikeesti?
Jonkinlainen agility morph onnettomuus käynyt vissiin siellä. En tiedä.
Me vaan eilen saunailta. En minä tiedä. I don't know. No tätä vaatii vasen kautta, eihän siinä.
That is a pin. It wasn't even the patented Gork move of the shovel and morphing Agi and
joo, 506 tällä hetkellä ja
he just died on a creep camp.
Tosi vähän niinku loppujen lopuksi tappoja tullut tässä Hokorille. Niinku, ottaen huomioon, että linjausvaihe oli tosi vahva broodille, niin ei se nyt oikein hirveästi tappoja tässä konvertoinut. Ja Mopo nyt on... Midas Mopo nyt on tässä vähän... Joo, Matu alkaa olemaan backi. Katsotaan tosta vielä. Tää oli tää tele. Ilvekkeitä paljon. Tuli tehtyä tuhmuksi.
No joo, vähän kyllä tuhmuksia tehtiin. Eipä siinä. Silti vaan tonni networkit. Haluan kyllä pointtaa, että aika pieni network-liiden huomioiden, kuinka paljon Rossani otettiin ja torni, että... Onko kyllä nyt muuten Pango kyllä ei...
Kyllä. Niin vaan täällä ollaan Dissun kimpussa, säkin lähet kyllä.
Joo, isoja tappaa kyllä.
Siitä Pango ja Disruptori vatalle. Pango on ollut kyllä vähän riepoteltavana. Tukasta on saatu kiinni. Hyvä toppa lähtee, saadaan tosta mettä haltuun. Tähän alkaa näyttää ihan kohtalaisen hyvältä.
Kyllä tää ihan hyvältä näyttää, että ei oo Mopolla, vielä ei oo Mantaa ja Styli vielä valmiina. Onko
siis,
Akkanen mistä?
Peli on pelattu 18,5 minuuttia, sä oot mennyt Midas-buildiin. Sä oot tasoissa Matun kanssa. Networkissa. Ei tässä nyt oikeesti kaikki on mennyt Mopolla ihan niinku tuubiin. Nyt varsinkin jos kuolee, no ei nyt voi kuolla. Otetaan yksi boksille tosta.
Oho. Hetkone. Lumiere.
Otetaan sitten trade. Onks meillä ulti? Paljon tarvii ultia. Haista vittu.
Lumiere pay for killing Boxy?
Oma evämo Shindeiru.
Good catch by Boxy, even though he didn't have people.
On siinä vaan paljon kumminkin.
He knew that, okay,
Se on pakko sanoa sen verran, että on sillä aika farmi kumminkin, jos huomioidaan, että Matu on saanut aika monta tappoa tässä nyt. Sen takia sen network onkin noin paljon kohonnut.
Mä oon eri mieltä. Mun mielestä jos Matu on tällä hetkellä network-listan kädessä Midas Mopoa vastaan ja se paskuttiin linjalla aivan täysin. Mun mielestä tää pitäisi olla ihan toisin.
No joo,
20
silloin myös 5 tappoa, jos on saanut Roshani ja jne. Että no kumminkin ihan solid.
Naamasta kiinni ja tontti.
Hey buddy, I need another blink.
Joo.
Come help me.
Mä tarvitsen alatorin näköjään täysillä HP:llä.
Need an investigation.
Ihan tapaita maastokuvia. Niin sitten varustella kaluukkiva. No, käydään säkeen alatorni. Samaan aikaan midissä tapahtuu ohjaaja. Vois kyllä näyttää juuri näin. Mikke klimpsataan. Haste ylhäällä, samaan aikaan Matua kiusataan täällä, mutta ei kiinnosta. Sitten lyödään. Joo, Matu oikeesti lyö kyllä aika lujaasti. Mä en nyt approva ihan tätä Black Holea, mutta no, tuleepahan käytettyä ainakin turhasta säästellä pelkästään. Niin, tuleepahan käytettyä ainakin. Hyvä pojat. Snowballi alkaa tässä pikkuhiljaa niinku rullaamaan. Onko Morphingilla vielä mitään itemeitä? Mennäänkö tällä haikkariin vai? Aha, no. En tiedä, silloin dissu-ulti. Pango kuolona 15 sekkaa, T3 torni lähtee kohta. Vähän pelottaa. Vähän pelottaa, mikä on maalas. Oo, dissu-ulti.
No joo, mut siihen jää kumminkin kaikkea.
Noniin. Nyt vaan poit helvettiin sieltä, just näin. Mitä?!
Meanwhile.
Tarvittais jotain kyllä nyt Otappa tuplavehen se kaveri juuri näin, hyvä, no ihanaa, ja pruudaus, noin siellä. Pruudaus
loppui. Kyllä Kokori on vähän niinku lost näissä molemmissa peleissä, tässäkin pelissä niinku. No siis vähän musta niinku Tiny ja Disruptor on ihan kujalla mitä tekee tässä pelissä. Mielenkiintoinen peli ollut kyllä. Toki tässä nyt silleen niinku vielä, että on tuo mopo, mutta ei se kyllä vielä mitään sanonut aikaiseksi. Vähän outo. Mitäs puoli kyllä vähän mielenkiintoinen suoraan sanottuna.
On joo. Hituisen greedy. Oliko siellä tosiaan mitä itemeitä sillä nyt on vittu?
Midasiassa ja Mitri-Lammer taisi olla.
Selvä. Ekaa kertaa Dota 2 katsoin, niin tuleeko tässä joku kolmas sarja, joka ratkaisee pelin. Ei tuu lohkuvaiheessa. Lohkuvaiheessa pelataan 2 peliä vaan. Jokaista vastaan. Niin kutsuttu BO2. Eli sarja voi päättyä tasan. Mappivoitoista saadaan 1 pisteen todella lohkoon. Ne ratkaiset sijoitukset. Ja huutomerkki bracket, jos haluaa lohkotilanteita katsoa. Sieltä näkee tosiaan sijoitukset. Ihanasti.
Wandering near this Roche, but again, Roche not going to respond just yet. Still at least 15 seconds.
Joo. Tos meidän mies smokee. Pidi näköjään tuota piidaan. Seuraava Rossoni varmaan. Kohta nähdään, että miten pitkä spavni. Sen ympärillä varmaan tapellaan. Aika pitkä on. Minuutti 47. No, smokee tästä. Siellä on hyvä vardi, mutta vardin alla ei smokessa olevat herot näy. Mikäs täältä löydetään? No sehän on Pango oli jääkä. Pango on aivan pyörätuolissa oikeesti. Tää herra on kyllä paskattu tämän pelin.
Joo, Pango ei kyllä tässä pelissä saanut niinku yhtään mitään. Se on niinku jäänyt kyllä ihan niinku paskaksi tässä pelissä. Aika pieni network kyllä silti Liquidillä, että luulisin, että se olisi vaan enemmän huomioon ottaa, mitä tässä on tapahtunut. Että joo, Broodi tulee rottailee, ottaa puskeen linjaa, koko ajan pakottaa Liquidia backiin. Mikä lääkee nyt Kaija Selvällä myös Shiva tulossa sit seuraavaksi ihan perustuota.
Perustoimistolla.
Niin, ja peruspuilti tolle Dinolle, ja nyt mutta Broodi saadaankin, että tää on iso pick-offi. Loistavaa. Eli en mä tiedä, vähän kyllä tuntuu niinku, että Hokori on vähän niinku oikeesti niinku eksyksissä, mitä tässä pelissä nyt pitäisi tehdä. Et koitetaan niinku Broodi koittaa splittaa ja Pango kuolee jatkuvasti yksi. Siis tiedän, että se on ihan fine kyllä, että Broodi splittaa, mut mä en tiedä. Mopo niinku pitäisi tässä kohtaa alkaa tekee juttu, että vähän nyt jäänyt kyllä se Mopo-impakti täysin niinku pimennyksiin.
Onhan tää nyt jäänyt vittu pimennyksiin. Sulla on midas pildi Mopoa 25 minuutin kohdalla. Sä et oo vielä niinku saanut mitään. Oo, sen menee lissu ultikin. Ja mä tuun hakee saman aikaan midi tolppaa. 10 sekkaa selkeä Roshan. Ja tiedetään, että Disruptorin ultia siellä ei ole, joten voitaisiin oikeastaan hakea Roshanikin. Jaa.
Joo, ei mä olen mopoikin siitä. Joo. Tää alkaa kyllä olemaan, no on ollut jo pidempään aika ohi, että aika kliini. Kliini 2-0 Liquidille. Ei vaan muuta sanoa.
Ongelma, että Pangma ei pysty edes antaa sitä 2-3 sekuntia, kun Mopo tarvitsisi jokaisessa tappelussa. Joo, toi kyllä niinku aika surun kaseessa. Mennäänkö, mä olisinkin ehkä enemmän sen Rossanin kannalla, mutta tietysti johto on aika reipas. Juu. Matu ei millään kyllä kuole. Teoriassa hyvä tossi käytännössä. Tämä peli on ohi.
Joo, kyllä tää peli... Oho, hetkone. Joo, no.
On paljon tuskari tappo kiinnostakään.
Vielä ihan juhlita.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see wouldn't be surprised to see Liquid just go straight into Roche here, even with touch.
Asioita voi aina tapahtua, mut joo.
So dominant.
Otin backia suosille ja alkaa riskeeraamaan ihan hyvä päätös.
Tästä tulee mielenkiintoinen uutispäivä. Jasminille tuli ero. Syy on käsittämätön. Mies ei kestänyt, että Jasmin pieraisi.
Noniin.
Huomenta Botella ja huomenta T-Panda.
Tää nyt uutinen oli kyllä vähän taas tämmönen, mutta no joo.
Onnittelut stylauksesta. Tää helvetti.
Vitu stylauksesta.
Sen mä otin.
Äkö?
I have no fucking idea, mutta onnittelut nyt sitten vaikka. Joo. No, smoketellaan. Käydään kattoo mitä sieltä löytyy. Mahtava Roshan ois siellä. Ois sille ikään kuin vähän tarjolla. No, ei tarvi paljon Roshania. Otetaan tosta vaikka tukasta kiinni. Silleen se siitä. Static Stormi käytetty. Ei paljon mikkeä kiinnosta. Sen jälkeen lähdetään vähän pöristelemään sinne. Tuski taas kuolee. Tässä on kyllä vähän pieni heiton maku. PKP-matulla päällä. Pois päästään Glimpse. Ai, mitä?
Nyt tuli se.
Ai, se on PKP tällä.
PKP, nyt tuli se Mopo vihdoin tappelee Hokorilta ihan. No tuski saatiin, mut meni kuin nyt PKP ja muuta. Että ei tossa nyt silleen niinku mikään iso voit tullut Hokorille. Kyllä Liquidin pitää nyt vielä respektaa kumminkin tuo Hokorin line-upia.
Joo, pikku muistutus sieltä. Siellä arvostetaan mies komeettuna. Ettekö on nähnyt tyylikkään desk-henkilöä? Oli vai? No, perkele, aika komeita torille. Ei tässä teissä liian montaa suomalaista on hommissa, niin iso. Oliko Mirri kaulassa? Se mua kiinnostaa. Tavaramerkki. Mentiinkö Mirille vai ilman? Joo. 28 minsaa täyttyy tässä käännähtää pidemmäksi peliksi, niin miten meidän käy? Mopon kanssa aina vähän tietysti on niin ja näin.
No Mopo on aika vaarallinen kyllä se leitissä, mutta kyllä niinku Trovi on ihan ok vastaus siihen, että aika semmonen 50-50. Ihan suoraan osoittaa, mutta Black Hole ei oo mitään vastausta. Disruptor toki myös asia, että toki Disruptorin network kattoo, niin ollaan aika jämää, että tuskin sitä Akkanimi heti nähdään. Siinä mielessä näyttää hyvältä Liquidille. On se Black Hole, siellä ei ole mitään vastausta Hokorilla. Ja sitten löytyy myös Dinokin skaala ja Dino on tosi vahva, hyvä, että tulee esiin sieltä se Akkanimi ja Shiva tulee, niin tekee kyllä juttuja ja
Okei, sille mutta edelleenkin sitä Rossania on otettu siinä no se, ai. No joo.
No Insoni kyllä.
Vedetään se tommonen Black Hole tuohon noin. Ja käy.
Siihen
Ja
lähti kaikki.
käy.
Oho, Ultrakin matulle. Jees.
Joo, mitäs niinku mä en edes...
Kori lähti paskaksi.
Tehtiin poikien kanssa silleen tymhästi. Lähettiin smokeilla tappele. Toi on vähän tommonen niinku nakkikioski meininki lapualla, että lähdetään silleen paukuttelemaan, ja sit kun on paukuteltu niin vituiksi. Tulikin oma leuka kipeäksi vahingossa. Ovelta alkaa olemaan aika pitkälle keike.
Joo, tässä nää Trovi paukuttaa tuolla ilmaiseksi ja ihan lähtee kyllä kaikki. Isosti saatiin tuo mopos tunne ja kuoli vaan tohon instana melkein, että kyllä tää nyt aika ohi alkaa valitettavasti.
Se johtuu tosta kaverin kulmakarvakorusta.
Jaha, onks sulla jotain niitä vastaan?
Ei tollasia, ei kun mun mielestä mä en niinku vaan, se ei kuulu meikäläisen suosikeihin.
Miksei?
En mä vaan tiedä, mä en vaan fiilaa.
Tämmöisiä.
Okay. Totta kai nyt jokainen saa käyttää minkälaisia haluaa, mutta en vaan fiilaa. Se johtuu siitä, sä et pysty voittamaan teitä, jos sulla on tommonen kulmakoru.
Okei.
Etkö sä tiedä? Etkö sä tiedä?
Ei.
Joo. Mahtava kääntö kyllä Alun tuskastelusta. Joo, se ottaa huomioon tuon linjausvaiheen, niin No tosi, Tietysti midi meni tosi hyvin ja toppikin meni hyvin. Tai Matuhan paskutti ihan täysin. Olvari Prejudice. Miten tuolla on sitä? Prejudice. Asiasta kieltä. On mun mielestä on asiasta kieltä, mutta ei mun tarvitse... Siis hyvänen aika. Siis... Et sä vaan sä et voi voittaa teitä, jos sulla on kulmakoru. Mikäs täältä löytyy? Tuossa tämmönen taini.
Ilmanen Tiny, en mä tiedä, vähän nyt tässä viimeiseen vedään Daedalus valmiina matulla ja ehkä Liquidi nyt lähtee sinne haikkariin tuolla aikeksi, että lähdetään endauttaa peliä ja... Vähän pettynyt, tai siis totta kai mukaan Liquidi voittaa, mutta mä olisin tiedä, että sä kaivannut kumminkin vähän tiukempia pelejä.
Pikkusen ehkä antiklimaattinen.
Niin, jotenkin niinku tosi just semmonen niinku tylsät ottelut, että RNG jälkeen ei voittu 2-0, niin ei kyllä näillä näytöillä en uskoisi, että ihan näyttää jotain oikeesti joltain ihan niin, no Open Qualestahan tää joukkuet tuli, mutta ihan jotain niitä lower brackettiin nyt, että en ymmärrä kyllä, mutta ehkä tästä
oli
todennäköisesti
mennäänkin lower brackettiin.
Niin, ehkä tässä jonkinlainen O-drafti oli ja Hokori ehkä sitten itekin tiedostaa tämän, että tai ehkä siellä oli Liquidi vaan valmistautu paremmin ja Hokori ehkä yllättyy sitten näistä drafteista ja muuta, mutta no, kumminkin respektaa nyt Liquidin vielä, ettei lähde liian nopeeta russaamaan tonne haikkariin, että vähän tässä pokeillaan ja katsotaan, jos saataisiin jotain hyviä sardeja ja muuta. Siellä on kumminkin Disruptor-ultia löytyy tossakin. TKP toki nyt vaan Matu hakkaa paskat. Ei, missattiin.
Se haittaa.
Kyllä, hetkeä se Naamatulla.
PKP päälle ja karku.
Joo. Alkoi näyttää ihan pahalta tuo tilanne. Tuo olisi voinut mennä huomattavasti pahemmin, että ihan hyvä, että Liquidi pääsi irti.
Hokori 1-1 LGD, ei 2-0.
Ai niin, totta, sori, mä päin. No, minkin.
Niskatyyny koste. Joo, mutta eihän kyllähän niskatyynillä voi voittaa, mutta ei tommosen kulmakorulla ei voi voittaa. Se on tämmösiä kirjoittamattomia sääntöjä. Ei ole vielä voitettu, Quasior. Win probability 97. Mä en kyllä ihan allekirjoita en ihan näin En ihan näin todennäköisenä vielä pitäis kyllä. Fakta on se, että ollaan siellä kyllä aika patalla. Ei sitä pääse yli eikä ympäri. Mortlingillä muuten ei oo rahaa buybackia, sitähän ei tietenkään Liquidi tiedä, mutta nyt lähdetään endaa peliä. Aikasta minuutti jäljellä ja no, Mopo jos kuolee, niin se on tässä. Peiniskoru, joo, semmonen voi olla kyllä, semmonen saa olla. Menkää, just näin, jatkasta kiinni ja just näin, juuri näin. Täällä menee raksit. Joo. Matu klimpseen. Onko se meillä PKP vielä käytetty? Toivottavasti ei. Jaha!
Ollaan tappelee.
Sit Black Hole on iso.
Mutta Pang on kyllä Trovista tällä hetkellä.
Siis ei saatu follow-upia ollenkaan. Ei saatu follow-upia ollenkaan ton Black Holeiin. Matu lyödään. Ai, Matu, ai. Mitä? Se vaan teleettikarkku.
Joo, mutta ei tää silti hyvä oo tuota, että... Sieltä lähti nyt... Ei saatu... No saatiin Frangeraksi, mutta tuota... Buybackit meni Hokorilta, se on kyllä pakko myöntää toki, että... Ja painettiin buybackit, mutta...
Kahdelta herolta.
Saatiin silti Trovi tuota tapettua tossa, että kyllä tää nyt vähän kääntikseltä haisee tässä, että...
Voivat tavallaan alkaa kohtaan tääkin ressu purkissa. Ai niin joo. Joo, totta.
Mopo.
Joo! Noniin, se Mopolla ei oo tosiaan sitä buybackkia.
Joo. Vähän ehkä aliarvioidaan tuo Trovin damage.
Mennään vaan haikkariin.
Jees. No niin, asia kunnossa.
Ensin oli kääntis, sit oltiinkin silleen, että ei.
Vähän aliarvioidaan Trovin damage, että en tiedä mikä homma, että eikä ymmärrä, että sieltä tulee krittiä puree damagea silleen, että... Jotenkin tässä tuntuu, että yllätti ton Hokori, että näin tulee tapahtua, mutta no, eipä siinä.
Jee. Joo. Tää peli on muuten ohi. Joo.
Niin joo. Hokori varmaan huutaa kohta GG ja Liquid sitten kura Upper Bracket sotin ja tuota... En tiedä onko korkein siitä vai miten se menee, että kuka sitten ennäs voittaa tuon Upper Bracketin, mutta... Sinne kumminkin on päästy jo ja katsotaan sitten muiden pelien tulosten mukaan sitten, että kuinka hyvä siidi saadaan, että onko voittanut täysin Bracketin vai mikä homma. Mutta joo, hyvin pelattu kyllä Liquid. En mä tiedä tästä pelistä ei niinku paljon sanottavaa, että mun mielestä Hokorin supporit vähän fiidas liikaa. Tässä Liquidi roteettas paljon paremmin ja ainoa mikä Hokorilla oli hyvä oli se Broodin, että lähti käsistä. Jotenkin tuntuu, että Hokori ei saanut sit siitä niinku liidillä mitään aikaiseksi. Että jos sä saat olla noin voitetun linjan, niin kyllä se pitäisi sit niinku hyödyntää sitä. Että vähän ehkä jäi niinku se supporttien impakti pieneksi tästä. Oho, okei. No joo, mä lähti. Säkin sait kumminkin...
Helvetti, no niin.
Trovikin joutui kumminkin lähteä sinne midin aika nopeeta, niin jotenkin tosi oudosti meni tää peli, että... Ino oli tosin käynnissä, pakko myöntää, mikä tuli hyvin ratata, että se niinku piti Liquidin tosi hyvin alkupelissä ja... Saillekin oli ihan hyvä peli, että ei tässä varmaan paljon puhumista jää jälkipolville, että hyvin pelattu tuota Liquidilta ja ihan ansattu voitto ja mielenkiinnolla otetaan nyt tuo playoff-vaihetta, että miten tuota... Siellä lähtee Hokori ja Liquidi pelailee ja onko Hokori niinku saako nyt tästä jonkinlaisen comebackin sinne playoff-vaiheeseen vai lähdetäänkö siellä vaan mä olisin kyllä pettynyt, jos Lower Bracketissa lähdetään round 1 vaan laulukuoroon, koska oikeesti niinku joukko on ottanut RNG:kin 2-0, vaikka siellä onkin RNG koronassa, että se on kumminkin ihan
kyllä
hyvä
se on tavallaan
suoritus.
Semmoinen pettymys silleen.
Niin.
Mut joo, nyt ilmeisesti tilanne on se, että siellä muut pelit on vielä kesken, niin lohkojen sijoituksia ei vielä tiedä.
Joo.
Mutta jos PSG, nyt tiedetään kuitenkin se pistemäärä Liquidille, eli jos PSG LGD voittaa toisen pelin Petboomia vastaan, niin sit pelataan huomenna vielä tiebreakerin joukkueiden välillä, eli ollaan tasapisteissä.
Joo.
Ja Royal Never Give Up, jos voittaa viimeisen karttansa oikeita vastaan, niin Hokori on lower bracketissa. Jos ei, niin hekin pelaavat sitten huomenna tiebreakeriin. Joo. Mut hei, lopetetaan striimi tuttuun tapaan. Voisi oikeastaan itse asiassa vähän öökaa, että mitä tapahtuu tuossa muissa peleissä, mutta pikku tauko hei tässä vaiheessa.
Mä ainakin itse varmaan tältä päivältä lopetan, mitä lähtee töihin niin sanotusti. Niin
No joo, se on muuten ihan totta. Mut joo, hei, kiitoksia sulle tästä ja palataan pastille.
Kiitoksia, mo.
Näin. Niin. Tsekkaillaan vähän, miten muut pelit menee tuossa päivän aikana. Meillä on tosiaan B-lohko vielä, mutta niin kuin sanottu, niin lopetamme A-lohkon tuttuihin tunnelmiin. Palataan kohta.
On the run. Notice gonna catch him out, and that's a dead Jakiro as well. Innocence also gonna lose his life. And that's 3 dead on the side of PSG LGD once again. Man, Bet Boom. You know, at PSG LGD, they come for a fight. They get themselves 1 kill and get themselves away. Bet Boom, they just link them up all together. Very, very good.
This is exactly the kind of Dota that Bet Boom love to play. Just able to keep the constant pressure on every lane. This is where the Nature's Prophet carry looks the best as well, where you're just not really under that much threat. You're just farming up the whole map. You know, all these camps that would otherwise kind of go begging in other games. The Nature's Prophet's able to absorb a whole lot of that.
Yep.
And
the more of the
Bet-Boom's-
map you have, the more global teleport really becomes a super value spell.
Yeah, and they're still managing to like nurse a net worth lead forward, even though they're playing against the Alchemist. Full Daedalus picked up now for Laurel. Okay, he's pretty scary. And LGD, what do they have? They got the Blink BKB on the Alch. We don't quite have the Arcane Blink for Nothing to Say. Still needs another 1,000 gold.
Yeah. So just for those who are hanging on my every word there. Alchemist, his gold per damage is 0.7. Venomancer, his gold per damage is damage per gold is 2.01.
Who's the highest?
I would imagine it's Venomancer or
Okay.
Zeus. Probably Veno though.
Ooh, jump in. BKB.
EKB out from Noticed, gets it off in time. LGD won't be catching him, but also they do waste the arena, so
He blocked the damage with the Spike Carapace so he could get the blink.
that's cute.
That
actually.
was sick. All right. That's a lot of cooldowns used for Noticed. And now going in.
Oh, jumps in, almost get the double stop of the big Supernova comes out just in time. Nothing to say, trying to stand a fight, but he can't do it to Hack, and Lala just tearing him apart. He tries to get out the Roche pit, but there's nowhere to go. Nothing to say. Going to fall, they get torn apart in seconds. Oh my goodness. These fights are so quick. It just breaks out and is gone.
SMQ wants to try.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to
okay.
him. He doesn't get the blink.
I was wondering if he could have snuck past this sentry. It's maybe there's a gap, but he didn't want to try.
Yeah. Want to add another log to the fire, so he's just going to take a bit of XP. Watch Lal. Bit weird, but okay. I want to see him
These
vendetta
Nyx
one of
assassin
creeps
players.
and blink away. Well, he's going to make a play here. They actually just want to try and take his Aegis, or at least force out a BKB. He doesn't have a BKB. He's actually just dead. Wow, the plays here from PSG LGD. The moment they respawn, running at the sniper and taking his Aegis. Not bad, PSG. Not bad.
Can they catch anything else? Both of the
The
supports.
double wards, yeah.
Yeah.
These cliffs are so important for fighting around.
Innocence is just lucky that Roger didn't have the Unleash and that there wasn't anything to jump on, because he did have this double damage and a BKB. So if he had really wanted to, I think he could have made mincemeat out of the Jakiro.
One sword. Up by the sniper. Nice little neutral item to go in his basket.
All right, so PSG LGD, it's pretty much all about how many heroes die in the Arcane Blink Requiem from Nothing to Say.
Yeah.
If they're super sick, maybe Faith Beyond can go in, stun somebody, he dies, and then he swaps somebody else on top of the Blink Requiem. So they one-shot 2 people, and
I can absolutely
just-
see that happening with LGD. It's the thing.
It's
like, any other team,
possible.
I'm like, that's so silly, base skip. Stop messing around. But yeah, PSG LGD, they've done more insane things. Yeah, they got ways back into this game. That's the thing about PSG LGD, is that like I'm never really counting them out of this one. No, not to doubt the arc, but that being very good at controlling the map with this Nature's Prophet. And building very safely as well this game. It's not the all-in on the damage that we saw last time from Lal.
Yep. Yeah, he is. He still has Shard queued up for some reason, even though he's already got it, but hasn't decided on what the next item is. I like the build from Dahak as well. Getting the AC, getting the Scotty, both can be very useful to have against the Alk and the SF. All right, we've got the Arcane Blink on Nothing to Say. His next selection is just a Refresher Orb. There's an Arcane Rune waiting down at bottom. I don't think anybody sees that, though. So, LGD just going to go for this one.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. He's just picked up this Arcane Blink. They want to try and make a play with it. How quick can they be? How quick can BetBoom be with their BKBs as well? Many questions, not many answers. Ame showing in the middle lane, trying to look as tasty as possible, dressed up in his finest lingerie and trying to tempt BetBoom over. MGD. Smoke does drop. Try and go for the tower as Notice will start things off. In he goes with the spear with the BKB all committed. The swap's got to come through. That's going to allow them to get the BKB off on Ame here. They're trying to wait with the Shadow Fiend while as the BKB start to go down on the side of BetBoom. Now, they could be vulnerable, but it's so hard for PSG LGD to find a way into this, but they need to start this, and that's exactly what Ame is going to try and do. Blink forward, no target for the stun, though. He's going to stun himself up. Jinkyu's waiting, sitting right behind him. Two-man spear, throwing them both back, though. What can they do? The Requiem is on the back, and it's only really going to land onto the Mars as they lose Ame. LGD, the plan, it was good, but it wasn't good enough, and now they scatter for the hills, but Nothing to Say. He has got the Arcane Blink to run himself across, TP himself out, and that will be that.
Well, they tried. But yeah, Laurel just getting to sit there and hit, the Hawk just getting to sit there and hit, and even the Requiem Bomb not looking that impressive against this Mars.
Say that again. Luckily, it is only a 70-second cooldown on the Requiem due to the Arcane Rune and the Arcane Blink, so...
Yeah, I might be able to go and catch them out.
They got rid of the CDR. But
yeah. But yeah, the Arcane Rune certainly helping out.
Business as usual for Shinkyu. Looking cool as a cucumber. Things might not be going great in this game, but you know, it's not that important to them. As we mentioned before, probably not feeling the stress right now. Jinky looking pretty relaxed, discussing things, obviously trying their hardest all the same. But there's no tears, that's for sure.
How do we get the hypest clip out of this game, out of this situation? What is the out execute on the team fight? I think that's sort of what they're looking at here. Jinky gonna run forward into a sentry ward.
Blink away there. Pops the Aeon disc on the sniper, which he has assembled for some reason. As Jinky will get eliminated for this one. Yeah, a little surprised that LoL has that one already assembled inside his inventory, but I guess it's fine. Doesn't want to get popped by the Shadow Fiend, I suppose.
Yeah, he's... The difference in... again, just BetBoom, like, this is the most important game that we've ever played, and for LGD, it's Tuesday.
Yeah. 34 minutes in, and Alchemist now going to complete his Overwhelming Blink. So, going for the Overwhelming Blink again. Just AC, Radiance, BKB, Overwhelming. It's still not going to feel like super brutal from the Alchemist. You know, it's not going to jump in and shred heroes, that's for sure. Doesn't have Mjolnir or anything like that. Not really we see too often on the Alchemist these days anyways, but...
Yeah, I'm a little surprised you didn't opt for something like the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of extra control would have been nice, but I suppose the Overwhelming Blink kind of does that in a way as well.
Yeah, it's providing something.
I mean, BetBoom do need to be careful. I feel like the last fight was probably like something which they shouldn't let happen again. You know, popping their BKBs and not getting the kills for it, or only getting like a sport or something is very, very risky.
Yeah, they're still respecting PSGLD a whole lot, as it seems like they're just going to wait around for the Roshan. They will be absolutely kicking themselves if somehow they lose this game, since it does, in taking the occasional peek over at the other stream, it does seem like if they win this, they are going to force that tiebreaker for elimination against Sonics.
Yep, spoilers, but Gaming are currently on the Sonics high ground. taking their barracks at 27 minutes into the game. So it's going to be a tiebreaker by the looks of it if things keep going. But of course, there's still plenty of Dota to be played in this one. It's by no means over. And Bet Boom. I don't know if they're going to know about that. I'm pretty sure they're just going to be entirely focused in on this game. It's a tense situation to be in. If they win this, they will force a tiebreaker with Sonics. If they don't, they out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower.
Maybe you need to just turn the game into more of a clown fiesta. Like, you need more chat wheels, more tips. LGD, they seem to go along with it before, though for the moment they are looking for the way to win this with the double Requiem. But still, things not looking great as we have yet another Aegis secured for Bet Boom. They're going to give it to Dahak this time around, as opposed to Laurel, who's feeling maybe a little bit safe with his Aeon Disc and his BKB.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't regret that decision later on. But yeah, Dahak can be a bit of a beast on the front lines now and not be too worried about getting blown up by the Shadow Fiend, that's for sure. Because that is the one big threat, right? Like, this Alchemist is not really going to jump on anyone and be able to shred them down. It's all about the Shadow Fiend. What can Nothing to Say pull off in these fights? At the moment, the answer has been not a whole lot, but you never want to count him out. You never want to forget about it. As the fight breaks out, they've actually managed to find Notice here, but Notice actually gets off the BKB and turns it around, so they will kill off Jinkyu and Innocent as well. Also going to go down. The swap is there from Faith Bian. Going to get Army out of danger, but they're throwing yet another fire onto the Bet Boom side as they look over towards Faith Bian, and yeah, that's going to be the illusion brought down as well. Aghanim's doing absolutely nothing. Rough stuff indeed. Rough stuff indeed. How did that fight even start out? Were you watching that one?
Yeah, I think they were just hoping to like jump, and they were hoping that Notice was more alone, but Bet Boom are not playing split up at all. It's almost the exact same thing that happened at mid, right? They're trying to catch Bet Boom off guard. I think also by showing some heroes in the side lanes, and like Nothing to Say was pushing out elsewhere, but they are being super disciplined, and now they are ready up onto the high ground. There's no other tier 2s to take. So it could do quite a bit of damage. All they have to be worried about is this Nothing to Say Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, so whilst they're trying to take this, Arme is trying to have a little 1v1 with Notice, but the Hack comes over and he's got a Skadi as well, so not feeling too tanky. And now there's a Sunray coming also Bet Boom, they're not giving LGD a chance to breathe right now, but they will get away from the barracks, which LGD might not be too upset about. Let's see. Them back in. Looking to put the pressure on here.
If they find a jump, Dahak can just TP right on top of this.
Jinkyu, he's been seen. Nice little ice bath though, and the swap back onto Dahak. I mean, he's got the Aegis though, so maybe not the ideal target they want to try and bring down right now. They will kill him off regardless. Oh mate, kind of self-stun unfortunately. Nice stuns bouncing around the back from... Oh, Nothing to Say! He drops a Requiem onto the BKB targets. That is not how that one was meant to go. This might be how LGD's cookie crumbles as Faith Bian is going to lose his life as well. Nice stun bouncing onto 2 though. They'll take down Taneko. Roger going to fall as well. Notice swap back into the mix. Trying to go for the TP out. His stun is just not there in time. He gets himself away, so all the cores of Bet Boom get their way out of this one, and they get the buyback on both Arme and Nothing to Say. Bet Boom, they're fine with this. This is absolutely fine.
Yeah, they've now given themselves just a very clear win condition. You kill either one of these 2 heroes, and you're going to secure yourself the game, secure yourself that tiebreaker, and from there, maybe even secure yourself a lower bracket berth after what was a very difficult group stage for them. Just have to see if they can find this one pick off. And Nothing to Say, he's just going to try and farm up this last couple thousand gold to get this double ulti. The one that he got off in that last fight, I don't think did anything, right? It was just a full BKB for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. A lot of patience, not rewarded at all for Nothing to Say. I think he was just hoping that he could catch them in the middle of the fight before they got off the BKBs, because they were kind of just saving them for him, but that wasn't the case.
Radiant are scanning.
They could really use this Venge 25, but that is such a pipe dream at the moment.
Yeah, that would be nice, but Faith Beyond's only level 18.
Changed the game entirely, but that's just not happening at all. Not with the XP changes, that's for sure. And, the fact that no one in the game is actually 25 yet should be an indicator that that's not happening. The hack's nearly there.
Yeah, BetBoom have been holding hands a whole lot, so I'm not expecting them to be super duper far ahead on the net worth. Soneko has found a whole lot of farm this game. He ended up going back for Midas, so he's got Midas, Shivas, Wraith Pact. He's got a Refresher Shard for himself.
Yeah, he's scaled very nicely into late game here. Swap back stun onto 2. That's not bad. Requiem to follow. They'll take down Notice straight off the bat. They'll turn their attention towards the Supernova. That is gone as well. That boom. Miss initiation there. The beautiful little double stun coming out. Oh my goodness. Faith Beyond styling on this sniper. Lol gets brought down as well. 3 dead on that boom. LGD, you cannot count these guys out.
Oh my god. They just turned it on in one team fight. BetBoom poking forward just a little bit too far. There's division on them. Everybody gets stacked up.
Yep. They finally
watch this.
Requiem.
The swap. He blinks into the ice path. There's 2 heroes. Double Requiem comes out. The two
an ice path. It's also the concoction. It's also the double stun from Faith Beyond as well. There's
he's absolutely kicking himself, like not popping the BKB or blinking straight into that. I think he blinked straight into the ice path. Right? I don't think it was like his overwhelming blink hitting the carapace or anything. That is the one slightly weird thing about buying this overwhelming blink on the Mars. It's more damage on your combo, but it also gives you the chance of just randomly blinking on top of a spiked carapace. And they found the Hawk over here. Yules as well.
BKB. So he can just TP out of this one.
Oh, he can't.
Oh, no. No, he can't. They got to swap. Faith Beyond's the first one to TP to Hawk, trying to go for the global teleport. Oh, no. It's another disaster for BetBoom. They're starting to sweat. They're starting to crack. PSGLGD.
Oh, God.
And,
PSG LGD, they've decided they want to see if they can do this one, and they're certainly doing it to BetBoom in these last couple of team fights.
And quick news update from the other stream.
Breaking news.
Gladiators have won. Yep. Breaking news. Raven Gladiators have won Game 2, thus making it 2-0 over Sonics, meaning that Sonics will go into a tiebreaker with BetBoom if BetBoom are able to win this game.
And that's the only tiebreaker scenario left for this group.
Kyllä me nyt katsotaan tää peli loppuun. Loppuun tää. Tää lakon viimeisestä kierrokselta. Muut sijoitukset alkaa kohta olemaan tapetoitua.
It's been resolved. Yeah, that's all been resolved.
Liquidin sijoituksen, jos BetBoom ei heitä. Tosin nyt näyttää sillä, että tää peli kääntyi ja tää niinku oikeesti pääski jälkeen voittaa. Mutta jos tää nyt kääntyykin,
this matters a lot for BetBoom. We know the stakes.
Eikä tiebreaker-matseja ole kuin UB, LB.
Yeah, it's got to be in the back of BetBoom's mind. Just trying to be disciplined. They're actually going to smoke out a little bit early before the Nature's Prophet respawns, knowing that if we do find a fight, he can still come and join. So they've got the double Requiem ready to go, and nothing to say actually has an A on this.
Jos kaikki statsit on tasan, niin eihän voi arpoa sitä kakkos-kolmosta.
So I'm going to have to be a little bit careful about how he uses that one with his ultis, but LGD.
Että pelaat sä niinku ykkös-kakkosta vai kolmos-nelosta vastaan.
They're going to be able to take down Jinky, or maybe he's got the Yules of Faith Beyond already dead, and the Illusion's going to follow as well. Gets up a swap the last second. Does nothing, though. Nothing to say. He's out. LGD run for the hills straight away. Those supports.
Run for the hills and
support in the off lane.
Run away.
Way too important. They need everyone if they're going to stand up 5v5 fight.
And for BetBoom, it seems like they want that confidence again of having the Aegis in hand. And they kind of wait for that. The Nature's Prophet's not completely capped out. The Hawk has opted for this Blade Mail once again. I kind of got it on the Lesh in the previous game. This game, I don't know. I don't really see the point Like, I don't even think it's... Is it that much of a deterrent for the Shadow Fiend? Isn't he just going to be BKB'd every single time he ults? So...
Yeah.
Kyllä sitä Rossia tulee oottanut minuutti
You probably
vielä.
swap this out at some point.
When did he buy it?
I feel like it was relatively recent. I don't think he's had it the whole game. We can check it out.
Also, one thing I will say, you have to be really careful.
Joo,
with this Shadow Fiend
tosta vois kyllä melkein
Leondis
ottaa selvää, että miten
shenanigans,
tuo...
right?
Yeah.
This is actually something which can absolutely ruin you.
Löytäisinköhän
Yeah,
You
that's
actually
why-
have to backpack the Eondis if you use the refresher, because if you take any instant of damage, the Eondis
Yeah, it'll instantly pop again. Yeah,
So
yeah. It's...
should be fine for the first one, but the second one would be...
Overview.
You have to
Formaatti.
backpack it.
Oh, Russians in 10 seconds. They're on the move from PSG LGD. They don't have any vision in this area. There's a great triangle of vision for BetBoom.
Yeah, they're going in
For
dry.
upper bracket round,
He's
one the
got-
first place in each group of
Ags, yeah, you got to get the Ags. They're going to swap. They'll go in. Notice with nice two-man stun. Another spear coming
God,
off from
the
him, catching off both the supports. The little
Viimekin
Nixus has to
lopu.
stay alive for the time being, but Faith Bian killed off on the backlines here as well. Still throwing out the Suns. There's nothing to say. Drops the first
check it
ulti,
out,
but
double the
really
buyback.
gets nothing done with it. And now he's got to
Kemisti.
leave. He's actually
Ai,
just going to
mega
refresh it
hyvällä.
and going straight away to try and get
Okay.
himself to safety.
Ja
As
kääntikseen.
Alchemist trying to fight up in the front lines here. Will
Sitten
be able to
Rogeri
bring
oikeesti
that run, but
vaan
it's another
paskaa.
arena coming out
No,
from
Alchemist
Noticed
will
as they
run
run
it
down
down.
the Alchemist. Arme is gone. They'll try to
It's
get away
not
on the Venge,
enough.
but the Venge clone killed
I
off
guess
as well.
you're good.
PSG
Wasn't
LGD
good
just
enough at
holding
best.
on. BetBoom just want to take it as close as possible, as easily as possible. They'll run back towards Roshan. They want to take down
En mä
Aegis
löydä täältä
and get
mitään
that for
infoa
themselves
siitä, mikä
and
se
just
niinku tavallaan
take it easy.
tiebreakerin
But to be honest,
tilanteessa
they
on.
could just run it down here.
They're respecting the
They wanna
buyback
be
potential.
close.
It's only gold
Yeah.
that's stopping Ame from having a buyback here. It's not. They're not in that cooldown
fair.
anymore. 100% the right play to just
There is
secure
no
the rush.
information.
Don't. Do not need to go high
Ainoa
ground,
tieto
and
eliminaatio,
they'll probably
okay.
still have time to go and
Siinä
poke at some of
head
these
to head.
buildings
Jos kaikki tasainen
before Ame is
kuolee. Joo.
respawned. Okay, so
Mä
they've
oon
got
kyllä-
the
mä oon kyllä-
Ags
mä oon
on
kyllä
the
vähän
Phoenix.
tota vastaan.
Gives him some saving
Pystynkö,
potential.
ei pitäis-
Can
ei pitäis
go
kolikolla
disastrously
päättää
as
noin
well
asiat.
under the
Se
wrong
on oikeesti niinku
circumstances,
se
but I'm
on
sure
kuitenkin,
Seneko
se on
can
kuitenkin
be
saattaa
pretty
olla
careful. And
aika niinku
it's a lot of hits at this point
iso
as
case.
well. So as long as his team
It
is
is.
protecting it somewhat, it should be fine.
Joo, tää selkeä.
13 hits is not super easy to get off for anyone except the Alchemist.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend doesn't have a hell of a lot of attack speed at this point.
No, vähän näyttäisi siltä, että ei tarvitse tuoda spekuloida
this,
PSG jälkeen. Tuskin
This
tätä
Nyx
peliä nytkään voi.
Assassin
Pet
gonna
punta
be
vaaditaan
very
oikeesti niinku ihan
annoying when it
helvetin
comes
monen
to
heitto.
the high ground defense.
Oikeastaan
This
buybackia
Ags is
ei
insanely
oo-
strong, but you hardly ever get to see it because
Ei oo
the heroes
Shadow
can't
Fiendillä,
farm.
ei oo Alchemistilla,
But
ei oo.
when you got an
Ja
alchemist on your
Kella.
team,
Kella buyback.
bit of a different story.
Shadow Fightin PSG jälkeen ne häviää, niin tää peli on.
Right. Oh, he doesn't have the range to hit the sniper, unfortunately. Jinkyu wishing he had an Aether lens. Maybe they can swap him in. That's the plan. Faith Beyond is standing right on top of this Nyx Assassin.
Well, go for it on Soneko instead. I mean, Faith Beyond now in an awful position as they drop down the Requiem as well. They are going to be able to take down Soneko. Can they get anybody else with this? Doesn't look like nothing. They actually just go for the TP out. The Hawk trying to bring him down, and there's the Elm Disc as well to keep him alive. But they have lost the first life on the Vengeful Spirit. He's still staying alive and trying to do his job. They're actually going to swap back the Hawk. The Hawk, he's in trouble. He's going to go down. That's the Aegis gone. Do they want to Requiem it? Well, they can't. Still 30 seconds on the refresher orbs. They'll have to try and do it the old-fashioned way, but they will absolutely be able to do that. Arme tears him apart. They're making the hold here. Another swap coming out from Faith Beyond. How much value is Venge going to get? Cheese comes out from Menace. That'll keep him alive as the super comes crashing down as well. LGD going for the reset here. They're happy to just wait it out a little bit longer, but they don't want to give up his barracks.
Ei
Another
voi olla
two-man stun coming out from
Ei.
LGD. Following up as well. Roger is gone. Another supernova, but Arme's on top of it. The whole team, they'll tear
You
through that edge
must
and now
be
look towards Lal
fucking
as well. The Elder trying to
joking.
keep himself alive. There is a Satanic here as well, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. He's still trying to fight through this, but nothing
Joo,
to
kato
say. On
hittaa
top of them as
tommosessa niinku
well. The stun
oikeassa,
is
oikeassa
there.
isossa
Boom.
tuotannossa.
They
Siellä on
get
niinku,
wiped off the
siellä on
face of the
useampi.
earth by LGD.
The swap stuns, the
Useampi
ice
vuoro.
paths, the
Ei tarvi vetää
multi-man
alusta
stuns
tuota
from the Nyx
loppuun.
Assassin. PSG, LGD putting on a team fight clinic there. And
Team fight
somehow Ame
clinic.
getting to sit there and auto-attack the entire time.
Joo,
The
semmonenpa
Hawk,
sieltä nyt
he's got 2 lives, but he's only got 1 BKB. And as soon as that wears out, the
Peli
chain
kyllä
stun
sopii
from
tähän hyvin.
LGD is just relentless.
Yeah, it really is.
Look at some of this. Like the Ice Path is already waiting for the Phoenix. He comes out. Jinkyu jumps forward, gets a double stun. And then Sniper just doesn't get to auto attack at all. Look at this. Stun, another stun, pops the Aeon Disc, Yules, comes down from the Yules, jumps away, stunned again. Absolutely brutal. And LGD are up under the high ground. Oh no.
God.
Pain. Please.
No matter anything or everything else.
Älkää nyt menkö kahdestaan sinne.
Absolute
hurts, man.
Älkää nyt menkö kahdestaan sinne. Tää on uskomaton peli.
Well, LGD, they will take the middle lane.
Petbumi tarvii voiton, jos ne aikoo tapella enää jatkopaikasta. Petbumissa tarvitsee sen voiton, ei PSG jälkeen tarvitse voittoa.
Buybacks all available. The
Paineet,
game has fallen back into a neutral state. No Roshan available anytime soon as well, so we'll probably see some teams trying to make some plays onto each other.
Miten tää Shadowfieldista? Mikä tää item buildi on? Hetkinen. Refresheri.
I wonder if they need to shift gears into like save up all of your buybacks and maybe try and rat the racks. Like force a 4-man fight and then the Hawk goes TPing into the... Like you got to get the glyph first, but even with his current build, he does take the buildings pretty quickly. I don't know if Mega Creeps end this game though. Like that the Alk is still just gonna... He's got his Battle Fury, which he picked up pretty late.
Joo, jos BB voittaa, niin sitten on Tiebreaker Sonicsin kanssa.
He ditched the Radiant, so I don't think we've even really
hävisi.
Talked about that, but... And they've hit that level 25 talent on the Vengeful Spirit, so the BKBs for Betboom are way less useful than they were previously.
Sonics Mat 02 no se on sitten selkeä.
Yeah, here we are, 52 minutes in.
Voitolla pelataan
Got the word on the high ground.
Yeah, noticed. Overseal forward, BKB out from him. He's got to be careful. That's a lot of swaps going out. Faith Beyond going in deep here, but Notice able to get off the arena. They've got Alchemist, but he's got the BKB, so he's going to be able to back himself away. He's on top of him. He's got the pressure to lock him down with the Requiem's there from to take down the Marcy. LGD, they'll make the trade, the Venge for the Marcy. Illusion is still alive though, so
menee kyllä niin todella loppuratkaisuvaiheeseen.
Still such a threat as Jinkyu jumping on forward, doesn't land the stun, but he does land the carapace, another swag threat. They actually have the Aeon Disco onto Notice, to keep him alive.
Se oli ilman baittia.
They kill off the Venge clone. Notice though, staying alive on the front lines, Betboom.
Skivisti ei niinku aivan pääse minnekään, tuon Sniper aivan päästä vielä.
Lal finds the Alchemist, they bring him down. Jinkyu as well, also in trouble. Jinkyu's gonna get killed off. Betboom, the hope is still alive from them.
Tää peli on kyllä täys
kuortani. Doing a whole lot of work there, and very nice tidy backwards.
No nyt tos kyllä eväät siihen, siellä ei oo buybackia Vengellä eikä Nyksillä.
They get a little bit of a win condition here once again as the Alchemist buys back.
Eihän tossa Sniperissa oo mitään järkeä, ei tossa oo mitään järkeä, ihan rikki.
The Shadow Fiend currently still 30 seconds to get another one out.
Aion diskiä tuosta kasuaalia ja Refuja PK. Selvä.
It's a real window here.
Selvä!
They want to take it. It's so scary. This goes wrong. It could go really wrong, but if it goes well, it could be everything.
Menkää nyt ja lopettakaa tää peli.
I hopes here for Betboom.
Kuinka minuutin kohdalla tulee taas uusia tuotteita mettä?
LGD. Yeah, I think they want to play around the Wind Waker and the Aeon Disc and the Ghost Scepter and everything else, but this Nullifier is just going to completely destroy them. There's a glyph, but...
Noticed. Look at this confidence from him.
Kiina on kyllä myyty.
I'm nice to see, honestly.
Menee raksit. Nää ois kyllä mun mielestä ois ehkä voinut mennä endaa ennemminkin, koska no, yhdet raksit sieltä menee. Vihu spamnaa! Vihu spamnaa! Joo. Tää ottaa vaan yhdet raksit tällä oikeesti. Ei ne enempää saa. Ei.
They have creeps on the high ground, Betboom.
Ei
don't have the
uskalla.
vision, so they can't just sit down on the low ground and just spam away at it. And they're gonna back themselves off. They're gonna split out across the map.
Yeah, somebody's got to be saying, like, look, all that needs to happen is the Alchemist needs to die one more time. And that should be the game. PSG, of course, very aware of this fact themselves.
Mitkä nämä roolit ylipäätään
we're getting
SF
We're
on
getting
ollut vissiin
close
midissä,
to the
onko
tier
kemisti
5
ollut
neutrals, but I
ykkösenä?
get the feeling this could be another one of these games where we roll past 60
Onko
minutes
Vengen yksi vai
right
Jakira?
as the game
Kuka
is
noista
ending,
niinku kolmonen mukaan?
one way or
Kellään
the
ei oo
other.
farmia.
That has been our curse, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the way it goes
Vengen
for us.
kolmonen. Kyllä ihan purkissa.
Owen doesn't really have a way to
Tätä peli on
join
voinut kestää näköjään, mä en ymmärrä.
running and blinking over.
Hyvä sikataklaus. Lähtee kyllä confidence toimimaan.
Okay, yeah, Roshan's in 30 seconds. I don't know if we're gonna get to see.
Lala's very far forward here. He's going to get swapped. Does have the force stuff to get himself back to a
Snapri on
modicum of
mukavas
safety.
kiinni, mutta ei se
The
ollut.
team is sitting behind him. I mean, this is all behind
Ja
Sniper.
hiiliin.
Not what you expect to see at all, but it's working out for now. That's pretty tanky. He's got a refresher orb, Satanic,
Yeah.
EKB, Aeon Disc. Like, most of his items are defensive.
Yeah, two pikes, two BKBs, two Aeondis, two
Ei niillä ole
Satanics.
mitään niinku panosta tähän päivään.
Right.
And he's still rocking the Paladin sword. Even at this point, doesn't feel like there's a neutral item that he wants more. Okay, Roshan's up. That's the everything Rosh.
Everything Roche. Joo.
They see.
Rosa
they see
ylhäällä.
Ame at bottom.
Tää on kyllä ratkaiseva fightti.
So yeah, they poke forward a little bit.
Juu, sit mennään. Okay.
No, Disc jumping in. The Yules is there from the next assassin to dodge out the stun, though. Q with the Aeon Disc is going to be able to survive through this, and Faith Beyond's going to swap himself forwards. Not going to be able to survive through this one, so he will be dying the first time as Notice jumps in on the sidelines, trying to get on top of Arme. In comes a Requiem. Do they have the damage, though? He's actually stuck up right now. Refresher comes out from him. He's got another BKB. He's able to keep it for now, but actually the damage coming out from Lal might be too much. He gets away. He keeps the distance low with the BKB, holding still. They look towards Shinky, but he's too hard to kill. But in the backlines, Notice trying to make the play. The Assassinate's there as well. They'll bring down the Shadow Fiend for the first time. Buyback from him, though, as he tried to take this fight.
Shinku edelleen ylhäällä.
Hold this
Mitä
high ground.
tapahtuu?
It's the
Kolme miehen aispatti.
and the stun from Shinky. They're stacking them up nicely, but they don't seem to have the follow-up damage on the side of RNG. They'll come in on the front lines onto Arme, but Roger's just going to be able to take him out with the help of his team. Again, Innocent's getting so much damage done and locked down onto the backlines here, but they just don't have the follow-up. Shinky and Roger just sitting next to each other, stunned for most of this fight. As Notice jumps in again, takes down Innocence, but with Arme dead twice, it's looking like it might be the end for PSG LGD.
Big plays to Notice in that fight. Just tracking down the Shadow Fiend the entire time. They tried to save him, but not enough value out of nothing to say.
You really can't find the entry points for these Requiems, and now he doesn't have it. That's his entire build as well. Bad Boomer going for the win here. They're going to force the tiebreakers. Senekio is just going to straight up die to creep for some reason, but I guess it's okay. Ancient falling. They can't do anything. They can't do anything. LGD, they can't stop it. It's a win for Bad Boom. They keep themselves in TI-11.
Joo, elikkäs kakkossija. Tuohan on enemmän kuin mitä budjetoitiin. Eli sit käytännössä niin kun playeri-vastustaja on meille. Playeri-vastustaja on meille, onhan Seja tuottaa. Otas tuolta vähän sivustoa, miltä se näyttää. Eli siellä on niin tietysti siellä on vielä lohkotilanne on täysin auki. Eli mahdolliset vastustajat on seuraavat. No, näitähän nyt tietysti on täällä. Käytännössä 3.-4. paikalle voi päästä vielä 5 joukkuetta. Tää on ihan mielenvikainen tää lohko. Kattokaas tosta. Lohkotilanne tosta noin. Niin, me saadaan P3 tänne 4. Ootas mä katsotaan toi vielä oikeaan kohtaan. Tosta noin. Ja tältä näyttää oikeesti nyt tää. Että hetkinen. Onks tää päivittynyt? Ja nyt on päivittynyt. Eli toi vielä oikealle kohdalle noin ikään. Ja sitten vähän päivitellään sivua, niin saadaan tosta tilaan. Kaikki 5 maistuu. No siis joo. Eli Liquidi 2, PSG LGD 3 OK4, joo, tää nyt on varma. Eli EG pääsee valitteen 3 tai 4 välille, Liquidi ottaa se, joka siitä jää jäljelle. Siis Sigridkin pystyy vielä valahtamaan jopa lohko 4 asti, kyllä. Eli sieltä voi tulla teoriassa jopa Sigrid vielä. Viimeinen kierros on pelaamatta. Niin jos sekä Aster että Thunder Awaken ottaa voitot ja Sigrid häviää, niin silloin siellä ollaan tasapisteessä. 3 joukkueen tie. Ja mikä se on viimeisen kierroksen tilanne? Katsotaan tästä nyt, mitä täällä pelejä vielä pelataan. Elikäs Aster Spirit. Eli Aster Spirit, joo, se on itse asiassa todella kova peli. Se tarkoittaa sitä, että niin eihän tossa niin nämä joukkueet ei voi enää tasapisteisiin joutua mitenkään. Fnatic vastaan TSM. TSM vattallaan, mutta hekin voi vielä nousta tuolta. Itse asiassa hyvinkin voi nousta. Eli Fnatic TSM. Fnaticilla on vielä chanssit nousta 4 parhaan joukkoon. On, siis tää on ihan auki vielä. Tundra versus Entity. Tundra on joko 1 tai 2. Ja Entitykin tarvii vielä rundeja, että varmistaa paikkansa. Secret vastaan Talon. Talonillakin on vielä chanssit pudotuspeleihin. Secret tarvii kierroksia, jos haluaa top 2 finishin. Ja TA vastaan Beast Ghost. Eli Thunder Awaken siis vastaan Beast Ghost. Joo, kyllä tossa niinku jokaiseen peliin vielä niinku panosta löytyy. Joo, pitäisiköhän meidän öökaat tässä nyt, kun vielä viimeistä kierrosta on niin meille tarjolla, niin katsotaan jotain peliä tässä nyt, kun energiaa riittää. Mikäs peli me valitaan täältä? Voisi ottaa pollin pystyyn, mitä peliä katsotaan. Hyvää huomenta. Apupäällikkö lähti oikeisiin töihin hommiin, niin should be so lucky. Lucky. Joo. Polli pystyyn. Tundra. Entity. Secret. Teelan. Ja mikäs se oli? Thunder. Awaken. Beast Coast. Joo. Noin. 2 minuutin polli. Äänestäkääpäs mitä peliä katsotaan. Siinäpä on vaihtoehot ja Lohkotilanne on tossa, niin siitäpä voi oikeastaan päättää, että mitä pelejä haluatte katsoa. Asteri näyttää hyvin vihattavalta vihulta. No. En ota kantaa kommenta. Äänestystilanne on varsin tiukka. Aster Spirittiä haluaa jengi katsoa. Secret vastaan Talon tekee nousua. Blood Moon Phoenix oikein mukavasti on päivä mennyt. Noustiin taas yöllä yhden aikaa, mutta energiaa riittää. Tämä päivä menee oikein mukavasti. Liquid on lohko 2, se on jo varmaa. Ja 1 tiebreakeri se pelataan. Hetkinen. Eihän tässä nyt ole käynyt niin. Eihän EG hävinnyt Boomille Game 2. Koska jos Boom voittaa vielä Game 2, niin sekin nousee 5-13. Siis se on 3-way tie. 3-way tiebreakeri. Joo. Totta. Mikäs täällä on tilanne? Tokaa peliä pelataan ja Boomi on haikkarilla. Boomi on haikkarilla. Joo, nää voittaa muuten tämän peli. Jep. EG just paskottiin. GG. Just katoin itse asiassa GGn tässä. Just. Eli Boomi voittaa 2-0 EGn, eli joo. Tämmönen lopetus siihen sitten. Alster Spiritti voitti äänestyksen, eli katsotaan sitä nyt sitten tässä. Hyvänä 2. Secret vastaan talon, mutta... siis noi tiebreakerit pelataan mun käsittääkseni. Siis nehän pelataan huomenna. Ne pelataan huomenna. Oho. Peräs toi vielä pois tosta.
Records are meant to be broken. So we'll see if this could be a different look at the TI, but yeah, I mean, you've had 10 different iterations of it, and that's not a good track record to go off at least.
En mä tiedä paljon univelkaa.
XXS just looking to scout out a lot of this early movement.
Ei tässä nyt niinku rytmi ei ole ihan parhaimmillaan, sanotaan vaikka.
Play around that web as much as he can. My eyes are going to be on XXS with how he chooses to build his items specifically this game. Because the skill, the lane, it's always there. The vision that the spiderlings provide, but I really do want to see if they're going to look to try and address this puck a little bit more. Honestly, even the Troll Warlord, right? If you're able to get the silence in on top of him from the Orchid that you might need for the extra control, could they look to take him down without popping that battle trance?
Laps just charges on through. They're going to get full bounties to start on Spirit. Just let it be known, because I haven't picked up the 4th just yet. I do like Spirit's lineup. I think I really like the lane setups, and I think XXS is going to have a very difficult time into the Troll and the Crystal Maiden. And I think he is kind of the tempo setter that they need. Another really key hero is Siamese Cat on the Shadow Demon. He, like we mentioned, is a great way to be able to counter the Troll. Like, he's naturally a really tricky matchup for the Troll to play into. Yatoru feels it's going to be okay, and probably largely because of that is you have the Puck, Tiny, and Primal Beast that can get onto Siamese Cat. And one thing he prides himself on, one thing that he said time and time again, that his positioning is always on point. He just loves being able to be that nuisance against the enemy team, and he wants to hear them kind of praise. He gets pleasure out of how they think his positioning is just despicable in like a filthy good way. So
all right, let's not go overboard with the filth coming through here. Get PG
That's literally what he said. That's what he said in the interview. Okay. He said in a despicable way. Let's do this. He gets pleasure from how his opponents feel in a despicable way in regards to his positioning, warding, and saving teammates.
And this is turning into a 50 Shades of Grey cast right now.
What do you mean? Despicable filth? No, like it's a...
Yeah, maybe it's a Minions cast instead. Despicable Me.
Bro, you're always taking it overboard. My God.
No, we're all good. I mean, he also has said that He's actually been a little bit vocal. There were a bunch of interviews that Asta did. Always a great chance to be able to hear from the Chinese teams. And he feels like their biggest strength is that they play as a collective. They have a positive winning attitude. Not just a positive mental attitude, but better. Better on top of that. They're already assuming that the win is going to come. And as for what they needed to address, their weakness being that they tend to be a little bit impatient. Not waiting for item timings, rushing onto high ground without that suitable information. Well, you're going to have that information this game with the Broodmother being able to scout out with the Spiders once you get into the mid-game. So we'll see. He's been able to show his prominence on these saving-style supports, of course, with the Dazzle at multiple events. As to being able to take that clean 3-0 sweep against OG at ESL 1 Malaysia to be able to get the W there. And they're looking to continue it at TI.
All right, well, once again, we see kind of a difference in the lane setup. The position 5 from Master Siamese Cat is going to go down to the bottom lane, and they have Baboka playing with Monet on the Razor. Do we feel like this is just you want the Marcy to be paired with the Razor instead of the Shadow Demon? Is that solely the reason why?
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? We mentioned before how scary this CM troll lane is, and for good reason. Look what's happening to XXS.
He should not get a lot of farm at all. Like, I feel like if somehow XXS has 20 last hits and at a decent stage in this lane, then there's something has gone wrong bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Siamese Cat, he bought out 2 sets of tangos to be able to begin with, so he wants to get aggressive in this lane. He wants to be hitting him instead.
This is something
That's
going
enormous.
wrong. Eutoric, this is what I mean. Like, something going wrong like that, like dying first and giving over first blood to Siamese Cat is definitely not a good recipe for success.
Especially giving him over farm. Of course, it's important for XXS to get the farm, but if you could just get into that boots to make yourself a little bit harder to be able to get those easy pickups on the backline, you get into the early Aether Lens, the early Aghanim Shard, that's going to enable Asta's draft so much.
Yeah, now Miposhka, he hasn't been able to block up the hard camp. So Siamese Cat should be able to find the pull. He can also protect it as well with the disruption if required. So this is now going to free up the equilibrium, which is, again, this bottom lane continuing to not be a good start.
Is he going to get a solo kill here? He's going to consider it.
Right, indeed. 4 stacks in the last right clicks.
Siamese Cat. And he's dragging Yatoro out of the lane, so he can't even get any last hits. The man is doing everything right now.
Oh, God.
How much pleasure do you think you got out of that one?
A lot of pleasure. I think the pleasure meters are through the roof.
Got to be careful, though. CM, of course, ends up dying. Not the greatest, but you come back with full mana. And you're going to be able to get those rains of spells off. Of course, the Crystal Nova, the Frostbite. Big combination for the laning stage. But it's got to be in a good spot for you actually to confirm that kill. Topside. A little bit of aggression onto Collapse. Shouldn't be in too much danger of dying right now. And what this also means with the lane pushing all the way back towards the Asta Tower is that you're going to be able to get off some of these stacks. The Ancient Camp is, yep, there we go, going to be claimed. Previously, the team that did this the best was the old iteration of Liquid, when Tiger was back playing on them. Oh, even the best players screw up. He ends up TPing accidentally to the tower about 2 steps away. Wonder if they saw that. Might mean that they look to make a bit more of an aggressive rotation up top, perhaps?
XXS?
He'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah. Thought Miposhka was going to step in for the Frostbite as well, but not the case, so... Yeah, a lot of spamming being done, but 10 last hits at the moment. Let's see how the other side lane's going. Collapse. How many last hits? 15 last hits compared to the 15 as well from Monet. We saw prior, just whenever Static Link is used, that's when Mira's going to cover the retreat with the Avalanche as well. So it's just holding off the spells and try and just wait when asked to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think maybe the play is to poke onto Mira a little bit more, just because, again, it's an early game Tiny. You've got 0 armor. He's going to get the stun, nicely timed as well, to enable the escape. And, of course, now with the dive deep.
Even glyphing as well to try and enable the dive.
Yeah. Monet, of course, with the sidekick, he's able to stand his ground, be able to smack him right back. This is the thing, like, he's got 3 mangoes available on Mira, so he knows that he always just needs to have this avalanche capability there. Poker was considering going for a dispose back underneath the tower. I think you don't need to full-on commit. I think you want to wait, not use the rebound, and just use the static link onto the Tiny, right? Because then you can get him to use his mana, and then you can look to actually converge with the secondary form of initiation coming through once the damage has already been stolen. Of course, so close along all of the groups. There's been some interesting results coming out today. Talon able to get that 2-0 against Entity, meaning it's going to come all the way down to the final series of the day, and some interesting results coming up from Group A. Oh, bottom lane.
Siamese Cat. Banishment's going to be able to hold Yutoro back. This might be able to free up XXS to get some right clicks out, but as soon as the Whirling Axis is used from Yutoro, instant disengage. So again, I mean, this is expected. You see, 26-7 to Ben, actually 20-1, so XXS was a little bit behind just before, but looks like he had a nice couple of previous waves.
I mean, you didn't expect to do well out of this lane though, right? But the fact that he is almost a full level ahead of Yatoro is a big benefit towards him. I wonder if even just with this lane pulling back a little bit more towards the tower, it's approaching that 6-minute mark, and we haven't really talked that much about mid. Toronto Tokyo is doing a great job so far against Ori. It's always about those little bit of skill things, constantly cancelling out the split earth, but he's going to be able to get a little bit of pressure into him before he's level 6. Pushing him away from the lane, meaning that this potential rotation to come from Siamese Cat towards mid could be even more impactful if they catch them out, have the spells available, and to win out on the health and mana trade, then maybe Ori's enabled to go for a few kills elsewhere.
It's really going to come down to Toronto Tokyo if the orbs on cooldown, if they can kill him for this rune.
And is the luck there as well? Who's Gabe in favor? Looks like it's Asta. Instantly. Oh, they give him the chat wheel as well.
If they do scout this out, they have the Observer Ward, and yep, Siamese Cat's going to deal with it. So I wonder if you'll continue here from Ori. You get the confirmation that at least Spirit know this is occurring. There's a sentry dropped as well from the Cloaker. Do they TP an extra member down? Just a face check, nothing crazy.
I was considering if Toronto Tokyo would make a move up top, considering he just has the Dream Coil. Anytime you're playing into a tiny lane, very easy damage just with that toss back. But I think he realized that he needs to address this mid lane. Siamese Cat is going to be looking to push it out as much as possible, make sure that there's not some free damage, and more importantly, experience and net worth going underneath the tower. Even going to be able to get another stack off, I would assume, on his way back. Never mind. Feels like he might be a little bit too late. Sentry's just expired inside of the dire triangle, so he's going to be able to back off, and well, at least he'll get the stacks built up now for 7 minutes.
There we go. Beautifully done. Team Spirit finally able to bring down the Broodmother. They've had some difficulties killing him, but haven't really had difficulties slowing down the net worth gain from the Brood. There's almost 1,000 difference between Yutoro and XXS, so yeah, this lane for Spirit definitely going how we're expecting.
Yeah, we were expecting it to go even better though, weren't we? Like just the crush, the potential first blood kill to give them even more of a lead. So it's going to even out a little bit, right? XXS is going to have that capability to be his level 6 shortly. He's got these double range creeps to play with. And then really does open up the map a fair amount. So it's looking good for Spirit, but XXS will still be relatively satisfied.
I wonder when we're going to start to see the rotations from the position 2s. We've already seen one move from Ori. Potentially this power rune could be a big reason why you could start to make a play. See if they get lucky again.
Illusory Orb's being used already, and it's at night time, so if Toronto Tokyo gets caught out here, he's actually going to be closer and pick up the regen.
Coiled laid down.
Eilen oli tosiaan odottanut pahinta. Se oli niinku siis tosi innoittava, kun 2,5 tuntia olisi voinut käyttää hyödykseen vaikka nukkua.
They would have seen the regen,
Ei
so they're
voinut.
not going to keep chasing in onto it. Just happy enough to be able to claim that kill for now.
Voi tiennyt, milloin ihan
to try and claim someone as he's looking to be a little bit greedy, but even Siamese Cat with his positioning has to be a little bit careful, right? Because he's taken the long way around, making sure that
siis tossa on ihan älytön panos noihin peleihin. Nythän esimerkiksi niin A-lohkossa oli se 3-way
There's no real reason for a tiny to be in
that
region if not. Still, Shattered Demon, one of those position 4s, position 5s, whatever you want to call it.
Ja B-lohkossakin on teoreettisesti kaikilla vielä mahdollisuus pudotuspeleihin.
And they're going to make a movement here. Refill the bottle, move up top, use that great disruption
kyllä monella joukkueella oikeasti on panosta tähän viimeisen kierroksen. Ja se mun mielestä kuuluu ollakin. Nämä on niinku parhaat lohkot. Jokaiseen pelin panosta, ainakin toiselle. Ja jokaiseen pelin on viimeisellä kierroksella tässä lohkossa kyllä kaikille panosta, koska yksikään sijoitus ei ole vielä sementoitu. Tänään. Ja Dino lähtee easy kill.
No reactions coming through from Team Spirit, and that's a good thing. You know, you're able to sit Mira in this mid lane. That experience that he vitally needs. He's going to get into the earlier Blink Dagger. So, nice little bit of gold injection. Going to be coming Team Spirit's way regardless. Just see there, the Spiders just able to roam around, see the positioning of everyone. Might mean that he doesn't die quite so easily, but not if you pop an ultimate on
Kostoiskuun.
Oh, I looked over and I just see Miposhka freezing field and his health just evaporate. Like great usage out of it. Put it on cooldown, get a kill, continue to free up the lane for your Toro. Already one, oh, I should say two components completed. On the river.
There's that coil snap.
Beautifully done from Mira. Pops a coil, tossing back over towards Collapse. Siamese Cat is in a position to protect him for the moment, but Collapse is going to be able to set up for the charge.
Siihen tarvii kyllä pistää kaikki roinat. Kaikki roinat saada tapettua. Kyllä sinne lähtee sitten Popokas seuraavana, ei tämän varsia kiinnostaa. Meanwhile.
They're going to go for Siamese Cat. Toronto Tokyo needs one more right click, and in fact, Miposhka will yoink it from afar. The Crystal Maiden easily done.
Trolli ei ole tappelussa
mukana. What I really like about Miposhka as well, yeah, it was probably a bit more for the laning stage, but the fact that he's gone into the Frostbite, more maxing that one out. Again, addressing the fact that Leshraks these days don't like to go that early BKB. It's all about the Bloodstone. So if you can get that one maxed out, yes, you're going to be the prime target a lot of the time, but if you could just get that Frostbite in onto the Lesh when he's trying to run at you, then you take away a lot of that aggressive potential. So it's really all about playing around Monet a little bit more once he gets into that BKB. If they can get a few free kills here and there on Asta, they're going to be happy about it, and that's why they're going for these frequent smokes with Ori. But as for now, they haven't been able to claim anything.
Muuten vielä tuosta Crystal Maidenin voittoprosentista, niin kuin sanoin.
They're starting to rotate. This is huge. If they can
ollut hyvä hero.
for Asta to enable XXS, this is where the smoke can help out there.
Näiden pelin aikana, joo. Neljä täällä allalla. Se oli jättää aikaan. Kyllähän täällä saadaan. Eipä saatu. No one dies. Ai. Ei helvetti.
I wonder if they stay down here as well. They've got this siege creep wave. They've got a Leshrac with 3 points in the Diabolic Edict. Of course, they've got all of those spiderlings as well. Scout around inside the trees, but the Dream Coil with a Tiny ready to come in. And speaking of the Tiny Mirror, he's pushed in the mid lane, so it forces some kind of movement to come out from Asta. Could this be the impatience?
4 heroa alhaalla ei tehty mitään. No, nyt mennään sitä näköjään.
How are you going to defend this? Do you even want to stick around? Miposhka again.
Joo, 3 kesken 1 pakkaavo. Ja mulla bukaa tosiaan taas tää chatti, niin pahoittelen jos en vastaa. Mä refressaan aina käsiin tuota, niin sit sanon viestit vielä näkyviin tosta. Tuntrapiekse Entity ja 11-2, 8 liidi. Joo, no se nyt ei kyllä yllätä.
Try and catch Yatoro if he goes a little bit further into the lane. Might actually have revealed his position there.
Lane. Potentially baiting as well with
herran aika Bloodi ei ole mennyt verkossa nyt 5 vuotta, ei sitä voinut niin kauan. Eikä se 5 vuotta aikaa, mutta on se ollut verkossa Imyksellä.
They've just made so much space for XXS now. This is his time to be able to
recover
some
of
that net worth. Nearly going into the Vlad, so going to enable him to just survive much easier in the lane. Spiderlings have a pretty good amount of magic resistance.
Mikä tää IP pastaa?
Single illusory ult probably not going to be enough to clean him up. Needs to be the
full vähän jäähyy tosta, tarkkaan laittako IPtä.
They're smoked up here, but I really don't feel like they're going to be able to accomplish anything with no freezing field, no dream coil for the next 35 seconds. Ori.
Oh, 2017. Oho. Aika tarkalleen joo, 5 vuotta sitten. Kyllä se aika menee nopeasti. Ei kyllä ole tuntunut siltä.
Now for the opposite side of the map, Toronto Tokyo and Poster in combination together will run into XXS. So a great movement out of Team Spirit as well, and they're going to be well and truly happy with the trade, getting a core for the support in Mira's life.
I'm a little surprised that he went forward that aggressively. Miposhka was actually like mid-cast of the Frostbite to be able to lock Ori in before he was able to complete that TP to top. So it's gone even better for Team Spirit there with being able to get the core for support trade. So look, results in a Broodmother dying, and you're very happy with that. On Team Spirit, that's the thing that's going to be scouting out this passive style, right? You're still looking to farm on Collapse. He plays the more greedy style. Once he gets that BKB, he's ready to go.
Look at Miposhka's positioning. They see XXS
coming.
Again with the freezing field. Team Spirit, what a statement they're putting onto XXS, really wanting to shut down this pivotal hero and player for Asta.
Katsotaan vähän tilastoja. International. Mikä on Rasorin voittoprosentti? Vähän silleen. Semmoinen maku on kyllä siitä, että ei ole gruupeissa oikein lähtenyt.
Wraith Band, Phase Boots, Magic Stick and the full Battle Fury ready.
Pelattukka, missä on Razor?
We see how they're set up on the map, Spirit, making sure that no lane
is
easy to sweep through from Asta to get towards the Troll's position.
On oikein hyvä. Niin,
it's so hard for Ori to do anything, right? This is why you pick the Leshrac. You want him to get active early. You want to be able to claim a bunch of these kills with the multiple setups that you've got. You've got the disruption, you've got the rebound, but every single time you've just got a support in place being able to stop you.
Joo, niin. Se mulla on jäänyt vähän semmonen maku silleen käsitys, että ei oo kyllä.
Resigns himself to that fact.
He says, they don't have
coil for the next little bit. They don't have freezing field. Let's look to try and get my farm. Let's look to get into the Bloodstone so that at least I'm not going to fall too far behind.
Roshka might be in some trouble here. Does have Mirror to cover him if needed, and in fact, Asta are going to look to back up themselves. So T1 tower will go the way of Spirit. Their first Tier 1 tower of the game. This might give a little bit of extra gold into Mirror as well. They'd love to complete the blink on the Tiny. Maybe the killers can help out, charging inside the jungle they go. 1-8, protected with Baboka. They're going to bring an extra member as well, just in case the team fight does break out. Reinforcement comes through Siamese Cap, but is not required.
It's just those little things like the movement speed, right? Maposhka just landing the Crystal Nova in addition to the Avalanche there, meaning that you don't have the movement speed to enable Baboka to get that jump. So there's some really good plays, team plays, coming through from Team Spirit here. They should know that they've got vision down the bottom. Oh yeah.
They're trying to get there for Asta to try and pick it up for Lesh, but not going to be fast enough.
No joo, me käytiin läpi Ansa just tossa äsken seriksen aikana, että niin kuin Primalillakaan ei ollut kovin korkea. Kovin korkea winrate. Marsion olikohan pikatui hero? Joo, pikatui hero tähän mennessä. 66 vikkiä. Ja myöskin bännätyin hero. Enigman jälkeen.
Just make specs for XXS. Now nearly finishing up that Wraith Pact. He's got the spiders taking over the bottom side.
Kertaa, mutta joo, siis
not needing to commit the freezing field.
53% Marsilla voittoprosentti. Shadowfieldi Toskenin pikattu 57 pyöreistä. Nää mitä pikattaa eniten, niin niinku verrattain silleen aika
You might be waiting for this Bloodstone, which you just need the recipe for the Lesh, and then the Wraith Pact is now coming out of the core as well. So these are 3 big individual items for the cores on Dire.
Päässä Unitrika kiirsan alelin. Joo. Mä vaan hannuttanut pittipuolelle.
Going to occur around mid. You'd love to get an objective off the back of a one skirmish.
Top side. Using the Pulverize up here, but again, he was able to get the static link off first on Monet, so the damage from the trample is going to be negligible.
Mitäs muita erikoisia winrateja täällä
olisi?
Emberi on parattu kuitenkin 23 kertaa. Yhtä monta kertaa kuin Hoodwinkkia. Meidän peleissä ei ole tullut Liquidin peleissä kertaakaan Emberi. Voi olla, että on unohtanut sen. Winrate 35. Rovilla winrate 35. Ei ole lähtenyt. Lupikin winrate 28 vai. Ja Batriderille 17,5. Miten Batriderilla on 17,5? Se on pikattu 17 kertaa ja voitettavista peleistä vaan 3. Bännätty 90 kertaa, pikattu 17 kertaa. Ei sillä kyllä pelejä ole voitettu. Aika jänskä. Jukkeria on yritetty pelata 3 kertaa, hävitty kaikki. VVllä samalta. Lionin jälkeen pelattu pari kertaa.
Play as a full 5 unit with all of their timings. They might consider it though. Just playing around this mid lane, it is still pretty easy to take the Dire, especially on Leshrac, when you've got this control with the Observer Ward, giving all of the vision for anyone that's looking to try and make a flanking move from the right-hand side.
Concerned though with how much farm Gitor is getting, because he's been uncontested this game. Top of the net worth, almost BKB
on täällä itse 9 kappaletta.
Little concerned, to be fair, but again, you have been able to
siis
not die too many times on Siamese Cat, just the 1 death so far, and so he hasn't gone into the Aether lanes first. A lot of the time you just get double value out of the arcane boots. Who've they found?
Trenttiä Jos nämä statistiikat pitää paikkansa. Alla oli kuitenkin joo. Joo, Necrophos oli tossa sen takia, kun se on kerran pannattu. Syystä
But it looks like they'll just sacrifice Mira's life. So 1-for-1 in the end across the map. Finally, Dude does finish his food as Toronto Tokyo.
And they have pinged about 3 different times that they've got vision on this bottom side of the map, but just as they're going to be ready to de-water, it's about to expire. They actually would have seen that they've got the Demonic Cleanse now available on Aster.
Ja ne pelataan niinku round robinina tossa.
Frostbite was instantly dispelled, but
jos on niinku 3, niin ne pelaa 2 PO1, niin
instantly gets jumped and coiled. But it's still really
2
vital,
kappaletta PO1 jokainen, eli kerran yhtä vastaan.
It means that you are scared of this troll warlord, but
siitä sitten ainoastaan voittaja menee tuota jatkoon. Simppeli.
Not the spiders.
Siinäkin on toki mahdollista, että menee ristiin. Et se on.
And they're going to be able to jump instantly to follow up.
Jaha. Täällä Asteri vaan ajelee.
From Baboka and now collapse in the tree line. That's a much more difficult kill.
Are they going to consider Roshia?
Looks like they might.
Yeah. All these spiders, all these auras, and a sidekick as well.
Okei, mielenkiintoista. Mä luulen, että ne pelataan huomenna. Mulla oli semmonen käsitys.
Puck should be able to slow it down.
No eipä yllätä, tääkin on väärä tieto. Missä täällä mukaan aika?
They're gonna go make this play. You got BKB on collapse. I don't think you're too worried about this. They're starting to respawn as well from Spirit.
They're gonna back off. This is good. Not falling under that impatience issue. Might look to go for that full wraparound, but with the vision given by the Illusory Orb, they'll know that they're not inside the pit, so how's your positioning? It's pretty good so far by Team Spirit.
Tries to time the stun, but Toronto Tokyo with the blink out to the left side.
Se on tullut D4
in a position as well to try and jump in if he finds an opening, but Asher, they're going to back off of the team. Roche is still relatively low. Let's see if they want to try and claim this. It's a scary fight for Dire.
Yeah, but they have no vision right now on Spirit, so it's going to need to be a ballsy dive by Collapse.
They need to time it perfectly. Collapse going to attempt it, but it'll be too late. Mira still gets an incredible avalanche with the follow-up as well. They're all grouped up on Asta, but they haven't died just yet. Monet turns with the BKB, he's going to be okay, along with Ori thanks to the Bloodstone, but they want to kind of call the retreat, as Monet pushes TP out directly in their face, but unfortunately for Ori, he will not have the same fate. And now it's time for Spirit to clean up.
Joo.
No
käytännössähän toi niinku Sonic ja Boom pelaa vastakkain. Ja sit Pet Boom pelaa, oliko sen voittaja vastaan, eli käytännössä. Miksi pelataan noin päin? Miksi pelataan noin päin? Enemmän pitäis pelata se loseri ensin, niin jännitys säilyy loppuun asti.
Who's baiting who? That entire fight was just the position 4s wanting to be in the position to get that extra kill. Mira playing on the backline as soon as the Marcy makes the jump, but yeah, Leshrac with 2 lives, it's very, very hard.
No itse asiassa joo, no eipä sillä ole mitään merkitystä. No joo. Joka tapauksessa Sonic Boomi voittaja pelaa Pet Boomia vastaan, sit jos ne voittaa Pet Boomin. Ja silloin on käytännössä niinku ton niinkun voittaja jo selvillä.
Still though, all 3 cores at the top of the net worth are Team Spirit. And you do feel like there's going to be a little bit of an issue going into the super late game, even with the Troll Warlord going up against the Razor.
BKB still caught out for a couple of seconds here. Oh, beautifully done from Baboka.
Joo, Rosori ei tästä mitään.
Wasn't able to play with the pulverize.
Even just the little things like stepping forward a couple of seconds, making them think that maybe they have backup coming, causes the full-on retreat out of both Collapse and Mira. Just great plays again coming out from these Asta supports. You gotta find them. You gotta take them out. They do so much to enable the cause. It makes them feel like they've got a lot more net worth than they do. It feels like Ori has top net worth right now, even though he's sitting 5th just because of the Demonic Cleanse, because of the Disseminate now. Basically acting like a dispersion from Spectre that a Shadow Demon can just give to anyone.
It's going to be a lot easier to position as well for the Shadow Demon with just a Lesh, Marcy, Razor being in the middle of the fight, XXS creating chaos as well, and you potentially, depending on the micro, XXS can also scout out whenever Spirit are trying to wrap on the Shadow Demon, so it is not going to be easy to bring down Siamese Cat at all.
Nearly into the pipe as well, so that's going to provide a lot of additional help for all the Spiderlings against this magic damage. Again, once those BKBs start to come out, it's a really, really good situation for Asta, and they've got one completed on Leshrac. So maybe this is the time.
It kind of feels like at the moment Team Spirit are very off the back of just trying to blow someone up in a combo, and I don't I don't know if they're going to be able to with how XXS is itemizing.
TP's coming up top here. Use the glyph for it. With the haste, maybe they feel like they can catch. There's that reveal.
BKB instantly neglects the use of the coil, and Ori will have no
Mira,
trouble catching up to Mira. We'll give enough time for the rest of Spirit to get out. Glaps will use his free time as well to shove out mid, and also bottom's getting addressed from Yatoro.
It's going to be a very nice Skadi pickup for Yatoro once he gets it against these... honestly, even the Broodmother, right? Just slowing down the pace that you're able to retreat back into the trees is going to be such a useful tool. But again, against the heal coming through from the Shadow Demon, the lifesteal from the sidekick, of course, 2 ranged cores in the Lesh and the Razor, they're going to suffer heavily from the effects.
That they are.
They are indeed. No jaa.
Still having a lot of difficulties with dealing with Toronto Tokyo. Potentially that's where the item after the BKB can come out from XXS.
And Ori,
imagine it'll...
he's going into the side of ice.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. That's a great item. Because I was going to say maybe XXS goes Hex after the BKB, but you're going to have it coming out even faster thanks to the Lesh rack.
Haetaan vaan kaverista stackit samaan aikaan, meanwhile.
XXS plays, of course.
Ja Toro. Damagetta on lähtenyt. Ulti käytetään, PKP käytetään. Ja Rasori ei tee mitään.
TP rotations given out by the rest of the team.
It's just a question of how can you continue to kite the Razor in these fights, because Monet is just going to go directly to wherever Yatoro is positioning. And this will now come down to kind of the support's itemization to protect him. His collapse, he found the opening. He's onto the Shadow Demon. Raid Pack will help mitigate a lot of the damage, but the rest of Team Spirit are nearby. A coil onto 3. Yatoro will look to enter as well. Play around with the battle trance.
Got the
cleanse. A lot of damage onto Ori at the moment. It looks like Astra are going to be okay to turn this one back around. Up to the northern side though, Yatoro finally able to deal with XXS. Blood Splitter stops him in his tracks, and they don't have the damage. Look at him dance left, right, and center as XXS stays alive, and now he can get the finishing blow. As Toronto Tokyo just lives out to the right, a waning rift to separate himself from the Marcy. Such a messy fight, but it looks like at least 2 members of Spirit will live.
That was the demonic cleanse, man. He did it. He was able to get off the destruction save for himself, realizing how important it is on Siamese Cat just to get off those couple of spells. Uses them onto the Lash rack, even though he dies instantly after. Just has complete free reign to run around these team fights with 0 threat of dying on Ori.
And again, it's another fight where Spirit get like 3-man Avos, Silence, and Coil, and they just can't do enough with it.
But the Wraith Pack, the pipe, it's enough, and well, they found another pick-off here. It's just onto a support in Mira. Still a valuable kill. All of these, and I did mention as well. With good old Ice Frog, level 15 on the Razor. Extra damage bonus relative to what the talent actually says. Giving you a bonus 40 on top of that, so it is 10 static link damage still instead of the 5. Always great. Still though,
thank you,
really in the balance, isn't it? 55 to 45 says the win probability, and well, I believe it. This really could go either way, and it's going to depend on can you get the right initiation on both teams. This time around, they got the good one on Team Spirit, but the auras were nearby, the pipe, the Wraith Pact, and just not enough damage yet coming through on Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is the mid-game timing we were speaking about though for Asta. Like, it just doesn't seem like Spirit can fight at the moment. The initiations, again, have been pretty solid, honestly, but they need items. You need a way to kite the Razor, and you need more items on Yatoro for the damage, and it's going to take quite some time now. I think they need to avoid 5v5s.
I think they consider it very, very soon, though. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's going into 4. Again, though, they don't have that instant lockdown for him. That's the one issue that they've got right now, so they might actually have this small window on Team Spirit to be able to make a move in very short time. 450 gold away from the Skadi. They caught him. They know where he TP to. Yeah. But so what I was saying was they've almost got the Skadi on Toronto Tokyo, and you are... what else was there? I saw a 4-star as well, I believe, just freshly picked up by Mira. So that's going to allow you to create some space away from the Pulse Nova, from the Razor, even just allow the Marcy not necessarily to be able to catch you. So it's going to be some big timings before the Scythe of Vice is available for Ori. Here's level 18 though. Even more damage coming through from the Pulse Nova. A lot of the time, people prior to this Bloodstone meta, you weren't able to get the 3 points just because your mana pool couldn't sustain it. You went a bit more into the stats beforehand, but now it's just such a key timing for you that you can afford to.
It's a nice item swap up as well for Monet, even though he's kind of playing as the position 1. He's shied away from the Satanic and going into the Halberd instead, so really trying to put a lot of emphasis on slowing down Yatoro's game.
Yeah, he's playing up top here. Gets the axes off though. They're looking to go for the back line.
Charging in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can climb the posture.
Oh, they cancel the stun! Ori cancelled the stun on the troll! Oh, no, no, no! Yatori gets the battle chance off, but it'll be to no avail. Only delaying the inevitable. As what a big pick off for Asta.
Yeah, it's the fresh pickup of the Skadi, but it's not going to mean anything. Even the creep wave pushed all the way in, so that TP doesn't get off because of a great stun coming through from Asta.
And look at them even glyphing the wave as well. Mirror cutting mid, cutting bottom. To try and stall out the shenanigans that a Spirit are up to. They might consider high ground.
I think they would. I mean, again, you've already given up your tier 2 bottom, so you couldn't afford to use that that glyph there. And even if they pop it now, you've got some Spiderlings to play around. So Toronto Tokyo making sure to put his life on the line to be able to deal with that creep wave. So preservation of their glyph coming through, even keeping a little bit more of the harassment through. But has to be careful soon. He's going to have a look at some of these items being picked up by Ori in particular. The Ultimate Orb, giving, of course, the extra stats to enable him in the team fights, but it might lead them to understand that that's what's coming. Got to be a little bit more careful on the puck, or really be on the money. Just quickly dealing with this mid lane. Looking to connect through with a smoke afterwards, one would assume. Didn't get the glimpse onto Collapse there as the full rotation comes back. 5-man from Spirit coming through. They're going to have everything available on Asta, but they might just see that Ori's a little bit separated.
Big pick off if they can find it, but Ori's going to back off to the tier 2. In fact, even TP closer to the team. Look at the read.
Yeah, the Spidey senses doesn't even necessarily need the spiders to be on Team Spirit. He's just able to get away, clump up around that high ground, realizing how important this next Roshan is. And they know it's spawned as well because of the spiders. They see the illusory orb who can get the jump onto. I think they'd be satisfied enough to just wait this one out on Asta. You just need, what, 1,000 gold until you've got that. Also level 20, just to provide a little bit of that extra pulse.
They got the ward advantage. They're going to see Toronto Tokyo. They're going to see Collapse as well. Not the easiest target to initiate. Take control on the burst potential. Oh my, Ori and Baboka, no hesitation, just moving to the middle. Getting rid of Collapse's life.
B-lohkon 3-4, riippuen, että minkä joukkueen EG ottaa.
Just giving them everything that they need to know about Spirit's position, the power of information. They're happy to give up a little bit of gold just so that they can know that they're not going to be contested inside this pit. Fear doesn't let that happen.
Force up out. What's up, cautious about the position. Monet's a little bit low for the moment. Again, look at Siamese Cat as well, always playing far away from his team.
Dino on kuolleen, nyt pitäis ottaa se rossi. Miten ne kestää tänään kauan?
Just poking though, 10 seconds left on Collapse being able to come back.
Koilia tulee koko ajan.
Frequently able to use these illusory orbs with the option.
No niin.
Gonna be able to get the ages and now Spirit, they got
Orihan se nyt ottaa.
Oh, just a couple of seconds shy of being able to find the blink because Asta we got to bring down another member.
Joo, huomenna välipäivä. Sitten alkaa main eventti. Torstaina.
Not many targeting spells, so the Storm Surge isn't going to give amazing value out to Monet here, but there weren't too many better options, I would think. The Insatiable Hunger, that's not really XXS's job. You know, it's to be prowling around, providing vision, making sure that his auras are always going to be available. And it indicates that with the neutral item that he's holding onto, the Blast Ring, he just wants to make sure that he's not dropping down too early into these team fights. We do have some more timings coming out soon, though. I believe that's an AC nearly finished up for the Razor, just the plate mail short. And nearly level 20 as well. Actually, he just gets it. So all of that extra movement speed amplified even further by Baboka. And he's able to get into that rebound. Multiple cores being enabled by multiple supports. Yeah, they do.
Oh, it's going to catch Toronto Tokyo off guard. Ooh, daytime.
Senses, yeah. So, again, they're okay with it. They would have loved the kill, but you're really going to allow this this Scythe of Vice to come into effect once you get that Blink Dagger on Leshrac. That is the timing. If they don't make something happen with that, maybe I'm a little bit worried, but for Asta's sake, they can still rest easy knowing that they've got a good hold on this game right now.
At least in regards to Toronto Toki, he has his A on disc now completed. As Mapushka's just say no way, he made it. Okay, he made it. Very nice quick TP. But yeah, of course, the big reason you went for this Hex is to address the puck, and Toronto Tokyo now has a way also to be able to address that with his own A on disc, so this will continue to help out with the split pushing shenanigans that Spirit need to be on.
Honestly, anyone, right? Like, it doesn't even need to be the puck. Of course, you would love it to, but just as good on the Troll Warlord, right? Doesn't have any saving supports right now. The only thing that they're going to have to be able to stop that is the Lotus Orb coming through from the Collapse.
Okay, this is very interesting. Troll, he's going into a Blink Dagger next item. So again, we have seen Spirit get some incredible initiations, but maybe with this Blink, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Yotaro to get into the middle and have that follow-up damage to capitalize on Collapse's jump or even Toronto Tokyo's jump.
He just wants that goddamn Shadow Demon, man. He is doing so much to be able to stop him, right? The Blink Dagger, and I'm sure after that's probably going to come. He's going the Basher. I wouldn't have hated the Lincolns.
No, Leshrac on kyllä aika...
Easy kill for Ori. Lane board scouting out Mira's
sanotaanko,
position.
että kunnossa. 35 minsaa.
Still have Toronto Tokyo to continue cutting top. If he gets his Koro, this is huge. That's the Blink Dagger now. So you were just mentioning how important it is for Ori.
I mean, it's pretty important for them to defend the base as well. Probably going to need to use the buyback here on Mira with all of these spiders to tank up a lot of the tower multi-hits. At least Toronto Tokyo is there to be able to protect it, and they actually use the aggressive flip as well, not wanting their siege creeps to go down for free.
It's all on Siamese Cat's positioning.
Uh-oh.
Shadow Demon, ever so vital for them to be able to keep the cause alive.
Not just that, but also to stop the effectiveness of Toronto Tokyo. They have no ways to be able to stop the Demonic Purge from having an effect.
Wraithpack's about to expire. Let's see if they want to do something with this now. And Asta, they're going to try and back up.
That's the refreshed glyph, though, that they just ended up using. They've still got the Aegis for another minute 20. They're going to back off. They're going to respect it, realizing that they can hit their next timing. They can wait for the Blink Dagger to come up in about 2 minutes or so. And then with no glyphs left for the remainder of the game, if they were to continue up at this pace, they can look to close this one out with one more victorious team fight.
And keep in mind, Asta, all they need is one game victory here in this series, and they will secure upper bracket. Spirit need 2 wins. They need a 2-0 here
to guarantee it. 1-1 is still possible. There's tiebreaker shenanigans that could happen.
But what on the lane? It's a Paboka's going to jump inside the base, trying to bring down some of the
supports. Haluaa tapailla. Me kovemmin siinä, mikä täällä tuli.
They might have an opening now. Oh, they don't get the toss to break the coil. Hex is on Toronto Tokyo, but the follow-up stuns are not coming in. So Mira will be the only casualty. He does have a buyback if required, but the lanes are in an okay position.
Just hitting up onto that level 20 as well. Actually going into the agility, okay. Maybe just wanting that bit of an extra armor bonus. I was thinking maybe the AoE Silken Bowler just to enable both the Razor and the Leshrac in a lot of these fights. But again, no glyphs, so they're going to use the remnants of this Aegis. Just 10 seconds left to be able to go in. Backing off good. Composure coming through from Asta here. Not wanting to give up the lead. Not wanting to give them a chance with the tiny respawn to be able to potentially get that toss back into the base underneath the tier 4s without the supports there to be able to save.
Yeah, that kind of feels like the angle here, isn't it, for Spirit, in particular high ground defense, like a coil into a toss to snap it and then maybe making a play off the back.
And it's gotten into the stage where Baboka, he's nearly level 18, so he's got a good amount of damage in his own right on this Marcy.
Suomen aikaa siis.
Seconds away from his BKB, level 15 as well.
Päivällä.
He's got a basher.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Paikallista.
The 200 demonic purge damage. Oh, there's the Hex.
And it's going to be forced out. There's a win in its own right, though. 70-second cooldown with the Aeon Disc, so this now leaves Toronto Tokyo very vulnerable.
It's
not that bad, though. I mean, he's holding on to the Octarine Core and the Quickening Charm, right? And you had to use the BKB for that. When they went for that aggressive... Actually, did they do BKB? Oh, just on the Marcy. So not too bad. So yeah, maybe they do continue to go for the move. If it was used on Leshrac or Razor, it would have been a different story entirely.
Eikö ne pelaa sen Upperbergetin ensimmäisen kierroksen mukaan torstaina?
I'm trying to see if there's any items here that can really turn this fight around for Spirit. Potentially the Lotus Orb?
Totta.
onto your Tori could be really nice for the static link just to at least mitigate it, because that's definitely the job for 1A.
Eli ne pelaa EG, kyllä, EG pelaa 5 torstai-aamuna.
This damage coming through, it's just going to amp you up in every way. Mana burn not going to be as effective because of that bloodstone active.
Joo.
The amount of damage that you're just able to output.
Joo, ne pelaa tolleen. No, hyväksyn tämän.
I don't want to say they're playing scared, but they're playing
conservative
right now.
Kyllä,
they're not wanting to give this one up again, just wanting to play off the back of a singular pick-off because
Noniin.
Team Spirit, they need to
tähän selvisi. Liquidi saa tossa vielä ylimääräisen lepopäivän. Kelpo vaan. Joo, Quasar, just näin.
Are you chilling right now? Just continuing to slowly grow the net worth lead, maybe waiting for some power runes. Invis probably not going to help out too drastically, but we've even got some neutral items to try and farm up as well, and Spirit, they won't have this capability to get outside the map and potentially find a big team.
Tainilla on nyt vasta BKP, no ihmekäs. Mitenkö toi räjähtelee koko ajan? Monesko Sheepstick tonne tulee Asterille? Ainakin toinen.
Can Toronto Tokyo carry this game?
Broodilla
dodge out the hexes, use that overwhelming blink that he's nearly farmed up to get it onto the backlines, shut down the Shadow Demon. I think they've got a chance, and well, they're gonna go for the kill onto him. He's back here. Just being able to buy that overwhelming blink, and Ori won't be able to catch him unless he shows on the lane one more time. Looks like he'll be able to get back to base. It's that close, man.
This is okay. This is a decent spot now for Spirit. They've got a lane shoved out, and they see Ori away from the team. A Siamese cat as well. That's priority number 1. They've got a sentry nearby as well. The McCabe's not going to really help it out too much, but the banishment will hold them back for the moment. If they can control Yatoru dealing with the static link, but look at the damage coming through with the battle trades. Yatoru's going to try and stand toe-to-toe with him. Sorky up the right, makes the hex follow through, and they just rip apart the troll. As soon as Ori shows up, Spirit need to split away. They need to cut their losses. However, they might not be so fortunate as Collapse will get some distance thanks to the avalanche. Onslaught back up shortly as well, but the splitter timing from Ori is on point. No escape for the Dino. Collapse, a slow and painful death. He'll make him work for it in the end, but Ori beyond godlike on the lash.
Instantly though, Team Spirit, they went for the lane shove.
Aika ratkaiseva fight silleen tosiaan vaivekkeella.
Right now for Asta, they've got ways to be able to rejoin this as well. With the Boots of Travel on the lash rack can instantly go to this
joko halka velivenäläiselle riittää.
Aggressive jump too. Just able to get back in time there. I think this might be it. They don't have ways to be able to stop the push. No buyback on the troll or the Prime Beast. It's going to result in at least a couple lanes of racks. Even more Diabolic Edict explosions as well. Ori just hitting up onto his level 25 and still paying respect through to Team Spirit. This is a team that knows that they are just one game away from that upper bracket berth.
I'll keep saying it, no team has won TI starting in the lower bracket. It is so goddamn important to have that second life. Imagine starting lower bracket where you have to go through a best of 1 and then 6 other series afterwards.
My only question is, who do you give the axe to from this? There are so many good players to be able to give it through to. Monet looks like he's going to be the main priority, just more of that passage damage coming through. Would have been great for Ori with the Nihilism, would have been great for Siamese Cat as well, just to be able to get 3 cleansers off.
Look at the read from either side. This is beautiful. Spirit have control, but Asta recognizes they're going to smoke and look to invade.
Like they're in the middle.
Ori jumps. Instant use of the BKB, but they're going to try and get the damage out. Yatoru doing a lot at the moment, but as soon as 1A soaks away with the static link, there's just nothing they can do as Team Spirit once again on full retreat, but they will not escape as Asta surround them and bring them down. The finishing blow as Spirit have to tap out and win this game loss for them. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, starting in the lower bracket, I should say, in Asta. They will now be up into the upper bracket. What a game 1 performance.
Man, Ori, the balls on this, man. They know as soon as the smoke pops, they're all there. I've got my boys behind me. We've got the net worth lead. We've got the Aegis advantage. And, I mean, for good reason, right? He got down so low there. I almost thought he was going to fall, but They had to expend so much just to try and get the singular kill out, and they weren't even able to claim that. So great performance coming through from Aster. Everything about the draft synergized together, right? Everyone had their distinct roles throughout the game. They had direct counters to Team Spirit's draft. This was the fight where they could have potentially made that big play happen, but just have a look there. The disruption, enabling Siamese Cat to get the save. He uses the Demonic Cleanse onto Ori so that he's never going to get locked down even once the BKB expires. So he's just able to keep running forward, not worry about the slows coming through. He's able to rip apart this Team Spirit team fight, and they just took control over the game from there.
Yeah, you just see this Razor pick was incredible. Like, Ori had a great game, but Monet as well, just recognizing his role, just running straight towards wherever Yatori was positioning and making sure that he could never be right-clicking with the full damage.
This is the one as well. I mean, they pop an early battle trance, right? And this is with the Lotus Orb, so they didn't get the full static link off. It's only after the BKB is gone that they start to get the static link off, but it's too late. He just doesn't have the damage to go into all of this armor. They had the AC, they had the heals, they had the supports that give the lifesteal so that you could still man fight into this Troll Warlord. It just wasn't enough damage.
I was very impressed with what Spirit were doing in the early game, with how they were looking to really shut down XXS, because again, he's been a big reason of why they're able to take games, why Aster have been so convincing in the Arlington Major and also ESL as well. And you saw the emphasis on trying to shut him down in the lane and throughout the game as well, dropping wards to try and kill him. But just the value of this Broodmother with the itemization, keeping the cores alive, keeping the supports alive was so huge to the early game.
Yeah, the team cohesion, that's where Aster came out on top in my eyes. Everything about the draft, everything about their gameplay, it was all on point. So very well deserved game 1 victory coming through to them. And yeah, upper bracket secured. I'm sure they're going to be feeling very happy about that. Big decisions, Lanham. He's made another great decision with this draft.
Yep, that he has indeed. Big decisions. Lanham and the rest of the boys as well helping out as well. And this has to be a bit of a sigh of relief as well, considering Aster, they have been known as an organization to really have some difficulties in some big events. And we've seen the previous showings as well, that their last iteration of their roster had some great showings in the DPC, but then when you get down to some of these big lands, big majors, and even TI, where we saw them knocked out very early on in TI-10 in particular. So this is exciting stuff to see, that this roster is performing, even though they have some inexperienced Siamese Cat coming through from Aster area, but he's still continuing to look incredible along with all the other 4 members as well.
Yeah, you just have to think back to those most recent LAN win, right? At ESL Malaysia, they were able to get that win. They were able to get a lot of confidence from that. A 3-0 against OG, I would say one of the top 4 or 5 favorites for TI, just considering their path throughout this year. And to be able to get the nerves out from playing again on LAN, I think that was a big benefit for Aster, who were one of the only Chinese teams that actually put any value into playing at that one. But, I mean, clearly it's paying them in dividends with these results so far. Upper bracket secured.
It was the other way around. OG 3-0'd them.
Did they? Okay, well, my bad then.
But it's pretty much still the same thing. You make it to grand finals, the tournament beforehand, the Arlington Major, where Spirit knock you down from the upper bracket, then you verse them in the lower bracket finals, and they beat you as well. So recently, the past success or the past series, Spirit have really performed against Aster, and now they get some revenge. And the revenge is huge. They go upper bracket, Spirit now to lower bracket, at least starting again, and like you said, I mean, the recent, at least at ESL 1, Malaysia, it is a lot of experience for a team that, in particular, their 5 didn't have as much experience. But some of the other players, I mean, Baboka, along with XXS, they've been together for 4 years. One of the duos that have some, I believe they're top 4 in regards to paired games together. So these two have a lot of chemistry together, but it's exciting to see how Aster are performing. It's just game 1, though, just game 1. We'll see what exciting stuff we have in store for us for our second game after the break.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got game 2 shortly underway. Team Asta taking on Team Spirit. Danok, there's a lot of teams here, 20 teams, and a lot of them with the team in front of the name. It gets a little bit confusing sometimes. Well, for the Asta boys, so for them, very happy with their game 1 performance. Very convincing as well for some stage. Early game was looking a little bit shaky, but then we saw just the momentum go into their favor. And really, they didn't give up map control. Very disciplined gameplay, which was exciting to watch as well, just knowing that this is a team that they're not going to give any opportunity at a lead being thrown.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to try and change things up a little bit on Team Spirit here, because it almost always seems like at like the 15, 20 minute mark, they've got about a 5k net worth advantage, but they just don't have the cores to be able to close it out, if that makes sense. Like, you compare that to Liquid in the way that they've been playing. They're picking the Leshrac themselves, the Lone Druid, the Broodmother, these really aggressive styles that are actually able to convert on their effective laning and kills into more objectives. And it feels like Spirit, they're just lacking a little bit on that. You know, they're using the kills to farm more, and that is a close-up on Yatoro. But that's the man of the moment. Ori had a fantastic game number 1, and I'm sure he's going to look to do it again in game 2.
Someone that has been a stable position 2 in the Chinese scene for a very, very long time. Has also been on Vici Gaming for a long time as well. He had 3 TIs on Vici Gaming, and 2 of them placing 5th and 6th, which was TI9 and TI10. So for him in particular, has been someone that has really been a big addition to the Asta team, because of course previously it was White Album back in TI10. So Ori coming over, and we just see the difference it's been through the entire of this year.
Ooh. I might need to get myself an Asta face mask. They're looking pretty stylish coming through there. But yeah, another big addition to the lineup is, of course, Lanham coming through there. I mean, he just... The drafting coming out of Asta has been praised for, honestly, the past 3 months in all of the events that they've played in, whether it be the DPC, LANs, or these TI group stages. I think that's been their real strength so far, and I want to see if they're going to be able to get away with another Drow draft, because the one that I saw, like... I like to look at drafts and then guess who won without actually looking at the kill score. And I saw this one that had a Marcy, a Sven, a Drow, and a Visage, and I'm like, that draft won easily, and it stomped in about 24 minutes. So, like, that's the sort of thing that if you could just see it working in your head, most of the time it's going to work on paper. Sorry, in reality. Kind of screwed that one up there. But the matter is, it's good. They're good at drafting. That's the point I was trying to make. Please say something, Aries.
Okay, I got you. It's very nice to see as well in the break that they're, I believe, going over those replays there. We just saw it was Siamese Cat and Lennon behind him going over some laning stuff, and I think that is Monate behind Ori as well, which is speeding through replays, and I imagine Toronto, Tokyo, and Yotoro are doing the same thing as well. So this is just a nice little insight into what some of the teams are doing on their break. Of course, you want to go get a little bit of breather, maybe some water, quickly go toilet, and come back and maybe discuss how the next draft is going to shape up, and quickly some of the issues as well. You can't really dive in depth into too many, but maybe some of the laning things that could have gone a bit differently, and then get your mind clear for game 2.
I mean, I'm sure that's what they're going to be talking about on the bottom side of the map, right? Like, why did we die? Why did we give up that first blood over to Asta to make this lane that should have been a win? You drafted for the one lane, and you still did, but you drafted to crush it rather than just beat it. And I would say for XXS, the main thing that he's going to be looking at is, man, how did I die so many times down around that bottom area of the map as well? Scouting out exactly when and where that observer ward was placed to maybe help him out for next time.
Yeah, I wonder actually even if the Brood gets banned out, because you just mentioned it. Like,
can't ban it all, man. It's kind of like Nightfall with the way he's playing.
Yeah. That's very true. So what do you do? Because they dressed the Brood pretty well with their gameplay. Like, I was very, very impressed. We saw Toronto Tokyo never left bottom. They always had a ward there. They picked him off multiple times, and it didn't matter. We see the comparison as well. Just a little bit of GPM here for XXS. Even support gold spent as well. Wow, that's when you know you're a true winner.
That was probably the Sentry Ward to try and get rid of that Observer that expired at the time, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's important. I think they even saw, maybe even Yatoro bought a Sentry Ward just to unblock his own Ancient camps at the early stage of that map. But I think the thing that needs to change is that when you're against these drafts, it's kind of like how a bunch of teams used to play around the Bristleback, right? Or used to play around the Superman Sven. They just target everyone that isn't that hero. Because that's the, there's the ring. Okay, you were wanting to see it the other day.
Yeah, but whose hand? Well, actually, not, let me... That's a really nice ring, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually a really, really cool ring.
I'm going to say it's Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, seems like a Coke man. Are you a Coke or Pepsi man?
Neither. So,
yeah, okay.
I'm a water. I'm a Hydro homie.
Good answer. Hydro homies for life. Let's go!
Gonna have a drink, actually. Cheers to that.
What type of drink?
Water.
Drink?
Jaha.
Oh, I'm just trying to make sure I'm trying to catch you out.
Penteles just sopivasti draftiin, uskomaton tuuri. Samoin lohkovauheen viimeinen drafti.
Okay, look at all those air conditioners and like humidifiers and stuff that they've got in the rooms as well.
Lohkovaiheen viimeinen drafti, ja katsotaanpas mitä se meinaa nyt, mikä täällä on tilanne.
Man. Come on, you gotta be living the life in there. There's a big reason why they're now in the upper bracket. Well, now why they're starting the upper bracket, because when you're feeling good, you're playing good.
Ah, it was Yatoro.
Eli Astri on nyt varmistanut paikan.
It's a dehumidifier. It's Singapore after all. That's probably the most humid place I've ever been on Earth.
Sigrid on varmistanut
Enjoy it,
paikan.
by the way, when you're going to be there in a couple of days.
Wait, what does that mean? The most humid place you've ever been? What does that mean? Oh, humid. I thought you said humid. I'm like, what are you saying right now?
I'm saying if you go into Singapore and you normally put on moisturizer, don't, because you're just going to be sweating all day. The air, the weather is your moisturizer.
Eli Entity on vielä liipasimella. Talon hävisi myöskin.
24/7 when I go over. My flight's tomorrow. Holy.
TSM. Fnatic TSM on vielä
ilmeisesti kesken. It's a great experience to be able to be there with all the fans, and I'm sure
Beast
it's going to be a great
voitti Thunder
experience
Awaken, okei.
So, well, we're into the draft.
Meinaa sitä, että Thunder Awaken on 9-8, Aster on 10-7.
The Enigma on its own isn't going to be enough, and this time around they still didn't look to ban out a lot of that stuff that they try and pair together with it. You know, the Marcy's available, the Visage is available, the Drow, the Sven, they're all there. I want to see it. I want to see it work
vähän menee
again.
mielenkiintoiseksi.
Even the Luna, actually, they could do Luna instead. That's something else that they've used, had quite a good amount of success on. And
ne on Beast Ghostin kanssa tasoissa, koska
the
Beast Ghost
Pango
voitti.
and the Nyx, they could also just be setting up for another Lesh.
It does also quickly need to be said that this
Jos
game
Fnatic
in particular
voittaa,
doesn't
niin
have
Spirit
as much
pystyy
importance
valahtamaan
considering
oikeasti.
that they're already seeded. Astra in upper
ei enää
bracket,
Entity ja
Spirit in
Talon
lower
taakse ei
bracket.
voi enää.
Do you want to see them try and experiment? Maybe trying to dress some of the meta heroes at the moment, see if they can find a weakness or come up with some strategies leading into the playoffs?
Huomata crossia.
I'm just seeing if it actually does change anything for them.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. It's going to come down to like 5 different tiebreaker rules to see if Thunder Awaken take game 2 against Beast Coast.
Yeah, true. Okay, so Spirit win, potentially there's a tie with Thunder. I have Thunder won.
No, so there's a potential for that 4-way tiebreaker for one upper bracket slot between Thunder Awaken, Team Spirit, Beast Coast, and Fnatic. So, and Fnatic 2-0. So, but there's also
alkaa juontus olla aika väsynyt, tässä taas 11 tuntia joutuu jo hereillä itse asiassa. Se rytmi on aika vatallaan. Se pitäisi jotenkin vaan pystyä pitämään nyt.
No, I can't imagine either. Although you get 2-0.
Olisin halunnut ehkä kuulla, kun noita alkaa faktottaa. Nota on faktottanut tässä pari päivää.
Incredibly powerful. Love to see it. Doing it at the right time. Forcing some tiebreakers. Alright, so with this draft, Spirit back into it. Primal Beast, Crystal Maiden, and Asa now have the response as well. They won't have the Leshrac at the 8th. Is there something else? You know, Shadowfiend's there. Morphling's there. What else could we potentially see? Visage is there.
I'm telling you, they got the Marcy. They
true,
could look
very
to
true.
do it. I think it's a distinct possibility. one of those heroes that could just have a pretty good time against the CM. If you're getting in range for the frostbite, you're probably going to die, and that's really the only damage over time that you're going to have against this. You're incredibly squishy against a Marcy lane as well. There is a little bit of an issue with the Primal Beast if he just dives into the middle of you, but I still think you can make it work. They've picked... okay, Shadow Fiend, it's busted too, so why not? They've made it work with a Drow they picked into a Storm Spirit. I think this was against Talon, and they even followed that up with an Ember Spirit, position 1 on Talon, just to try and get more jump onto the Drow, and they still won the game very convincingly. So they know how to play around
Crystal Maiden startti.
And honestly, they can still make it happen. They actually ban out the Drow themselves, realizing the strength.
Vahva linjahero kyllä turnauksen aikana. Kova voittoprosentti. Sillä on Dino päässyt. Dino ja Marsi pääsee molemmat itse asiassa läpi.
Tiny at the 15th. Is this a similar route you feel like they could be considering?
Harvinaista. Jaa. Täällä vaan taputellaan kaveria olalle. Yes, very hermetic. Tätä mä en ymmärrä, että koko muu tiimi ei ole maski ja sitten yhdellä on maski. Tästä ei ole mitään hyötä. Tää on ihan järjetöntä. Tää on ihan mielenvikaista touhua. Tästä ei ole mitään hyötä tästä maskista. Sä oot tuntikausia tiimin kanssa samassa tilassa. Sä oot aina ollut maski. Miksi?
Plenty of ways to sustain through that and not really care all that much. So I think you probably still want to keep the flex.
Päivää betsari.
Do you need extra jump? Do you need more burst damage? Do you need more lockdown?
Tundra yritti heittää, mutta se on.
It just seems like one of the strongest.
Se on vaikea taiteella.
Jotkut
tiimit osaa sen niinku luonnostaan.
That's been one of the traditional counters to it, right? The sniper, the drow, they've been removed. Could they even look to get rid of the Lina now?
It's so tricky because this hero plays.
Jos on huonot hampaat ja maskinaamalla tuntuu kivemmalta.
Farms fast, takes objectives, has a good mid game.
Ahistasi ihan helvetisti olla maskinaamalla peli koko pelin ajan. Toi on oikeesti tosi niinku toi on raskasta. Rappia. Ei tommosen läpi ei tommosen läpi ole mukava hengittää ja puhua. Jos pystyy kommunikoimaan tiimin kanssa, tiettäkö silleen selkeästi, niin ei. Duumi-bänni. Mitä vittua minun silmät näkee?
He can still farm very fast, but if you're that far behind off a couple of kills, then I think that is a good place to start.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you just got to try and punish him, but you remember, you're coming up against Aster. This is a team where they really prioritize position.
Mä en oo vaan Doomiin sit törmännyt. On sitä ilmeisesti aika monta kertaa pikattu ja bännät.
Coming out here. Maybe they can venture down the path of the Shadow Demon again. Never mind, it's been banned. You could look to Omni Knight. It's something that Siamese Cat loves to play. You could Dazzle, even though we haven't had as much of it being prevalent. But again, minus armor with a Shadow Fiend doesn't feel too bad.
16 kertaa. On se itse asiassa joo.
And just against the Primal Beast as well. You know, you really need to commit with
the
onslaught there to get in on top of the Dazzle. If
ei,
not,
24 kertaa
just get those small little trades with the poison touch in lane.
Phoenix is a very interesting ban. I wonder if they're going to go for... I wonder if they do Tiny here. Or like another strength hero.
Wow.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think why.
Yeah, I think it's protecting what they're going to pick up, maybe.
Sure.
I have to imagine that's a big reason why.
I quite like the Tusk. I think it's being undervalued right now, even just for the BKB piercing disable. I think that's going to be huge, especially when you go up against this Shadow Fiend, right? I wanted burst. Save, but it hasn't really been the tournament of the saving Tusk style.
Soutamista ja huopaamista mä lohkeen. Kyllä Asteri on vähintään top 4. Ja Thunder Baker hävisi toi pelinsä tosiaan Beast Ghostia vastaan, elikkä tällä hetkellä on. Secret on varmasti top 2 Tundran kanssa. Ja Asteri vähintään top 4. Jos Asteri häviää tän ja Thunderwake voittaa, niin silloin nää kaksi on tasapisteessä silloin, joo.
What are you looking to pair the Jakiro with if you're going down that route? Probably looking for your XXS hero, I imagine.
Possibly, but I think you could still just run it as a position 5. Like 2 ranged is normally a bit But, okay, Oracle. Instead of direct counter to the Primal Beast there.
Oracle.
You know it.
Oracle
Brood coming through. Alright, well, they've got the CM lane again. What do they feel is going to be able to deal with this Brood? And have they been able to use that time looking into the replays to discover what went wrong when they gave up that first blood?
10 seconds remaining.
You really could just go back into the troll if you want to here for Spirit. Oracle could be a bit of an issue, like saving supports are always annoying.
Tunderaveiken kyllä.
But I think regardless, you need to shut the Brood down in the lane. So just having a strong laning carry is nice.
But you can't fight at all until you get the BKB, right? And even then, you could still use the false promise coming through. But if you fight beforehand, just the Fate's Edict's going to disarm you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Jos Tunder häviää toisenkin pelinsä Beast Coastille. Ja Spirit voittaa Asterin. Eli jos Beast Coast ja Spirit voittaa nyt toisen pelin, niin silloin siinä on sekä Thunder Awaken, Spirit että Beast Coast. Kaikki on tasapisteessä. Kaikki on tasapisteessä. Ja tietysti siihen voi nostaa vielä Fnatickin. Jos Fnatic voittaa vielä tuon TSM 2-0, niin siinä on 4. Joo, eka peli on mennyt Fnaticille. Tässä on siis tää aivan ympäri pyörä. Joo, tässä voi tosiaan tapahtua vielä ihan mitä tahansa. Your life much easier, and yeah, it really did feel like the Razor hindered. Joo, tässä on vähän niinku silleen, nää on eri tahtiin mennyt nää pelit.
What is left? So you need Bloodseeker, maybe?
Joo, Tundra on kyllä kova.
That's a great call. I was just gonna say,
I
think you really need someone to
häviää molemmat todennäköisesti, joo.
Your Shadow Fiend can...
No, mun on vaikea uskoa, että Taloni voittaisi kyllä niinku Secrettiäkään, että sielläkin ollaan tasapisteessä.
You think they're considering an OG
ja siinä pelataan sitten tiebreakeri, koska...
I didn't mention it because it's like...
Joo.
I guess you can play this Shadow Fiend 1.
I think Shadow Fiend 1
en tiedä, aivan turha nyt lähteä oikein spekulomaan. Tää on niin auki vielä.
I think you can even make an argument for OD being one, just because there will be
seuraako Olverskenää koko vuoden, miksi Tundralla on niin vaikea turnausparia nyt teitä. En oo kerennyt oikeesti. On niin monta peliä, niin monta lajia. Lajia tuota vuoden aikana, että jostain on niinku pakko tinkiä. Kyllä se on niinku... Se on valitettavasti tää Dota nyt ollut. Mistä on joutunut vähän tinkiin.
OD or Bloodseeker, that's my decision for Aster. Let's see which one.
Että en ole tosiaan vuoden aikana hirveästi kerennyt. Tietysti läksyjä on tässä tehty ennen turnausta, mutta vaikea sanoa. Haluan seuraa peli kanssa se 27. Se jääkiekko kesällä vähän vähemmällä, että tietysti nyt tulee seurattua uutisia ja muuta, että mitä joukkueiden rakennus menee, mutta sitä mä teen kaikkien muidenkin joukkueiden kohdalla, että en pelkästään lähde. Vähän niinku kuuluu hommiin.
Yeah, I still really like the Bloodseeker.
Jotenkin nopein tuntuisesti mennyt tämän draft, mutta ei tää nyt oo. Asterilla on melkein reserviä käytetty. DP-pukki, Morphling. Tässä huutaa. Tää!
Alright, we got Shadow Fiend 1. Looks like... Let's get crazy with it. Shadow Fiend 1.
Sitä midi-tiny, ei nyt voi olla.
Tiny. Can you... Is Conquer there?
Marsi 1.
Conquer?
Marsi 1. Oraclen kanssa linjalle. Tiny 4. Broodi 3. SF 2. Eikö niin?
Do you think there's a potential to aggro? Oh, we don't have long. I think they could aggro depending on...
Ja Zeus siihen noin.
Okay, so we got a Zeus. So we see the mid lane. Now with your issue about the Primal Base into the Oracle, do you think you can go Primal Base into Brood lane and run aggro from Spirit?
They're going to need to do something creative. What I do like about this Zeus, though, is you're going to get vision. And you're going to get vision onto Siamese Cat. That is the most important part of all of these team fights, because that's just going to enable collapse entirely. So he's going to need to be really active on his use of the Fate's Edict for himself to be able to withstand all of that damage coming in onto the collapse, getting the charge in. You really don't have anyone else that's going to be able to connect quite quickly. You know, Mira, of course, playing the Tusk, but it's a little bit slow, right? Maybe you just get turned around upon.
Jos Tinke ei joutu, niin kannattaa tässä rahakkaista pelissä karsi ensin ja keskittyä enemmän superpiippulappaiksi legendi StarCraft rakettiin.
It almost always seems like the position 5 is priority number 1. Like, Aster is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you always go for these supports where he has an incredible amount of impact, and can we mention in the previous game, but he likes being the slippery fire that he can never be caught. So You mentioned the value that the Zeus can provide in regards to the vision. I think also there were some damage issues
in the
previous game where Puck can kind of help out
asiantuntijat on käynyt tässä streamissa haukkumassa Mini-Tainin ihan pystyy. Onhan se nyt kyllä kieltämättä ollut vähän vaikea voittaa sillä pelejä. Tilastot eivät valehtele, mutta katsotaan kuka valehtelee seuraavaksi. Mennään nyt tämän viimeiseen peliin tässä lohkovaiheessa. Hieman jännittää kyllä. Tää vähän ratkaisee sitten, että ketä sieltä olisi ehkä vastaan tulossa, riippuu tietysti EG:stä, joka pääsee valitteen. Kolmos ja nelosia välillä.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue, isn't it? I mean, it does provide you a lot of ability to play around a spider that might be roaming around in the trees a bit more, just with the lightning bolts on the ground. I almost wonder if Team Spirit are wanting to take this one super late, right? Because they're not worried about a Razor scaling into them. They're not worried about the OD or the Bloodseeker that we were talking about. And if they can get the Tusk with a Blink Dagger, and even with the Aghanim Scepter, I feel like they can still make a pretty decent shot of this. You know,
on Apex aika kuraa, mutta onhan se Super Pippalikin aika kuraa. Jos lähdetään siitä liikkeelle.
We'll see if they're going to be able to get to that stage.
Aivan hirveä peli.
Is enough for them to secure. Because after they have a scary lineup to be able to push the tempo.
Veikkaan, että siellä oli vähän niinku kyseessä oli hieman
vitsi.
Onko pelatko varannut jonkun erikoispalkinnon vuoden suomalaiselle nouseelle Ruotsin mestari Alex? Nightbot ei tykkää tästä pelaajat.comista. En mä tiedä, että onko tässä niinku olisiko varattu jotain spessua. Voidaan lähettää sille vaikka joku joululahja, joku joulupullo.
Have some incredible success. So it's only fitting, of course, one of his favorite heroes and best heroes.
Mikä tää?
So put Tiny very close to that as well. He's only gold tier Tiny, but don't let that fool you. This man plays a formidable rock, man.
Pullo vai pulla?
Remember, Team Spirit need this win to potentially force tiebreakers. There's so many different permutations that could happen. They could be that four-way tiebreaker for a single upper bracket slot, and there's still elimination tiebreakers even going on right now, I believe, at least in this these next few minutes. So,
onko siellä alkamassa oikeasti ne tiebreakerit toisessa lohkossa? Eikö nyt, niitäkö nyt pelaa samaan aikaan sitten? You must be on, joo. Okei, siellä on alkamassa Sonics vastaan Boom. No ei se mua niin paljon oikeastaan kiinnosta. Ei mua niinku I don't fucking care, kuka tästä jatkoon menee. Kiinnostaa se, että mikä tiimistä tulee matua vastaan.
No winless teams anymore. It's all about how regions are, and it comes down to those clutch moments, those TI moments, those moments that make players.
Ei voi muuta sanoa kuin hattua nostaa, mitenkään jotkut oikeasti jaksaa vielä yrittää. Tää on ollut kyllä aika surullinen tarina. Tää on turnauksen aikana meidän streamissa. Ai niin, totta. Ollaan muuten saatu uusia emoteja. Yksi niistä on Olvari, se on viina. Ja toimii.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it is important to make sure that the Broodmother gets out of the lane in a much better spot. So the Fortune's End to be able to cleanse off the Frostbite and the slows coming through from this Troll CM lane are important. But is it more important than being able to potentially survive against a Primal Beast just running on top? Positioning's going to need to be on point coming through from Asta.
We're still expecting this lane to be very troll favored, even though it's an Oracle now instead of the Shadow Demon.
Oh, of course, almost every single lane is troll favored, right? So just got to make sure that you get out of it in a decent spot. I think they were a little concerned about how the mid-game could shape up. Lane continued on for too much longer, but that early rotation enabling them to get the tier 1 tower just opened it up so much. So in a way, they're very fortunate. They don't have the Leshrac this time around. You know, Shadowfiend wants to be playing a little bit more defensively. Tiny, yeah, you can get kills, but you don't have that ability to convert that into another objective. So maybe just putting a little bit more emphasis onto the laning phase, so you don't need to play around the towers quite as much.
Does seem like Rory's off to a very good
päivää nuori hervetti, siis enjoyer.
Relatively even between the two.
Eilen oli kyllä farttiksi tulilla täällä. Nyt on onneksi vähän niinku rauhoittu. Ootko Olvari nähnyt uuden topkari? En oo kyllä nähnyt. En oo kattonut. Dino taas juhlii täällä. Boboka pelastaa joulu.
Running a little low on the regen. through there, but Bobica with his healing salve will be just fine. He realizes that they're going to be in a position to go for these dives pretty consistently, especially with the creep wave coming underneath the tower, but Renee actually drags it up a little bit earlier than I'm sure Team Spirit would be wanting, so means that they're not set up to go for that next kill. You've got the level 2 now on the Marcy. Might pull him back underneath the tower.
Niillä ei kyllä lähtenyt tää lohkovaihe, mutta edelleenkin tosiaan niin kuin sanottu, niin
Securing a couple of range creeps and the melee for Monet.
Se on auki se tilanne siellä, että siinä on tiebreakeri odottaa ilmeisesti niillekin.
Have to be a little bit careful with where exactly you're looking to extend to.
Collapse was going to follow up, try and hold them down with the shards, but Collapse is a little bit weak at the moment. The threat of the razors stopping him from following up on that Tusk opening with the shards.
Even just cancelling the razors as well, right? Showing that I've got the threat, I can bring the damage onto you and really slow down the impacts of that trap. Not just the movement speed, but the turn rate as well. Constant tangos being
given teillä ei oppi katsoa, eikä varattu Bravo Beastia. Okei, unohtiko ne sen? Niinkin voi käydä.
I think the big victor is bottom lane on XXS. One last hit over Yutoro at the moment. They've done a really good job with the creep equilibrium.
Secretillähän ei oo enää mitään panosta tohon peliin.
Eiks niin? They shove the lane into Dive's house.
Tundrakin voittaja kampeli.
And kind of bounce back.
Talonilla kyllä on panosta. Aika outo.
Very fire should be okay.
Joo, niin kuin sanottu, niin voi käydä.
But very close for Ori getting that kill.
Very close indeed, and they're going to be able to take away at least
one of those. No, niin kuin käytiin läpi, niin ei Primal Beastin kanssa niin ei noita pelejä kuitenkaan niin hirveästi olla voitettu isossa kuvassa. Riippuu tietysti vähän roolista, mutta ison kuvan niin voittamusta ei oo mikään äly. Joo. Spotradeita, mitä sinun tekee kuuluu? Aamusta asti painettu, herätty yhdeltä, että rytmi on vähän vituillaan, mutta se on oikeastaan ihan hyväkin, että se on tietysti minun näin päin kuin että Lukkuspommiin tai jotain muuta vastaan, kun tässä torstai-aamuna kuitenkin taas aikana, niin se on yksi välipäivä vaan.
So how much of an issue it was in game one when XXS completed the Wraith pack, and the lane that he's having and even getting that bonus bounty as well is just going to come out that much faster.
Aina mä unohdin taas predictionin finissata. Mä oon kyllä tosi huono noissa. Tuleeko päätapahtuma Yleltä? Kyllä tulee. Yleltä tulee siis pudotuspelit ja sit toi finaaliviikolla. Pudotuspelit tulee Twitchistä ja finaaliviikonloppu tulee sen lisäksi vielä Areenasta. Kyllä Boboga. Nothing can be done. No, Monet ottaa ehkä tästä nyt sit. Hallo. Aika osta.
To be able to get the kill, I think he did, just to be able to guarantee it and get back to lane that little bit faster.
I would like to see Spirit try and make something happen shortly. Toronto Tokyo has this Thunder God's Wrath. They want to use it as early as possible. Try and put it on cooldown, secure the kill.
Joo, tää on kyllä vähän persestä aika myöhemmin. Viime TI annettiin Euroopalle mahdollisuus, sehän oli niinku täyttä paskaa. Harmittaa kyllä sen puolesta. Ruotsikin pilasi silloin joulun, kun Ruotsi piti olla, ja sitten Ruotsi sanoi, että ei tänne voi tulla. Sitten mentiinkin Bulgariaan ja kaikki kusiin. Yllätykseen. No joo, ois katsonut tonne, ois ollut tosi siistiä lähteä tekemään, tiettäkö hommia. Paikan päälle se lost. Headband, pääyttyä. Oha se. Vai Länsi-Aalto-areena. Kilipijärven koulun liikuntasaliin.
And there it comes out the last second. Now with the extra damage, he'll turn to deal with Siamese Cat as well. Azori, he's got the haste to play with. Would love a kill onto Yatoro, but won't be able to reposition, so he's going to go for the kill onto Miposhka instead. But he might be lacking the damage, in fact. The combo's not enough for the Crystal Maiden kill thanks to the raindrop, so that is a big rotation from Ori that does not pay off.
And he's got to get back to mid. He doesn't have a TP. So when they made that movement, they got the kill. Toronto Tokyo just spams out the mid wave. You've got a siege creep here as well.
Varmaan pääsee tuolta risteilijällä töihin. Tallinna on tullut mentyä töihin muutaman kerran.
Very cool. Mirror's even going to rotate as well.
Muutaman kerran liikakousta Talliin.
More likely actually
mä töissä, mutta siinäpä kaikki. Ei ole tullut kyllä laivalla mentyä töihin muuta.
Fortunately, the 50-50 is not going to pay out in their favor. Ori once again with a power rune to work with.
But I mean, look at that mid tower. It's already at less than a quarter HP just off the back of a Zeus. This is not what a Zeus lane does.
Not at all. Bottom lane, Miposhka might be in some trouble here.
So might XXS if they get a lucky route.
Miposhka might be in trouble here, no eipä oltu.
They'll just wait until it expires.
Ei tää on rakkelikaan
Beautiful kiting from Miposhka, making sure that he's just never in a compromised position. It's now top lane. Monet, they're gonna be able to snowball.
No teki TSM ei myöskään Brown Picker. Okei, no ehkä tää alkaa taas pikkuhiljaa niinku jengi on käynyt palavereita läpi tässä yön aikana. Pidittiin kyllä ajella tää early game ihan vitun läpi. Aha. Pikkaa midit tainia voita peliin. Tässä pystyy vähän omaa tiimiä auttamaan jotenkin. Ei tää kyllä tietysti Tainista kiinni. Tuolla Asteri on kyllä hävinnyt kaikki.
It's kind of been the theme of this TI, right? When teams need the win to be able to stay alive, whether it be in the tournament or in the upper bracket contention. They just turn up, they turn up.
Ei tää nyt kullan suhteen ei ole lähtenyt ihan käsistä. Crystal Nerves tykkään kovasti. Joo, Crystal Maiden on kyllä hyvä. Moi Mr. Mako.
Getting the tower in the end is just so ridiculous with the lineup that Spirit have.
Olmari tietysti, ketkä ylellä vetää main eventin. Kyllä sitä tiedotetaan sitä.
They're gonna be able to get the pounce, they do, but Borka
Tästä Dino tekee tän
puolen. Collab knew exactly where Asta were playing with the ward in the higher ground, but still will be caught out without looking to retreat.
I think they're picking out the positioning here from the Primal Beast as well. Don't think the Observer Ward scouted it out, but with him moving towards the top side, they know that he's made a movement down towards the Ancient, so be a little bit more cautious with Yatoro once he makes that rotation back towards the Ancient's area, knowing that they're going to be playing underneath that.
It's a beautiful game, Dota is. Game of inches, very close to, trying to maximize your potential to farm, you potentially find kills as well. Hold that thought as Ori should be okay. Toronto Tokyo is actually going to make him work for it. Mira's going to be able to cut off the path. Shards.
En tiedä, onko tulossa. En osaa vielä sanoa.
The reason why I was starting on that thought is just with that kill up top on Collapse. Like, he knew exactly where Dire were playing, but you don't want to reveal the Observer Ward. You're trying to wait for the last second to escape, just so they don't think that there's a ward placed there, so we can continue to farm aggressively. And this is the beautiful thing that we have in Dota. A very complex game.
Normally it's what you don't know can't hurt you, but very much the opposite case this time around. These Observer Wards are going to give them a ton of value on Team Spirit as they go for a smoke of their own. They know that they need to be playing around the fact that they might have this vision up here, and Mira's going to pop underneath it.
The vision that Astro are playing with now. They see all of Spirit on the high ground. They're going to try and target down Siamese Cat. A lot of damage. Oh, Spirit!
Se olisi ton Majorin jälkeen.
Coming out at the end. It's the captain that's rewarded with the triple kill. What a freezing field is, but Poshka just cleans up.
Maybe even thinking, I wonder if they even baited that smoke, right? I think they might have smoked underneath the vision, realizing that they might have that, and they felt a little bit more confident to be able to make that aggressive move come through. As again, what an onslaught coming through, and Miposhka just press RXD, and he's able to get a nice little triple kill.
Oh my. I mean, see, Toronto Tokyo would have loved that. He used Thunder Gods. You gotta wait a little bit. Miposhka's got the right idea to kill secure with the freezing field. Toronto Tokyo, come on, Zeus players, they need to... The R button, you gotta hold to the last second.
Yeah, but what about the Rampage? Have we seen a support Rampage at TI?
I don't
know, bottom lane, Yatoro?
Helppoa laavaa.
Aha!
Ja kääntikseen. Sähän lähet. Vitun Tiny yllättää taas. 0 impaktia. 0 impakti. TSM rähtää all female paneeliahan siellä. Siellä on tasa-arvo saavutettu all female drafti.
Is looking for another one as well. They might put some pressure into the tower here. They've got multiple members nearby to protect in case there is a defense.
They know they lack the damage and they're going to be able to
Dino on ihan
find
sekaisin taas.
Success, slam into the ground, but Simon's Cat is going to be playing with at least the ultimate to protect the Brood for the moment. Very close to the T2 tower, so the rotation's going to come out from on
Oracle pelasti kyllä vähän joulua.
Closer to the Shadow Fiend, but the snowball will buy him some time. And Mira keeps
another one?
to the
Jaa!
again.
Let it go!
Niin Poskalta kuunut ulti. Joo, selvä.
Let it go! Collapse can now go behind the tier 2 tower as well. Dancing into the tree line, and they will not catch up as Spirit. They've got all the answers here in this second game.
I mean, they know that they're just lacking damage on Asta right now. That's why they're feeling so confident in going underneath these tier 2 towers, because they know that the turnaround isn't on point. You know, as soon as
Astelilta vähän puuttuu semmonen midi-hero, joka tekisi jotta.
They don't have the reposition, even though what was amazing dispose as well
Midi
as a
Tiny.
rebound, perfect spellcasting coming
Nolla
from
impaktia,
Simon's
nolla
Cat as
itemiä.
well. It's just not enough. They don't have the heroes for it. This isn't the part of the game
Blinkkiäkö se
that your draft
piltaa?
was playing for.
Ilmeisesti.
Alright. If you're in Miposhka's position, a 4-1-6 Crystal Maiden at 14 minutes in, what's the item? What do you do with this luxury that he has, with all the gold, all the net worth that he's playing with?
BKB, baby. I want to see
BKB, baby.
Oh, and then you just, well, I guess you do get all that armor from the freezing fields, so Shadow Fiend won't be too much of an issue.
Deals with the spiders, more farm for yourself to get your next item.
Oh, yes.
And they have no interrupts until you get the Basher on the Marcy. He's going in Midas as well on Bobica.
Ooh.
Wanting to scale, maybe realizing that they are lacking that damage early on and needing to be there.
Midas!
We'll see if Spirit can punish them here. 4,000 net worth lead, some really good wards across the map as well. Particular around this mid lane. See if they're going to wrap on XXS. Mira's in a great position. Toronto, Tokyo as well, moving on over. These are starting to come through. It's going to be Siamese Cat with the ultimate once again to try and buy enough time for XXS to survive the gank. Now Asta, the goons have shown up. It's going to be Ori and Baboka with the wraparound. They're going to try and target down Toronto, Tokyo.
Tiny yritän tehdä.
Again, the freezing fill. Look at the damage from Aposhka. It's going to be soaked up for the moment. It will not matter as Collapse swings into the neighborhood underneath the secret shot. Aposhka's going to have the finishing damage onto XXS, and Collapse will also slam down the Rockman as well.
No, jospa se Midaksella kääntyy. Mä SF vaan afki farmaa tällä kun muu tiimi kuolee. Muu tiimi kuolee vihulta 2 hitin päästä.
This is happening because Maposhka, he must be having the time of his life. He's like, guys, no one's hitting me. I'm just able to get freezing fields off every single time.
For a second, I look over and it was the Fate's Edict blocking it, but it's like, no, it soon expired, but Poshka just...
Sävälä sekin menee ohi, että yhden tossin saa kiinni siinä kaikki tämä pali aika.
Oh my lord.
Tääkin tossa oli ihan turhaa. Ihan turha tossi. Nolla affektia peliin.
Oh, they seem 1-8 farming pretty far out up top, and Spirit in a position where they can look to try and close the distance. Instead, he's going to go under the T2 tower, but Spirit, that's not a deterrent at all. Collapse is well and truly happy. He will find down thanks to the trample.
Nyt on kyllä Spiritin pallo käynnissä.
Not gonna happen. Collapse up to a dominating streak.
Hyvä Ori tsemppiä, siellä on myös linkki valmiina. Hyvä Ori.
Takaan takoo peli. Incredible performance.
We really do see that dominance come out from the Primal, don't we? Especially in the first 20 or so minutes of the game. But it's not like they're the greatest BKB buyers, right? How often are you wanting to get it super early on this Tiny? Of course, the Shadow Fiend's going to get it, but we've seen his success with his item builds, and he's going in for the Wraith Pact again, which I believe he might have finished up, so at least there's a little bit of that damage reduction coming through now. But could be looking to go into the pipe because of all of this impact coming through from Maposhka, as well as, of course, being a good counter for Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, mid lane Ori and Siamese Cat again with the vision. Ori's in trouble. They've got the Oracle at least playing off to the right side to try and buy him some time, and the shard's just off the mark, but that's where collapse can come into play. The sloppy mistake is now an easy kill onto the Oracle, and Ori will be chased down. XXS is trying to find the team fight with 5 members of Spirit. They'll be able to protect him and make sure that no one dies.
Tämä peli alkaa kyllä olemaan vähän niinku böntössä. 3 tappoa Asterilla. En tää nyt voinut mennä nää helvetin pihkoon tää early.
To be able to get away, but still they remove the observer ward freshly placed, and it feels like Aster are playing in the dark right now.
Tää on nyt takiviikas. Ei. Peli on pelattu 17 minuuttia, sillä on yli 7 johto. Tämä pahemmin ei kyllä niinku early gamea pysty häviämään. Tää on nyt on niinku maksipaskat.
Just one more kill, Ares. That's all we need.
Maksipaskat tuli.
Okay. 2-2-3. 3-2-2. Great position from Mira.
No, mutta ei mitään. Tainilla on blinkki. Tästä tää lähtee.
Trying to hope he can pop a smoke, because Ori's at the ready to be able to jump into the blink, but that'll be too late. Beautifully done from Mira. Good for Quiet. Would have been able to block off the path. Had a pretty good game on the toss so far. 1-1-9. A lot of net worth to be playing with. Going to be closing on the blink as well, so he'll soon have this defensive snowball if required, or can even utilize it as a way to
potentially start the fight and
maybe block off one of the members.
Lohko 2.
Very disappointed in Maposhki. Went into the
first half instead,
just being a good team player. I even saw him there putting his body on the line to be able to catch out any sort of smoke attempts, but my man, you got a mega kill streak. You can't be doing that.
Come on. Gotta get the gold like now. It's your one opportunity.
Oh, täällä on PKP käytännössä kaikilla.
What kill streak is he gonna get up to?
Tämä peli tulee päättymään 5 seuraavan minuutin kuluessa. Tää on ihan helvetin nopea peli. Petetty lupaa sitten seurata muuta kuin Liquidin-pelejä. Liquidin pelit on nyt pelattu ja tämä peli kuitenkin vaikuttaa. Miksi tää afkaa? Siis miksei tää tee mitään? Näkee, että vihu tulee smokella. Sä vaan jäät tohon noin. Hän on menettänyt elämän halunsa. He has lost his will to live. Oracle jättää ultinsa itteensä, selvä. GG. 19 minuutin GG.
A 19-minute GG call as Spirit just blew them up in the second game.
Should have said mega kill streak from Aposhka, but very worthy. The 3-2-2 eventually did come with the scoreline, but it didn't come in the game, that's for sure. Aster not needing the other win to guarantee themselves a spot in the upper bracket. They already have that secured. And now Team Spirit, they've got a chance pending the result of some of these other games going on right now.
Okei. Tää on purnukassa. Tää oli tosiaan kyllä turbapeli. Homma on paketissa. Mitäs meillä näyttää nyt sit seuraavat pelit? Noita mä en kyllä lähde kattoo, noita tiebreakereita. Asterin olisi kannattanut yrittää. Kyllähän varmaan yrittikin, mutta mä en vaan niinku ymmärrä, minkä takia ei niinku vaan voi... Ei vaan voi ymmärrätä, että miksi meditoinia oikeasti pelataan. Siis kyllä tossa niinku asiantuntijat oli ihan oikeassa, kun ei tällä vaan voita pelejä. Siis oikeasti ihan legit 0 impaktia tähänkin matsiin. On jännä, että se saa niin paljon enemmän aikaa 4 esimerkiksi. Mut joo, päivitellään sivu- ja lohkojen tilanne tässä vaiheessa. Saadaanko me niitä ruutuun itse asiassa? Lohkotilanne tosta ja... Sitten me päivitellään Properties, Refresh Cache. Joo, siellä tosiaan on nyt toi tilanne ja täällä on tilanne se, että Asteri on tosiaan niin kuin sanottu, niin top 4. Asteri lopettaa lohkonsa siis 10-8 rekordiin. Moronikke. Joo, Spirit nousee 99. Thunder Awaken. No siellä on vielä itse asiassa ison panoksen peli. Beast Ghostia vastaan, onko tää menossa? On, Beast Ghost voitti se eka. No tää toka on menossa kyllä Thunder Awaken. Eli jos Thunder Awaken voittaa tän, niin se on Asterin kanssa tasapisteessä 10-8 kyllä. Ja Spiritti pullahtaa sillä tuloksella muuten ulos upperista. Kyllä vain. Joo, tässä ei itse varmaan enää kauan aikaa. Tää on ihan samanlainen stomppi kuin mitä tuo aikaisemmin. Joo, sielläpä ne jympyttää. Kiinan poika. Ja sitten, eli Beast Ghosti 80, Fnatic. Onko siellä Fnaticin peli muuten vielä meneillään? Joo, se on Game 2 menossa TSM vasta. Jos Fnatic voittaa, niin sekin on 9-9 Spiritin kanssa. Siellä 5-6. Kyllä vain. Joo. Kyllä se on Nikke parempi, että me omalle pihalle huutelemaan. Yksi Zenikin ollaan nähty itse asiassa. Ei ole ihan yhtä hieno Zeni kuin meikäläisen Zeni, mutta iso NT Yri oli kyllä. Liikydin pelissä yksi Zeni nähti. Muistaakseni. En ole ihan varma, muista eläintarha ekana päivänä. Peli vasta paremmin saa mennä, okei, no joo. Okei. Niin, kokemusasiantuntija voi olla. Eihän se ei vaadi niin kuin alan asiantuntijuutta. Se kokemusasiantuntijuus. Joo. Joo, täällä kyllä B-lohkossa nähtiin aika monta tasatilannetta. Aika monta tasatilannetta, mutta ne tasatilanteet ei taida hirveästi kyllä ratkaista niin kuin jatkoon menijöitä. No tuolla Loverissa itse asiassa ratkaistaan, mutta mitäs täällä tapahtuu? Mikä? Ihan iso NT-yri, mutta siellä on vielä Aikis tosiaan. Buyback. Se osoittaa Buybackin meinaa kuolla vielä toisen kerran, mutta eipä kuollutkaan. Täällä on kyllä vielä Aikista, eiköhän tää käydä vielä. Joo. PKP käyttö Satanikki on pois cooldownita itse asiassa. Joo. Panda pääsi lauteelle. No kehveli, katsotaan löydetäänkö me A-striimi täältä.
In big trouble at the early stage. The landing stage was a bit wonky, but they did hit their timings pretty well and rolled out from there. Team Spirit, if you look at their draft as a whole, you see a lot of control here. I'm still not a big fan of the Troll Warlord. I think that's a hero that is still a bit of a hit or a miss.
I mean, it's definitely a hit or miss, but when you're playing versus Razor, that's just the worst matchup for Troll in the game, as many people will say, amongst many professionals and myself. I'm like, Razor, very difficult. There's few heroes other than Razor that I think just completely shut down Troll. I don't know how they didn't get this banned, but in for a rough game for sure.
Considering you are the professional, you can keep going onwards and upwards to game number 2 drop. Yes, we will. There for Spirit to be able to take game number 2.
It's a completely different story here. They got the Troll again versus the Broodmother.
They got the Troll again.
Razor on the enemy team.
Yep. Adapting and learning, you love to see it.
Adapting and learning indeed. And he had an outstanding laning stage here on Yatoro. He was dominating So 4 kills in the laning stage against the Broodmother. So he got off to a skyrocketing start. Collapse, he struggled a little bit in the laning stage against the Shadow Fiend, but they pick up really quickly after that. Mirror's Tusk, Collapse's Primal Beast. We're roaming across the map, getting kills, making tons of space for Yatoro to farm it up, and they GG this out in 19 minutes.
Any day.
One big impactor for that as well, Miposhka, Crystal Maiden, second highest hero damage as well in this game, so he's done a lot of heavy lifting for the team of that C. And we've talked about the hero quite a lot, and this is the kind of results where you see, damn, that hero's good.
Sometimes it feels like we talk about a hero, all the impact that it has, how
Panda vetää kyllä mun mielestä
good
hyvin.
it is, and then we just see it fall off. People find answers for it, people stop picking it or increasing the bans. CM though, we talked about it yesterday, rising, and still today we continue that trend of how good she is looking. But let's move aside from that game. You guys have already seen it, and instead we're going to talk about what's happened over on the other streams. We can start with B Stream, having a chat about Fnatic and TSM. This was a match for TSM that they had to win. They need wins here because they are right now at the bottom of the ladder. Fnatic took this game number 1,
Okay.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting draft from Fnatic. I have to say, the thought process with this drafting has been pretty interesting. You're going for a tri-core sniper, and you basically got 2 overlapping heroes, and you have a 3rd as a variation to it. But it seems to work out. I mean, jabs on this Monkey King, heavy lifting. This guy did a ton of work this game to make it work for them. The TA-DS matchup looks like it's a bit favoring the TA in the safe lane, helps him get back into the game. The sniper with a small edge on the SF mid, but this Monkey King should have in all terms struggled against that, or struggle against this /CM. However, it went the other way around. Also a highlight-worthy notion is the Saberlight Crimson Guard on Darkseer, which is the 7th pickup on this tournament.
Yeah, but that didn't really help them here, did it? I will say the draft here from Fnatic, it is a little weird. May look a little greedy, but it kind of works because TSM is running a similar style of the Darkseer doesn't really make many plays. Leshrac and Shadow
hieman greedy.
Like a very farm-heavy type of game, so it just neutralized, and they were able to make it work.
Yeah, and game 2 seems to be still going on at this current moment, but see some perks and some strengths in this draft. A bit of countering here and there. Overall, you could see like TSM has a pretty good lineup to protect the Drow Ranger, Saberlight Dawnbreaker. That's always a nice one to see. But for Fnatic, coming out from a roll from game number 1, we'll see how that one rolls out, unless Nats has an update on the game yet.
I have not in my ears. So instead, I'm going to play everyone's favorite game, Fear. Arbitrary numbers of TSM potentially winning that one.
TSM winning?
Yep.
Oh, that's probably...
Because they need it to avoid being eliminated.
That's a solid 50% then.
Oh, that's probably the most neutral I think I've ever heard you. Straight on, 50%.
I mean, they got their comfort picks on Fnatic in the next game, so they're going off momentum with comfort picks. 50-50, I'll go.
50-50. And
arbitrary numbers.
Oh, yeah, they are arbitrary numbers, but you guys can check that one out. It's over on B Stream. C Stream has wrapped up their scheduled best of 2s. That was Tundra up against Entity, and Tundra took it 2-0. This was another important series for Entity to avoid being in that elimination tiebreaker to make sure that they could streak ahead and try and get that lower bracket, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. The Game 2 Tundra draft, though, is something I want to talk about because we don't have Kezi with us. He is just upstairs. Something he talked about and enjoyed from Tundra was that their counter to Morphling, an idea that they have is the OD pick.
Joo, kato vedettiin nopeat vartin päikkärit,
but they also got the win here.
Vähän pakkelinaamaan vartin päikkärit, niin silläpä se.
So, first one is going to be the OD versus Morphling.
Silläpä se lähtööpi.
You have tons of armor on the Morphling here, low hero pool, so the orb goes all of that armor you have, low HP hero pool, so like, that just really hurts, and on top of it, you add the ulti, on top of it, it's a big burst. But what else is really cool about this draft is Snaking's playing position 5 Luna.
That's right, opposed 5 Luna. I did not think I would see one of those, definitely not in TI.
Well, yeah, the reason why it's super good, I wanted to touch up on it real quick, is like the Visage Luna is a classic combination for, there's like hero units and then there's like units. So the hero units...
Team does not have ASO, they have.
So the birds actually
ei, oli vähän kaasut kieltä.
because they attack fast, get a bunch of damage.
Mikä vitun shakeri? Ei tässä ole shakeri.
Left in Dota now.
Oho.
The better type of pure damage than pure Morphling, eh?
I'm not even going to acknowledge that one. Instead, I'm going to move straight on to D-Stream.
Olin hieman väsynyt, myönnetään.
Yet again, another
en tiedä, onko
important
menossa Espoo
series
Mastersiin.
around that
En osaa sanoa.
elimination. Talon looking there. I think they're currently tied with Entity because Entity didn't pick up a single game for their best of 2. Talon lost game 1 against Secret. Right now, Talon needs
Kivahan siellä olisi käydä
to
katsomassa meihinkään.
My understanding is still ongoing.
This is game 1, actually.
I was going to say, this is game 1.
Joo, no tää on oikeastaan.
Game 2 is still going on.
Yeah, exactly. So game 1 here, I really
meillä
like
alkaa
this draft. I just want to highlight the fact that Nisha's playing Shadow Fiend here.
Ja Liquidin pelit on käytännössä nyt ohi,
is going to be playing the
jatkaa vasta ylihuomenna. Huomenna, niin kyllä, perjantaina.
And they also have a Tusk. So one thing that this
perjantaina vasta Liquidin seuraava peli.
You buff the Shadow Fiend, right? With the sidekick, you got the amplified damage, you got the tag team from Tusk. It's like all in Nisha to carry this game. And I think they did a beautiful job of setting up Nisha for success to carry this game. And they just balled up really quickly in this game. And if I recall, this was also like a 17-minute GG. It was a very fast game.
Okay, well, a bit of a rough blend then. We always
17
talk
minute
about
GG,
momentum. If you're an early GG, it goes one of two ways. You're either kind of done with it or you're ready to move on, reset, and jump into game 2, which is ongoing for you, and this is the draft.
Okay, so let's check this out. So we see...
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No, of course not.
The surprise.
Yeah,
surprise.
This draft was going on when we were coming downstairs. So like this Broodmother, we're seeing a lot of it. The answer is going to be 23 Savage Lone Druid. But he also has a Lycan on his team, so that's a lot of Zoo here. I really think the tempo from Team Secret here might be too much for Talon to hold, as Lycan and Lone Druid might take too long to come online.
And you talked as well about the Lycan fighting the Lone Druid there as well, which is a very cool.
And if you get there, it is it's fun for sure.
Yeah,
but
it is fun for sure.
You do kind of need to get the Ags at some point on Lone Druid to make it work, or you out-leash your bear because it's so fast and your hero's so slow. But when you get to the point where you have Ags on the Lone Druid, it is a very devastating combo. But we saw in the last game, Secret did not let that game drag on for very long. And Nisha, he does play the magic damage Lina here. So this game, I'm going to have to check up on. It's always a treat to watch Nisha play this Lina.
To get a little bit of an update, it's on minute 19. Apparently it is somewhat even. I don't know how accurate, to what degree, or the state of that game, but that is the information I have been fed. That is the D-Stream, E-Stream going on as well. That is Thunder Awaken and Beast Coast being played out. Game 2 ongoing. Game 1 went the way of Beast Coast.
No niin mä katson, että joo, siis kyllä. Eli Tundra voitti B-lohkon, Secret 2.
Absolutely correct. So
joo, ne pääsee valittamaan siis tiimi.
Will be the first SA team to be in the upper bracket. If this one ends up being a tie, well, or a loss situation, that's going to be tough. Well, tie, obviously, they get the point from it. Sorry, correction there. So if Beast Coast 2-0s this, we might be looking at either tiebreakers or who knows what's still up in store. There's still a lot of surprises up in this one.
I mean, that was a little sad for game 1 because I was watching that one, and Thunder, I'm not going to say they threw it, but they were ahead by far, and it looked like they're going to take it, but ultimately lost it.
Yeah, they have this good control. Like in a lot of drafts, Thunder Awaken hold on to that lead very well. It must be pretty awkward for them to like lose control of the game, like let their opponents back in.
Joo, Liquidi paino tosta Upperbridin puolelle lohko 2. Oikein hyvin meni. Tänään voitettiin Hokori 2-0.
Hopefully it can happen in game 2 for them. Again, it's undergoing, so we can have a look at the scoreboard. It's not going to be fully completed. We have updated it to the
tossa.
Group 1, all done and dusted. We had that happen before. We didn't get to talk about it on the panel, though, so gosh, do I have an update and a half for you guys. There were, I believe, 100 different outcomes for Group A that we could have seen, and of all the timelines we live in the one where we have a 3-way tiebreak between BetBoom, Boom, and Sonics for one spot left in the lower bracket for TI11. They are going to be playing over on C-Stream. They are all playing a best of one against each other. I have no idea how many times this could go round. It might happen once. It might happen twice.
Infinity.
I was going to say we could be here for the rest of the day. But that's happening on C-Stream. Again, out of those 3 teams, only one is going forward. The rest are going to have to be saying goodbye. That's going to be the end of their season for this year. And Fia, I don't know if you've ever been in that situation before, either as a player or a coach, where it's a 3-way tie for one spot.
For a TI playoff spot?
For anything. Anything
Not
at
that
all.
I can remember, but
he's always made it through.
So it must be very stressful for sure, especially because it is TI. You don't want to go home. Like these are usually the games where people play most conservatively.
Yep.
Yep.
Cool.
Not much to add to it, yeah.
It's really tough to see Boom, who are a team that have really shined in Southeast Asia, being in this position. BetBoom as well, they came through on the Eastern European qualifiers in first place. So a lot of expectations were placed on these teams, and they're sitting down there at the bottom. We're going to have a look at the C-Stream schedule so you guys know that it's going to be Sonics and Boom facing off first. Whoever wins that will go up against BetBoom. Depending on the outcome of that, we might not have a third game, because remember, it's only one spot. But if the winner of the first series doesn't win the second, winner of the first game doesn't win the second game, then we go to game number 3 and we see what occurs there. Do you want to do bold predictions?
Yeah,
of course
Absolutely.
You do. Why
else would I be here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. Why else did we ask you here if it wasn't for bold predictions and arbitrary numbers?
Boom's going home.
I thought you were going to say who was going to win. Oh,
Yeah.
so you think BetBoom and Boom, so you think Sonics are winning?
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay.
I was thinking reverse
We're going to see
psychology.
2 games. Sonics, they're going through. BetBoom, Boom, they're going out.
All right. So, an NA point of view, I guess?
Just a logical
Just
point
a
of view.
logical one. Right. I mean, for both Boom and maybe well, I wouldn't actually say Boom. I'm just going to say BetBoom maybe looks the weakest out of these 3 because they don't have the international experience against other teams. They've played against East European teams. They started off Division 2 at the start of the year. So that might be something where BetBoom either surprises, like they've been trying different drafts. They've seemed to work as well. So, they've got to come up with something special for this one to keep themselves alive. And they're probably watching that Sonics Boom game pretty anxiously.
I think everyone was watching all the games anxiously. It was so hard to be able to keep eyes across all the games that were playing out, being like, this could happen, this could still happen. Some of the comebacks as well. I couldn't believe BetBoom in that game number 2. You guys should definitely go back and watch it if you have the time, or just head over to the C-Stream, see how those tiebreakers are going to play out. I'm going to ask production for a request to bring back up the scoreboard, because we talked about Group A, the tiebreakers that were there, but I actually didn't get to talk about Group B, even though they were the series that we were playing. So hopefully we can
use your
production,
magic.
Please.
Magician finger is rolling. Maybe now. Maybe just in a moment.
Or we could just talk about the fact that Tundra, Secret, and Asta are locked in for the upper bracket. Yeah, there we go. We're looking for a total of 18 games over there in Group B. That means they're all done and dusted.
Tähän nähtiin jo, ei tää ole päivitetty yhtään sen paremmin.
Tundra, Secret,
Tää on yhtä keskeinen kuin äsken.
The rest is still a
Mitä
little
tuohon
bit TBD on what is happening. And I want to have a chat about Tundra. Fear, you made your bold prediction that Tundra were probably not going to do so well. If anything, they were going to be in the lower bracket. They're a team that hasn't had the best history on LAN. In Arlington is where they really struggled, but Stockholm, they came 3rd. What sort of Tundra really showed up here? Is it because they had low expectations either on themselves personally or from the outside public perspective?
That may have been my day 1 prediction. So I'm not sure, but I remember on day 3.
I'm calling day 1 for
when they only had like 4 games played.
Yeah, we hadn't seen them play in like 60 days or something.
So the thing is, like, they showed up, right? And I can tell
Joo,
this team
eiköhän se ole
sitten
sitten
what we're gonna see from them. We're gonna see either the Tundra that's gonna struggle.
Eiköhän se ala olemaan tässä, vaikka tänne olisi kiva seurata lopetukseen saakka, mutta tuota. Lohkot on nyt alkaa olemaan naputeltu. Siis se on meidän nyt tiedossa, että mitkä mistä tiimeistä nyt alkaa pikkuhiljaa ne vastustajat sitten tulemaan. Että Asteri on varmasti niin kuin jompikumpi niistä, että Spiritti, Thunderwake, Beast Coast. Siitä sitten ratkaistaan niin sanotusti tiebreakerillä. Kukas me hostataan? Wake me up before you go. Otetaan taas joku pikkukanava täältä. Mä tykkään tästä. Pikkukanava, kuka me löydettäisiin täältä? Oi. Kuka on Bebe? Vai Killa on pelaamassa? Pitäisikö me laittaa Killelle? Mennään kattoo Killen Dotaa. Nyt pysytään Dota-linjalla. Host, onko se nykyään Gilnor? Onko se mukaan on air? Mä löydän sitä listalta. Eihän Kille olisi on air. Onko minä sekaisin? Onko? What? Onhan se jo. Tuolta se löytyy. No niin. Host Gilnor. Toimiks tää nyt kokeilla? Hei, kiitoksia kaikille. Joo, on se onari. Mennään kattoo Killen peliä ja palataan hei torstaina. Torstaina palataan Dotan merkeissä Ylen kanavalla ja striimaillaan itse sitten omalle kannulle taas. Toinen kerta. Kiitti kaikille.
Onko tää liikaa yksi? Ei vittu osu golemiin. Fuck you. Mitä mun trollolle kävi? Okei.
What?
Aina kun VV on päälli. Eiköhän Grimmikin tekee töitä siellä. Mitä nyt? Yhtäkkiä alkoi myllyttää toi Deko. Onko skilli käytetty?
Hei, tää toimi. No nyt, joko viimeinkin. Yes. Ei ole vaikea.
Tämmöstä. Mä oon pelannut 4 peliä.